CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
All right, Bill, hold it. You mind, Bill? I'd like to get a timing on this thing. We're late now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
All right, now, hold it quiet now. We'll start again from the top. Keep it quiet, real quiet. From the top again.
Hey, Tone.
Yes, Bill.
Look, seriously, while you stop, it's none of my business, but you got 3 titles in there. The show's confusing enough as it is without that. Can't you cut...
Bill, look, we've got an hour until we go on the air. Now, can we finish the dress rehearsal first? We've spent the whole bloody afternoon going through this.
Okay. I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right, once more, please. You from the top. Keep it quiet. All right, here we go.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
Well, Bill, that's supposed to be a word cue for you.
I'm sorry, Tony. I was just trying to figure it out, that's all.
Figure what out?
Well, how to do this thing, Tony.
Well, don't you think it's a little late for that, Bill? Why don't you just try it all the way through? Maybe it'll come together. You've spent most of the rehearsal arguing about the logic. Now, perhaps if you try a performance...
Oh? Well, if you don't like my performance, Tony, maybe you better get yourself another boy.
I haven't heard a performance yet. Now, come on, Bill, please.
Look, you've given me 26 minutes of monologue to play. That's a lot of double talk, and I don't understand it. Nobody in the studio understands it, and the audience is not going to understand it. But you want me to give a performance, huh?
Wait a minute. I'll come out. We'll get this thing settled once and for all. Carl, you might as well take 5 minutes. I'll be right out.
Looks like we're going to be in for one.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Hugh?
Yeah?
You know what this is all about? Do you understand it?
Well, don't ask me, Bill. I'm neutral. I just want to get a timing on my closing announcement. We'll probably have cuts, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You want coffee, Will?
Yeah, Stace, would you? I know he wants to do a dress, Stace, but what's the use? I don't know what the narrator's talking about half the time, and the other half's a lot of nonsense anyway. I don't know what he wants me to do. As far as I'm concerned, he might have just as well fill the time with a half hour of music. I can't do this thing.
Oh, stop it. Sure. How do you want your coffee?
No, black.
Okay.
Been on my back all day long. Well, maybe he knows what he wants, but I don't.
All right. Now, just as soon skip the rehearsal if I can get you to understand the show. Take a chance of getting off the air on time. Cars, will you hold it down, please? Hold it quiet. Now, what's the problem, Bill?
Are you kidding, Tony? I don't understand any part of this thing.
Oh?
Ben?
Well, I don't see why not. Stacy.
Yeah?
Stacy, you want to tell him in a couple of words? Seems to me at this point it shouldn't take much more than that.
Oh, you just leave me out of it, Father. I've been through this before with you two, remember? Well, Scotty, you want to call a coffee shop?
I think there's a lot to be said for both sides.
All right, Carly. Right now I'd like to do the side that Bill's got to play. You want to tell him?
Well, I see your point,
Well,
Bill.
thank you, Carl.
Well, Tony wrote the script, and, well, he must have known what he had in mind. Didn't you, Tony?
Thanks a lot.
Well,
Fred? Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony, I wasn't listening. What page you on?
That's all right. It's all right, Fred. Oh, Mary Jane, you got any ideas?
Yeah, right now.
Well, I think, look, airwaves are something. You can't see airwaves, but they are something. And the sun rays, what are those rays? The sun rays. The cosmic rays. Now, they're something. You can't see them.
Well, how about sound? You know, the largest tree in the forest can fall, but unless the disturbed air caused by the crash reaches the eardrum of some living thing, there will be no sound.
Really?
All right, hold it down. This isn't getting us anywhere. Quiet, please, will you?
Tony, don't worry about them understanding it. I'm the guy who has the problem. I'm the guy saddled with 99 million words. Look, why don't you worry about me understanding? And I don't understand it, and I don't know where to start.
All right, Bill. Let's start at the beginning.
We've been through that.
All right, we'll do it again. Line 17. Hold it quiet, will you please? 17, definition, page 1.
It's pointless, Tony.
No. Not if it makes you understand. Line 17. Now, come on, Bill. Let's try it.
All right. Nobody. A noun. Meaning no person. No one. Hence, a person of no influence, importance, or social standing. An insignificant person.
Okay, fine. Now, let's stop right there. Now, forget the script for a minute.
I'd be delighted.
Oh, come on, Bill. Now, I'm trying to get this thing done.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, now. Nobody. Meaning no person. No one. Hence, a person of no influence, no importance.
But they're not the same thing, Tony. They're separate and distinct. And besides, that's not what you're saying in the script.
Well, what am I saying?
You're saying nobody, no dash body, is really somebody.
That's right. In order for there to be a nobody, there has to be has to have been a somebody.
It's a play on words then, Tony, but it isn't logic.
But of course it is, Bill.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Now, wait a minute. Look here. Supposing you and Junior at home, telephone rings. It says...
Now, will you get that? It's probably for you anyway.
Yeah, honey, I will. No. Hello.
Who was it, honey?
I don't know. Nobody was there. They must have hung up.
Nobody was there, Bill. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
But there had to be somebody on the other end to ring your phone.
What's the point?
That particular nobody, the one on the phone, was somebody.
Not when I answered the phone, he wasn't.
Let me finish now. That's one nobody. All right, now here's another one. You're home. It's dinner time. Somebody comes to the door.
Bill, someone's at the door. I'm getting the dog's food ready.
Okay, I'll go. Lisa, honey, will you please be quiet?
Who was it?
Nobody. No, probably some kids.
Nobody, Bill. But somebody rang the doorbell. Junie said someone was at the door.
I'm not arguing with you,
up to now, though, you follow me.
I understand that when I go to the door, there's no body at the door. The absence of a body.
Nobody.
All right. Nobody.
And the same thing with nothing. Nothing can also be something.
Well, let's finish with nobody first.
No. They tie up. Now, you don't understand what I'm trying to say in the script, Bill, that nobody is really somebody and nothing is always something. That's the whole idea. They're inseparable. Now, look, let's take nothing.
Go ahead.
You're upstairs. You're in bed. And now you've put the light out, and you're almost asleep, and suddenly Junie turns over and shakes you.
Bill.
What?
Bill, I heard something downstairs.
What is it?
Wake up. Bill.
What is it?
I heard something.
Where, honey?
Downstairs.
Oh, darling, the dogs would have barked. Now go to sleep.
No, I heard it again just... Now, there is something, Bill.
Oh, right. Seems to me you're always hearing something.
Well, I did. Listen.
Oh, it's probably a tree branch.
No, it isn't.
We should wear earplugs.
Be careful.
Of what?
You look all over downstairs, Bill. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. So you go back upstairs, and Junie says to you...
What was it?
I told you nothing. There's nobody there, nothing at all.
Nothing there. Nobody there. But you both heard a sound.
Well, you say we did. I didn't, Tony. Besides, why have I always got to be the one who answer the phones and the doorbells and get up in the middle of the night? Why don't you let her do
That's
it?
funny. Well, no, let's not be funny. I'm as sick of this thing as you are, Bill.
I doubt that,
We've got a show to put on the air in about 40 minutes, and it's going to go on. Now, will you please try to help?
You haven't said anything new, Tony. I know what you're getting at. You're saying nobody, nothing, are somebody and something. Tangible somebodies and somethings, but they're not, Tony. Now, If you want to make a play on words, that's all right with me, but what you're asking me to do is make reality out of fantasy, and that's the way you want me to play it. But I can't do it, Tony. It can't be done. It's not logic, and we can sit here for 10 hours. That's not going to change anything.
But you do agree that nobody is the absence of somebody?
Obviously.
As an example.
Oh, that's not. I don't want any more
example. As an example, you're a policeman. You get a call about a murder. You go to the scene of the crime, and while you're there...
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, you...
I'd like to be able to run through the closing before we go on the air. There are a couple of
That's
things...
all right. We'll have time. Now, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Look, Tony, why don't we just forget about it? I'll do the best I can.
No. This may help to straighten it out. Now, look, you're a policeman. You go to the scene of a crime.
Yeah.
When you get there, the officer on the beach's waiting for you.
What happened?
Near as I can find out, there's been a murder, sir. The witnesses report hearing shots and a scream. They're right over there. You want to talk to them?
Where's the body?
Well, that's the funny part about it. There isn't one. No body.
What do you mean, no body? You said a murder's been committed.
Yeah, I know, but when I got here, there was no body anywhere around.
Well, what happened to it?
I don't know, sir. Nobody seems to know.
Now, that's the absence of somebody, some corpse. In other words, no corpse, no body.
Go on.
And the officer says nobody seems to know. Now, that's a different nobody, Bill.
So?
But the nobodies who don't seem to know anything about the missing bodies are the witnesses, right?
Yeah.
And the witnesses are somebodies, but they're also nobodies.
Look, Tony,
Bill.
I'm tired. I'd just as soon drop the whole thing. You're right. You are right. I can do the show, and I will do the show.
And you understand it?
No, I don't understand it, Tony. All you've managed to do is make it even more confusing.
Well, I think we're on the right track. You'll see it in a minute.
Well, I just as soon not.
Well, we've gone this far. Now, let's finish.
None of this has got anything to do with the script I've got to do, though, Tony.
Bill, it's got everything to do with it if you'll just be open-minded about
Look, you're very convincing. If you want 2 and 2 to make 5 for the sake of argument, you can do it. With fantasy, you can do anything. I agree with you. 2 and 2 make 5. But it isn't logic, Tony. It's fantasy. That I can play if you want me.
But I don't want you to play it as a fantasy, Bill. I want you to play it as a realistic piece because it is reality.
We're back where we started.
Are you deliberately trying to be arbitrary, Bill?
Oh, come off. Knock it off.
I mean
Tony.
it.
Listen, I'm just an actor. You wrote this epic. You're directing it. Now, if you can make me understand what you want, I'll play it for you. It's not my fault if you're inarticulate.
Or you're so blasted obstinate that you won't see what I'm trying to say.
What? What are you trying to say? I wish
quiet
you'd
down,
tell me.
please.
Look, if I can't understand, how do you expect the audience to, huh? I've got a wonderful idea. Why don't you play this thing yourself, and I'll go sit in your little control room and wave my finger at you. How about
If it
that?
weren't so late, Bill, I'd try that.
I'll bet you would, yeah. That's a nice piece of arrogance.
Do you mind if we get into personalities after the show, Bill?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. I'm
That's
sorry,
right.
fellas.
It's all right. It's all right. It's
Sure.
my fault, too. Now, look, I'm trying to see your side, Bill. I really am. Will you just do one thing for me? Now, maybe this will clear it up.
Yeah, sure. What?
Turn to page 21. 21.
Yeah.
Line 8. No. Let's start on 10. Yeah, that's it. That great assemblage of
Yeah, I got
nobody's
it.
line 10.
I got it. Who are they? That great assembly of nobodies. Where do they come from? But why should I be afraid? They're non-existent. They can't. They don't affect me.
Well?
Well?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
What, Tony? Who are the nobodies? Where did they come from? Will you tell me? I still don't get it.
Bill, by the time you get to that speech, you've already been answering the question for 20 pages, and you can't even see it.
No,
now.
I can't see
Oh,
it.
Lord. Hold it, Stacy, will you? Bill, that's the whole point of the show. You, the narrator, tells the audience that nobodies are somebodies. You spend 20 minutes doing it, but the twist at the end is that because you're so logically minded, so analytical, you're not flexible enough to encompass the enormity of the truths you've been saying.
Are you talking about me now or this character I'm
The
playing?
character.
All right. Now for me, huh? Little old Bill, you tell me. Where did they come from, Tony? I'm as stupid as this character I'm playing. Where do these nobodies come from?
Okay, you said it somewhere back on 10, 11, doesn't matter. Look, I'll give it to you simply.
Yeah, you do that. You make it very simple.
Don't
for me,
worry,
huh?
I will.
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh, what?
I'll be able to get that timing on the close one eye in case you want some cuts. We've only got 20 minutes.
You'll have time, Hugh, before air. Now, don't worry.
Thank you.
I don't know why I took this call. I could have gone fishing today.
Well, nobody twisted your arm.
Oh, don't say nobody that way, please.
All right. Now, look. Just keep an open mind and listen.
Okay, open mind and I'm listening.
Nobodies are really somebody.
You said that.
I'm saying it again. All the nobodies we hear about, the nobody on the phone, nobody at the door, all of them, they're somebody. Where do they come from? Well, all right. Let's say you and I go out for lunch, dinner.
Yeah?
We're having a drink. Somebody comes into the restaurant, anyone. You see him, I don't know him, but you do. You lean across the table to me and you say,
"Hey, Tone, look over there. See that fella coming in with a blonde?"
Yeah.
Oh, what a bum. That's the biggest nobody in the business. Let me tell you what he did.
Now, Bill, what did you call him?
I called him a nobody, Tony. I know what you're getting
you
at.
better let me tell you what I'm getting at. It'll save time. All right, now. That nobody that you saw in the restaurant, let's say he died about a year later.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
And what happened to him?
Well, he became Bridie Murphy. Huh?
All right, Bill, now
I'm
look.
sorry, go on.
He died. He died and became one of that great assembly of nobodies.
Uh-huh.
He's one of them. Like all the others. Everybody who's ever been called a nobody, after they die, they come back. They're the nobodies who ring doorbells and aren't there when you answer, who ring phones and hang up.
Oh.
Well, now you do understand?
Well, I understand, Tony. That this is a very cute fantasy, Tony, a play on words. All the slobs I've ever called nobodies come back to haunt me, huh? Oh, well, this I understand, and it's very clever, and it's very cute.
And you really understand?
I said I understand.
Good. And do you understand that those nobodies, they don't like being nobodies, they want to be somebody?
Kind of neurotic ghosts, huh? Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. For a fantasy, Tony.
Yeah. Now, that's fine, that's fine. Now, you've got half of it, Bill. What you call the fantasy, what I call the fantasy of the show. But there's also the logic in the show.
No?
Clear, cold logic, realism, fact. I don't care what you call it, Bill, and I guess this is the thing that's throwing you, the combination of the two.
Must be.
The character you're playing doesn't believe in ghosts. So that nobody who rings the bell has to have substance for you. Therefore, he is somebody.
No, he isn't, Tony. He's the absence of the somebody. If nobody's standing outside my door, somebody isn't standing out there either.
That's right. He was gone when you answered. But he's somebody. He's somewhere around. He has to be.
You know, I got a wonderful idea. Why don't you sell this routine to Abbott and Costello? It's better than Who's on First.
That's fine. You're a big help, Bill. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Now,
all
hold it.
Look, Tony, we've taken long enough over this. Just tell me how you want me to play it, and let's get the thing over with, huh?
Realistically, Bill, that's all.
Now, that's all.
You asked me to tell you how I wanted you to play it. I've told you.
You can't combine fantasy and realism,
No,
Tony.
you can't, Bill, and I can. I've done it, and there's the script.
All right, then I'm a lousy actor. I'm sorry.
So am I, but that's not getting the show on the air.
Look, let me ask you something. You want me to read this stuff straight, huh? And believable?
That's right.
The fantasy part, too?
Yes, but you make it fantasy, remember, only because you don't want to believe that it's logical, that it's happening. It's your way in the story of running away from reality.
I'm running away from nobody.
Yes,
huh?
you are.
Oh, well, boy, that's pretty scary stuff, that is. Oh, if I don't watch out, all the nobodies will come some dark night and get me, huh? Well, that's real strong stuff. It's raw and true to life and documentary.
You know, Bill, that's not a bad idea. The nobodies all over the world, they don't like people like you. You're a somebody. A big somebody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis.
Mm-hmm. And people like you, somebodies like you, call them nobodies. Make them nobodies. And the poor swine, they try to get even.
Ringing doorbells.
Mm-hmm, but it doesn't really get them even. It's a pretty empty victory. Now, the one with the least influence, importance, the most insignificant nobody of all, he's the one who gets a thought.
We'll make a list. We'll make a list of everybody, anybody who's done this to us, made us what we are, nobodies. We wanted to be somebodies all our lives, and They pushed us down, squashed us. So we'll just make a list.
You mean a list through all the ages?
Oh, no. Just the dangerous ones, the somebodies living today.
What'll we do with them?
What they've done to us.
Make them nobodies?
Well, why not?
But how? We've tried murder. They always catch somebody for the crime. They don't believe that nobody did it. They don't believe in nobody.
Well, we can make them believe. We'll make all those big, important, influential somebodies like us. But the only difference is they won't have to be dead first. They'll just disappear right off the face of the earth.
But how can we do it? How can we make them disappear?
Well, we use the same method with them as we do with ourselves when we ring a doorbell or make a noise in a house at night. Dissolution. They'll vanish. Poof.
Do you think it would work? Surely it must have been tried before.
Well, not that I've heard. At least it's worth the effort. And I know who we'll start with.
Who?
An actor. I remember what he used to call me. He thinks he's a big somebody. An actor. His name's William Conrad. Yes, sir, we'll start with William Conrad, and when I'm finished with him, he'll be the greatest nobody, the most worthless nonentity in all of existence throughout time.
You know, I'm getting pretty sick of this, Tony.
What, Bill?
You sitting there making snide remarks about me.
No, nonsense. I'm a writer. I've outlined a fable. It's just an extension of the story we're supposed to be doing in about 10 minutes. Maybe someday I'll make it the sequel.
Not with me, you won't.
Oh, come on, I'm only kidding.
I don't feel like kidding, Tony.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to do. Look, you might as well relax until airtime, Bill. Take it easy. I got to go in and time Hugh's closing. Hugh Douglas.
Ready, Mr. Ellis.
Hey, Tony, wait a minute.
Hold it, Hugh. Yes, Bill.
Look, let me get one thing straight, huh? I know it's a little late and we'll probably never agree, but for my own ego as an actor, I'd like to have at least some idea of what I got to do with your script, huh?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, now you say this show's logical, forgetting the fantasy, and, well, so help me for the last time. You say that in reality, in substance, nobody and nothing are absolutely and definitely somebody and something, right?
That's right. The whole story's built on that premise.
And you believe that, huh?
Yes, you know I believe it.
Now, this isn't a philosophical discussion, huh?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
All right, will you grant me this? If I can prove to you that you're wrong, and, well, I'm not just saying this because I want to be right, but if I can prove to you that you're wrong, will you come over and, on my side of...
Are we going to do this thing?
All right, now hold it quiet. Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look, I'm just trying for the last time to understand this thing, huh? Now, look, if I prove that you're wrong, that you're making a play on words, that it's a matter of semantics, this nobody-somebody business, will you let me play the show for what I think it is, a very nice, imaginative piece, but not to be taken for anything else. Not realism, not logic, just pure romantic fantasy.
Bill, dear old Bill, if you can prove that in 5 minutes, you sing the part if you want to. Do anything you want with it. But if not, will you do it my way? Will you try to make it realistic?
Okay, Tom. You got a deal. Who's that behind you, Tony?
Well, nobody. Nobody there.
Ah, there, you see? Nobody there. Nobody there. Am I right?
Yeah.
Did you hear anybody, Tony, anything behind you before I told you to turn around?
No.
And there wasn't anybody, was there?
No.
You're sure now?
Well, come on. Yes, I'm sure. So what?
Hugh, no. Turn around. Face me, Tom. Hugh, you mind standing behind Tony and making a noise, saying something?
Mr. Ellis, I wish we could time that closing. It's getting awfully close to airtime, you know.
Did you hear him, Tony?
Well, of course I heard him.
Well, turn around.
Oh, come on now.
Is somebody there? Turn around, Tony. Take a look.
All right. All right, now what does that prove?
Somebody's there, Tony, right now. Hugh Douglas. But a minute ago, when you turned around, nobody was there. Nobody. You see? And that nobody wasn't somebody. Now, was it? All right, now, look at this table. Right here. You see anything?
No.
There's nothing on the table, huh? Nothing. No thing. You can't hear it, you can't see it, you can't feel it because it doesn't exist. Am I right?
No, all right.
There's nothing there.
Please, let's have it quiet. All right, go on.
All right, now. What's that, Tony?
Well,
It's a quarter, right?
Yes, it's a quarter.
A quarter. Something, huh? You see it, you feel it, you even heard it when I threw it on the table. But the nothing on the table a second ago wasn't something until I threw that quarter down there. Now, was it?
Mr. Ellis, we've only got 3.5 minutes. If you're going to want to make any cuts, I've got
all right, Hugh, all right. In a minute. We'll have time now, don't worry. Well, let me think a minute, Bill.
Oh, well, go ahead, Tony. We've got all kinds of time.
There's nothing.
You see, Tony, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We got a nice fantasy to play
Wait
here,
a minute.
but that's
Wait a minute.
all.
Will you let me think, please?
If you'll just accept the fact that it isn't logic and you'll let me play it as a fantasy, we'll have a good show, Tony. Well, a fair show, anyway. I'd know what to do with the part. I could understand how to play it, Tony.
Bill, I hate to admit it, but you know something?
What?
You're right. It's a play on words.
Well, thank you.
3 minutes.
Now it makes sense, huh? Oh, you know, it just wouldn't have worked, Tony, the other way. Me trying to play against what you've written, well, that's why I couldn't figure it out.
No, you're right, Bill. You are right, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and I've given you a bad time.
Oh, forget it, Tone. I'll admit you had me going for a while. You know, you can be awfully convincing when you want to be. I was beginning to wonder if 2 and 2 did make 4.
Well, I tell you, I'll buy you a drink after the show. Now, I'll make it 2 drinks.
Okay.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes, just a second, Hugh. Now, look, Cast, I'm sorry about that dress rehearsal, but will you just play it as you did on the first and second readings? It was fine, sounded fine. This nonsense of mine won't affect you. Bill knows what to do. My apologies.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh. Yeah, look, why don't you just make an optional 10-second cut? That ought to do it, and if I need it, I'll give you the signal, all right?
Well, I haven't even...
Hey, Tone, look, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Bill.
Look, you know, at the end of the script where I'm supposed to be afraid of the nobody's coming to get me, you know, do you think if I cut line 25 that maybe...
What?
Maybe...
Well, what, Bill?
What's that noise?
Well, I don't hear anything.
Listen, Tony, you didn't hear it?
No, it's just a ringing in your ears. Nothing.
But it is something.
Now, look, this
What's
is a good
that
cut
noise?
that Bill suggested. Cast, will you make this cut on page 21? Page 21, line 25, and that's cut, all right?
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Now, is Bill going to finish the speech, or do I...
What's the matter, MJ? Are you sick? Mary Jane?
Bill,
What?
he's gone.
Well, he's probably just gone up.
No, he was standing there right behind you. I was looking at him, and he just disappeared in front of my eyes.
What are you talking about? Bill? Bill?
Mr. Ellis, I've got to read this through.
Where's Bill?
Tony, he's standing right behind you.
Well, I know. Bill?
Farley, did you see him?
Did anybody see Bill?
I was looking at him. I saw him, and he just wasn't there.
Bill? Bill! Where did he go? Hey, Bill!
I've got to do this closing. Will somebody please time the closing?
What's going on out there?
I don't know. Bill Conrad seems to have disappeared or something.
Well, better go ahead anyway. We'll time the closing.
Okay. CBS Radio has presented the CBS Radio Workshop from Hollywood tonight, A Matter of Logic, which was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis. Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Ellis were heard as themselves. Others in our cast were Stacey Harris, Mary Jane Croft, Hugh Douglas, Parley Bear, Fred Mackay, Ben Wright, Robert Chadwick, and Bill James. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we again present the CBS Radio Workshop. Suppose 500 forest fires were going to break out tomorrow, and that 450 were going to be started by people like you. Fantastic? Not at all. Judging by past year's figures, that's exactly what we can expect, unless we agree to be careful and make man-made fires a thing of the past. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre. Sit back and lend us your fears. Have you ever seen a ghost? It is an experience of such horror as to turn your blood to ice. Oh, I know, there are those who scoff, but they have never met a ghost. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Driver, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Augusta Dabney and Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Do ghosts exist? Mel Stout doesn't think so, but his wife Liz feels differently. If it had been up to Liz, they'd never have bought Gormley Lodge on top of Manitou Mountain in Colorado. Why? Because according to local legend, the former owners, the Putnams, had been sent crashing to their death by a ghost driver who came at them head on. Now, in the living room of the lodge...
Liz, I've had it up to here with that brother of yours.
Oh, now,
I mean, he promised to help finish painting his living room before the Duncans arrived tonight, and where is he?
Now,
I'll tell you where he is. He is out on the slopes skiing, enjoying himself as usual.
Well, do you just be reasonable now. If we didn't have Rory, where would we get a ski instructor, I'd like to know? We certainly can't afford to hire one, any more than we could afford to have this place painted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I've got so darn much on my mind. Liz, I just hope that I haven't made the mistake of my life and yours.
We'll make a go of the lodge. We're off to a pretty good start. The Duncans arrive tonight, and they're booked for a full week. And the Todds and the Morgans arrive next week.
Yeah, and after that?
Well, darling, our newspaper ads ought to get us more customers. Just ask yourself, darling, what would you rather be doing now? Painting the living room of your own ski lodge with paying guests arriving tonight? Or slaving away at your old accounting job in Aspen?
Well, at least that brought a check in every week.
Oh, Nell, you've wanted to be your own boss for years. And so we bought this old mansion on top of Manitou Mountain to start our own ski lodge. The old Gormley Mansion. And we're going to keep at it until we make a success of it.
Liz, you're marvelous.
Oh, there's somebody at the front door. I'll get it. Oh, Mrs. Gormley.
Come to pay you a visit, Miss Stout. My first formal visit.
Well, that's very good of you, Mrs. Gormley. Well, won't you come in?
All right, Jason, you heard the lady. Wheel me in.
Yes, Mother.
You know my son, Jason. You've met?
Yes, briefly. Mel, the Gormleys have come to pay a visit.
I see you, Mrs. Gormley. Jason. Hope you don't mind if I finish this painting.
Oh, go right ahead. I'd give you a hand, old as I am, but my arthritis keeps me in this wheelchair. Jason, why don't you...
No, thanks. I couldn't think of asking a fine arts painter to do...
Fine arts. You hear that, Jason? Mr. Stout complimented you. Called the mountain scenes you paint fine art.
Well, they are. Why, I saw some of them in the ski shop in town. They're very good. Do you sell many?
A few.
Oh, just enough to cover the cost of the paint and canvas. Oh, yes, and a quart of whiskey now and then.
Mother, please.
Well, now, if they don't hear it from me, Jason, they'll hear it from others.
A drink now and then.
Now and then. Tell the Stouts how you play Russian roulette with that old revolver of your father's when you're drunk.
Stop it, Mother. Stop it.
Perhaps you'd like some coffee, Mrs. Gormley, or tea. It won't take a minute.
No, thank you. We won't be here that long. Now, I've come to do for you what I did for the Putnams. Them that bought my house out from under me 3 years ago.
Out from under you? Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that we have done that? Forced you out of your house?
Well, haven't you? Oh, it's not your fault. Jason's father left us destitute. Left me destitute, I should say. With a son too lazy to support his old mother. So I had to sell this beautiful place.
Mother, the Stouts aren't interested in all this past history.
Well, they'd better be. If they value their lives.
Value our lives?
Well, Mr. Halliday didn't tell you, of course.
Tell us what?
About how the Putnams met their death.
Why, yes. The real estate man told us about the accident.
That was no accident. No more than my husband's death was an accident.
He died in the same way? His car crashed off the bridge into the gorge?
Right. 800 feet down into the gorge. To the rocks 800 feet below. But no accident. Suicide.
The Putnams didn't commit suicide.
Not them. My husband, Jason Sr., raving drunk and suicidal, but theirs was no accident either, the Putnams. He drove them off that bridge. Who? My husband.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Gormley. If your husband was dead...
Hi, I'm back.
Oh, sure. Naturally, Rory. Now, the painting job is nearly done.
Oh, now, don't get uptight, Mel. I just didn't remember it till I was out on the slopes. Hi, Mrs. Gormley. Jason. Paying a little social call?
It's anything but social.
Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that your husband, even though he was dead, somehow killed the Putnams?
Liz, come on now.
All right, I'll tell you. After my husband's death, when I realized I'd been left penniless, that I'd have to sell this place, I fell into a state of depression. When the Putnams bought Gormley Lodge, well, they were going to use it as a winter home, not turn it into a ski resort like you. When they bought it, and I had to move into the little guest house, I was so sad I thought I'd die. For days and days I sat and wept, and then one night, my husband come to me.
Your husband? You dreamed?
It was no dream. Oh, it was my husband. His ghost.
Oh, for the love.
Rory.
He stood at the foot of my bed, and he begged my forgiveness for leaving me a pauper and breaking my heart. And he said, Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley House again. And then he vanished. The very next night, the Putnams crashed through the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Well, accidents do happen.
It was no accident. Now, the real estate man didn't tell you the whole story. Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell just what had happened. Well, you can ask the sheriff. The Putnams didn't go off the bridge by accident. They were driven off it. Forced to swerve off it by an oncoming car. A car driven by a skeleton.
Good heavens.
That's what I wanted to tell you. And now you know. Good day.
Well, what kind of a put-on is this? She's trying to scare us out of here.
I'm trying to save your lives.
You're trying to get back into this house. That's what you're doing. Just the way you moved back after the Putnams got killed and lived here a full 3 years until now.
Rory, have some respect for the...
Respect? No way. She may be old, but she's as shrewd as they come. She frightens you off, then moves back in again and stays until some other sucker comes along.
I warn you.
Just let us know when your husband's ghost shows up again.
It did.
What?
Last night.
Oh, man, this is the neatest ripoff I've
Shut
ever...
up, Rory. Will you... Your husband's ghost? Last night?
Yes. And he used the same words. Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley Lodge again. Oh, I beg you, listen to me. The Putnams wouldn't and went to their death.
Oh, Mrs. Gormley, you're really out of sight. You know...
You, so smart. You're so sure of yourself. You think he isn't watching and listening, my husband? Do you think he doesn't know how you insulted me? And you think he'll not repay you? Oh, yes. If people are to die this time, too, you will be the first. Now, be warned. Jason, wheel me back. Be warned.
Rory, you shouldn't have talked to Mrs. Gormley like that.
You didn't spring for that crazy story, did you?
I don't know. I wonder.
What, Liz?
Mel, call the sheriff. Find out if Mrs. Gormley's telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Liz. I look like a fool. Anyhow, I've got to finish this paint job. What? Liz, you're not...
I must find out.
Suit yourself. You always do.
Sheriff Harper speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, this is Elizabeth Stout calling. We're the new owners of Gormley House.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mrs. Stout?
Well, we just had a visit from Mrs. Gormley.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Stout, only she can be a little hard to take, getting on in years.
Yes, well, what I wanted to ask you... Of course, you remember the accident to the Putnams 3 years ago, crashing off the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Yes, I remember.
Well, according to Mrs. Gormley, Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell you what had caused the accident. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
And what did she tell you?
Well, now, Mrs. Stout, she was near death. Maybe out of her head with pain and shock.
What did she tell you, Sheriff? Did she tell you that they had been forced to swerve off the bridge because of another car that came straight at them? A car with a skeleton driving it?
Well, as I said, she was out of her
Did
head.
she?
Yes, that's the story she told me.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So?
Mrs. Gormley told the truth.
Oh, the Putnam woman was dying. Anybody in that condition is liable to say anything.
I suppose.
Now, look, just get off it, Liz. We put our life savings, every cent we've got in this place, and I'm not leaving, ghost or no ghost.
Well, speaking of leaving, I'd better get on down into Manitou and pick up the Duncans at the airport.
Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory. Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory.
This is some road, Rory. You drive it often? In the dark, I mean?
A few times, Mr. Duncan.
Well, it's frightfully steep and curvy.
Now, don't push the panic button, Mrs. Duncan. I'll get you to the top of Manitou Mountain safe enough. You'll be enjoying a hot toddy in front of the fireplace at Gormley Lodge before you know it.
Maybe you better slow down a little.
Oh, it's okay. That was just a patch of loose shale. You much of a skier, Mr. Duncan?
Oh, I do okay. My wife will need some lessons, though. I take it Gormley Lodge has a pro.
Oh, the best.
Me? Well, fine. Say, this road is steep and curvy. Must be pretty spectacular.
Views, I mean, in the daytime.
It's spectacular enough right now, what I can see in the headlights.
We've got some views, all right. Here's one. It's real cool. From the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Steep?
800 feet straight down. Yeah, it's too bad there isn't a moon tonight. I'd stop on the bridge and let you have a look.
What's that sound?
We're crossing the bridge now. A wooden bridge over Gormley Gorge. About 500 feet across. Hey, what's it?
Lights of a car. Coming fast. That damn fool is coming straight at us.
Get over!
A skeleton driving that car. Hey, we're going off the bridge!
I'll be back shortly with Act 2. If you have the nerve to return, that is.
Hello, Chucks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taster meter crazy. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got? How about a no-cook dinner for a change? Serve a delicious spread of sliced meats, cheeses, salads, and crisp rolls from ShopRite's appetizer counter. You'll love the freshness, the fine quality, and the pleasing variety. This week's best buys are ShopRite freshly sliced chicken roll, half pound, 69 cents. Imported Switzerland Swiss cheese, half pound, 89 cents. ShopRite liverwurst, 99 cents a pound. Fresh macaroni salad, 39 cents a pound. So relax. Pick up a ready-to-eat dinner at the ShopRite appetizer counter. She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Hello, Amco. My automatic transmission just got automaticing. I was wondering, do you service Chevrolets?
Do we service those sensational Chevrolets? Ma'am, Amco has serviced over 3 million automatic transmissions of all kinds. Nearly 900,000 Chevrolets alone.
Ooh.
Do we service Chevrolets? George, pitch pipe, please.
Chevy Nova and Impala and the Bel Air and Camaro and the Chevy too.
Oh, my.
Yep, we know them. Every Chevrolet automatic make and model on the road today, from the oldest Biscayne to a bright, spanky Caprice. By the way, what sort of Chevy did you say you had?
A Chevy Mustang.
Well, no matter. Nobody knows your automatic transmission better than Amco. AA MCO.
There are over 500 AMCO centers coast to coast. Consult your yellow pages for the AMCO center nearest you. AA MCO. AMCO. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station.
Terror, unless you have experienced it, is only a word. I could employ all the art at my command, my voice, the words I choose, to convey to you the full impact of terror. Yet, I know I should fail, even as Michael Duncan fails now in telling his story to Sheriff Harper on the bridge over Gormley Gorge the next morning.
Terror? You say you experienced terror?
What would you experience, Sheriff? Delight?
Mr. Duncan, I'm only trying to get at what happened here last night.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Stout, what is it?
Will it be much longer before they get the bodies up?
Hard to say. Why?
I'd like to get back to the lodge. My wife is alone, and you can imagine her condition after hearing of her brother's death. Say nothing of how it happened.
Sure, you go ahead. I'll let you know when you're needed to identify the bodies. I'm sorry about your brother-in-law, Mr. Stout, and the publicity.
Publicity?
And this is the second time the ghost driver has struck.
Ghost driver?
And the news has got out. I hear they're sending reporters over from Aspen.
That's great. That's just what I need. That'll end my ski resort business for good. Not that it ever got started.
Wait a few minutes and I'll ride back up with you. Nothing I can do either till they recover Jill's body.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. Duncan. You can give me a full account.
Now, look, Sheriff, I've told you all I know. We were driving across this bridge when we saw this other car coming straight at us. Stout's brother-in-law was driving. He swerved to avoid the oncoming car and went through the guardrail. In the split second between swerving and going through the rail, I leapt clear and saved myself. I wish I could say the same for that boy and Jill, my wife.
About the skeleton at the wheel of the other car.
Why do you keep harping on that?
Because it's something to harp on. If you saw a skeleton driving that car...
I didn't.
You said...
I know what I said, but I've got to be wrong. I couldn't have seen what I thought I did.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in skeletons driving cars. I don't believe in ghosts.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Duncan. All I'm after is a complete report. The facts.
All you're after is the publicity you're going to get out of this. Put you on the map, won't it, Sheriff? Why, you might even get a job in one of the big Colorado ski resorts like Aspen or Vail.
That'll be enough, Mr. Duncan. You can go. I'll phone the lodge when I need you.
Mrs. Gormley.
Well, invite me in, Miss Stout.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. I'm surprised to see that you're not in a wheelchair.
Oh, it depends on how bad my arthritis kicks up. Sometimes I can walk with a cane, like now.
I see.
Is your husband home?
No. He's down at the bridge with Mr. Duncan.
Oh, the fella whose wife got killed, huh?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about your brother, too. Even though he asked for it.
Mrs. Gormley,
Your
I
brother's
just can't talk
dead
about it.
because he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't heed my warning. Now you listen, child. You heed my warning. Make your husband listen and take warning, too. You leave this place. Leave it today.
Don't think I wouldn't. We wouldn't if we could. But we can't. Oh, our savings are tied up in Gormley Lodge.
Listen to me, listen. Now, my dead husband came to me again last night. And he promised me again I'd return to this house.
You love this old house, don't you?
Well, it was my life. You're a woman. You understand how that is.
Yes.
I came here a bride 40 years ago. Jason, Senior, that is. He was just starting his career as a painter. Jason, my son, was born here. There was another child, a little girl. She died here. No, this house isn't made of wood and stone.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think they've come back. Yes, my husband and Mr. Duncan are back.
Well, I'll go then.
Oh, well, Mrs. Gormley, I'm going to put some coffee on. You stay. Have a cup.
No, I can't bear to go on looking at people who I know are going to die.
What's this? Die? Who's going to die now?
You are, Mr. Stout. You and your wife. If you don't heed my warning and leave as soon as possible.
Now, what's all this, Stout? Who is this woman?
Jessica Gormley used to own this place.
Oh, the woman you told me about. The one who claims her husband's ghost visits her.
I don't just claim it. It's true. Who are you?
My name's Michael Duncan.
Oh, yes. The one whose wife went to her death in the gorge last night. Well, you take my advice, too. You leave here. Leave as fast as you can.
How about a drink, Stout?
Oh, so you two won't listen. The ghost driver killed your wife last night, and yet you won't listen. Well, let me warn you once and for all.
What was that?
A shot. It was a gunshot.
Jason! Oh, it's happened. He's killed himself. Oh.
She's fallen. Liz, help her up and keep her here. Duncan, you come with me.
Coming. Yeah, Mr. Stout. What do you want?
Oh, you're okay, Jason.
We heard a gunshot.
What of it?
Well, we've heard of you and your little games like Russian roulette, and we thought that you...
I'd shot myself? No such luck. Come in if you want to.
Oh, well, The gunshot we heard.
I fired it. Deliberately.
You fired that shot deliberately?
You ask a lot of questions for someone I haven't even met.
This Mike Duncan, he and his wife are to be my first guests. It was his wife who got killed last night.
Oh. I'm sorry. How did you escape?
Flung myself from the car just before it went through the guardrail.
Well, you'd better keep an eye out for the old man's ghost. He'll be after you.
Mr. Gormley, I don't believe in ghosts. Now, why did you fire that revolver?
What business is it? All right. I'll tell you. You'll think it's nutty.
I'm sure.
I've been playing Russian roulette with this gun for years. Ever since my father died. And I always win. Or lose, depending on how you look at it.
And how do you look at it, Jason?
I give it to you straight, Mr. Stout. I want to lose. For years now, I've picked up the gun like this. Oh, no, not every day. Maybe once a week. Once every other week. Whenever the mood comes on me. And I put it to my temple. Like this.
Wait a minute.
Don't worry. Gun's empty. I haven't put in a fresh bullet yet. You see, the reason I deliberately fired that bullet I had in this gun was to find out if the thing was a dud. It wasn't.
Too bad.
May I shake your hand, Mr. Duncan? You're the first man I've ever met who says what he thinks.
You want to kill yourself? Go ahead.
I like you. You do speak your mind. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to this painting of mine. By the way, what do you think of it?
Pretty lurid, isn't it?
That's just the right word for it, Mr. Stout. See? There's the car swerving and crashing through the bridge. The oncoming ghost car with the skeleton at the wheel. All in flaming color. I knock out one an hour. I slap a frame on it and I sell it in Manitou for $20. So excuse me, will you? Business is going to pick up, thanks to last night. And I want to be ready to supply the demand.
It's been a rough 24 hours, Miss Stout. It's a nice chair. Just right for sitting in front of a fire. Cost you plenty, I'll bet.
Yes, plenty. But that isn't what I'm thinking about.
You're thinking about your brother and my wife lying in their coffins at the undertaker's in Manitou.
Yes, and also that even a small village like Manitou has an undertaker.
Birth, death, taxes. The only sureties in life, Mrs. Stout.
Les.
Mike. I like your husband.
Me too.
He told me about everything. About what getting this ski resort means to you. Your life savings invested, all that.
All down the drain, I'm afraid.
The publicity?
What else? Every reservation's canceled. Well, all except one. But that'll come in, too.
It has, Liz.
Yes?
There it is. Please cancel my reservation for next week, Frank Norton. Has a family of 4. Telegram phoned in from Aspen. Anybody got a sponge?
A sponge?
So I can throw it in. I'm through, Mike.
You always give up this easy?
What do you mean, easy?
Just that. Do you always fade when the going gets tough? Well, this is the time to start fighting. Does it make good sense to let all this go down the drain because somebody's playing a trick on you? A murderous trick?
Do you think it's a trick?
What else could it be? A skeleton driving a ghost car? What else but a trick? Well, what else?
You were in that car last night. You saw. And it was a skeleton behind the wheel of the oncoming car. You told the sheriff that. You can still say
that it was a trick, yes.
What kind of trick? Damn it, Mike, you admit you saw a skeleton driving a car, but you can still call it a trick? See, I see you don't answer.
Look, Mel, I'm a practical man, a businessman. You think being a businessman is simple? Oh, no. I've had troubles that would make yours look like nothing. Today you won't find anybody more successful than me. But I've been bankrupt twice. Yes, and paid off every cent. How? Well, not by running away, the way you want to, but by standing up and fighting. And that's what you've got to do right now.
How? You tell me how, and I'll do it.
Look, we'll do it together. I've got a stake in this, too, you know. My wife is dead. Murdered. Yes, murdered. Not by a ghost, but by a trick. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to find out who played that trick and make him pay.
And you don't think it's a ghost?
Do you? Answer me. Do you believe in ghosts? Did you believe before you came here and ran into this mess you're in?
Well, no, I didn't.
Then why start believing now? Ghosts, my foot. Mel, this is a trick. Somebody wants to stop you from turning Gormley Lodge into a ski resort. And if you ask me, it's the Gormleys. One or the other or both is behind all this. Or that sheriff down in Manitou.
The sheriff? Oh, Mike, you don't really think that the
I don't know what to think, Liz. All I know is that somebody's behind this, and those are the three likeliest suspects. Now, look, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I've got a brain, and I've got guts, and well, my wife is dead, my Jill. Well, I'm just going to find out who killed her, that's all.
The tougher they are.
You like a drink, Mike?
No, thanks. I'll be okay. Especially when I nail that murderer.
What have you got in mind?
Well, it'll be dark in about an hour. We take the car, Mel, you and me. We take the car, and we drive up and down that road, all night if necessary, to meet up with this so-called ghost driver. And when and if we meet up with him...
Yes? If and when you meet up with him, what?
We don't turn aside. We don't swerve out of his path and off the bridge. We drive straight at him and keep driving at him. If he's a ghost in a ghost car, we'll drive through him.
And if he isn't?
If he isn't? Well, if he isn't, it'll be one hell of a crash.
You out there listening, what would you do? If you were Mel Stout, would you accept Mike Duncan's challenge? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser Brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive Beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Thought you couldn't afford to fly to California this summer, TWA has some good news for you. You can. Thanks to TWA's demand schedule service, you can fly to California for only $125. Just make your reservations 90 days before you want to go and put down a $20 deposit for each way. For all the details, call your travel agent. TWA's demand schedule service. Now you can afford to fly to California.
Are now driving the twisting, precipitous mountain road that leads to Gormley Lodge. One, Mike Duncan, believes that the ghost driver they hope to meet is nothing but a trick. Mel Stout, his life savings, every penny at stake, has had no choice but to go along.
Mike, I'm bushed. Let's make this the last trip.
We're going to drive up and down this road till dawn. Yes, and night after night if we have to. Until we meet up with our so-called ghost driver.
This is the 6th time we've been up and down this mountain road.
Okay. Pull over. I'll drive. Get out your side. I'll slip behind the wheel.
Yeah. Hey, there's a car coming up behind us. Red light flash. That must be the sheriff. There's the sheriff, all right.
And Mr. Stout. Oh, and you, Mr. Duncan.
What are you doing here, Sheriff?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. I got a report from Mountain View House across the valley there that they were seeing headlights going up and down this road. Guess I don't have to tell you everybody around here's on edge after what happened last night. Now, what are you up to?
We're not up to anything, Sheriff. We're driving this road in hopes of meeting up with whoever or whatever killed my wife and Mr. Stout's brother-in-law.
Get yourselves killed in the bargain? Oh, no. You drive on up to Gormley Lodge, and when you get there, stay there.
You make that sound like an order, Sheriff.
That's what it is, Mr. Stout.
Well, I guess we better do like he says, Mike.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. This is a public road. We've got a right to be on it. Unless we're doing something that breaks the law, and we're not.
You're a kind of troublemaker, Mr. Duncan, aren't you?
Sheriff, I never go looking for trouble, but I know how to handle it when it comes my way. Now, either you arrest us for breaking some law or other, in which case you'd better be prepared to back it up, or I'll sue the town of Manitou and you for false arrest, or get off our backs.
I'm not on your backs. I'm trying to save your lives. Take my advice.
Advice, huh? I thought it was an order.
All right, wise guy. Have it your way. Go ahead and get killed and be damned to you.
Let's go, Mel.
You can sure sound tough, Mike.
No small-town sheriff pushes me around.
Well, he's only trying to do his job.
Maybe. And maybe not.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But that's what we're going to find out. Tonight, tomorrow night, or whenever. Now, there's the bridge ahead.
Yeah, maybe you better slow down.
No. If it's a ghost, we'll go through it. If it isn't...
Mike, headlights coming toward us.
Now, look, don't lose your nerve.
Coming closer. We're going to crash if you don't... Mike! Driving that car, it's Rory!
Your brother-in-law, my God!
Mel, Mike, I can't believe it.
Can't believe it myself, Liz. Not only what we saw, but getting out of it with our lives.
The fates were with us, Mel. I lost my nerve. I have to admit that. I just couldn't keep driving straight at that awful thing coming toward us. I couldn't help myself. I swerved at the last second.
Well, thank God we hit that stanchion instead of going off the bridge.
But Rory driving the other car, it's impossible. Rory's dead. We're burying him tomorrow.
Rory's dead, that's for sure. But it was Rory driving that car, that's for sure, too.
Then ghosts do exist? Mel?
Yes, huh?
After the funeral tomorrow, let's get out of here. Let's go away from this place as fast as we can.
And go where?
Oh, back to Aspen, of course.
Liz, we're broke. We haven't enough dough left for a motel room. Where would we stay? How would we live?
Mel, I didn't know things were that bad for you.
Putting this place back in shape cost me just about every penny I had.
Well, look, would a loan help?
You'd be willing to...
Well, sure. I like you two, and, well, the way things turned out, we've gotten to know each other real fast. Practically friends. So... Well, if you can use a loan...
That's generous of you, Mike.
It is generous of you, Mike, and I appreciate it, but... No, thanks.
What'll you do?
Do what you said I ought to do. Fight this thing.
Liz, Mike, if you ever come east, be sure to look me up.
We will, Mike.
Yes, of course.
You won't change your mind about the loan?
Can't. Would only be putting off what's bound to happen. Unless
Unless what?
Unless I can find the answer to what goes on here. There's something bothering me, something I feel that I saw somewhere but didn't pay much attention to at the time.
Well, what about it, this something?
It's just something that's bothering me is all. Something that just could give me the answer to all of this.
Well, good luck. You deserve it. Oh, there's the taxi that's going to take me to the airport. Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Mike.
Bye-bye, Mike,
Bye.
and thanks. Well, we'd better get on back, Liz. Liz, you coming?
Yes. Mel, you better know it now. No matter what you intend to do, I won't be staying. Mel, we've got to face the facts. Buying this place was a big mistake. I admit it now. But there's no sense in crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. So, darling, let's just turn our backs on it, walk away from it, and start again.
Start what again? The treadmill of office work? The dreary day-to-day monotony of auditing accounts, toting up figures? I can't bear to go back to that kind of life. I have got to make a go of this. I don't have any other choice.
But is it worth your life? Ghost or no ghost, Mel, it's killed 4 people. It would have been 6 if you and Mike Duncan hadn't been lucky enough to hit that stanchion. And it will be 6 if you insist on driving that road again tonight.
6? How do you make it 6?
Well, you don't think I'm going to let you do it alone, do you?
But at the funeral, you said that you weren't even going to stay.
Because I hoped that would change your mind. But it hasn't. So you see, I have no choice either.
Just like last night with Mike. From the top of the mountain down to Manitou, then back up again and again, and no sign of him.
But he did show, finally.
And Mike lost his nerve, swerved aside at the last second. Let's hope I don't lose mine.
Will it matter?
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your nerve, we'll go off the bridge. If you don't, and the ghost car isn't a ghost car, we'll be killed in a crash.
If there is a crash, but there won't be.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am. Remember at the cemetery I told Mike there was something I had seen but hadn't paid any attention to?
Yes.
And that if I could only remember what it was, I'd have the answer to all of this?
Yes.
Well, it's come to me. Driving up and down the mountain tonight, it suddenly came to me. See, it wasn't something I'd seen. It was something I'd heard and paid no attention to. Something I knew but didn't realize what it meant. And if I'm right, Liz, if I'm right...
What is it? What did you remember?
We're on the bridge now. Let me concentrate on driving.
Mel? Mel! Mel, there it is, the ghost car. It's coming straight for us.
Yes.
And behind the wheel, driving it, it's Rory! Oh, my God, it's Rory!
Oh, we buried Rory.
But then it's his ghost, Mel!
Get your hands off the wheel. Don't try to turn the wheel.
We're going to crash! Mel! Mel! Mel? What?
This time he swerved and he went off the bridge, just as I knew he would.
How? How did you know?
Later, Liz. Right now, we better get up to the lodge and phone the sheriff.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Gormley. Mel? Mrs. Gormley's here. Please, won't you sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Gormley. I'm sorry about last night.
I'm not.
Mrs. Gormley, Jason was your son.
Oh, he was the torment of my life. Every day I lived. Of course, I'm sorry he's dead, but... I can only be glad it's over for me.
Did you know that your son was the ghost driver?
I suspected, but I was never sure. You see, it was Jason who wanted to go on living here in this house far more than I did. Oh, you can understand. He was born here. He grew up here. Started his painting career here in a fine, big studio upstairs.
Tragic. Just tragic.
Even more tragic if it hadn't been for you. How did you come to know? What made you realize that my son was the ghost driver?
A gunshot.
A gunshot?
The shot he fired to see whether the bullet he used for playing Russian roulette was live or not.
Well, I don't follow you.
You see, something kept bugging me, Mrs. Gormley, but I couldn't nail it down because I kept thinking it was something that I'd seen. But then suddenly I realized it wasn't something I'd seen, but something I'd heard. That gunshot.
I still don't know.
It got me to thinking about Jason playing Russian roulette, playing with life and death. And that got me to thinking a step further. Sure, Russian roulette. Only a fool or a would-be suicide would play it. But the fact remains that the odds are in his favor. Every time Jason spun the barrel of that gun and pulled the trigger, the chances were 5-1 against firing the bullet.
Oh, but what was the connection between that and the ghost driver?
Driving a car straight at another car is just another form of Russian roulette.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, Sheriff Harper came to see me, and he said Jason was wearing a mask, a papier-mâché mask of your brother's face.
Yes, and it wasn't a very good likeness of my brother, but it didn't have to be. It looked enough like him to fool you when you saw it under those awful conditions. The night and the headlights and the car coming straight at you. Fear did the rest.
There must be another mask, the skeleton face.
Oh, there is. We searched the studio and we found it, Sheriff Harper and me. Yeah, well, it's all over. Jason's at peace at last. God knows I soon shall be. Well, good day. Funny, though.
What, Mrs. Gormley?
Well, we've searched and we've searched, but we couldn't find a mask of my husband's face.
What made you think there was one?
Well, you see, when I heard about the masks, I thought it must have been Jason who came and stood at the foot of my bed. Not my husband's ghost. But if it wasn't Jason, who was it? What was it?
An interesting question. What was it indeed? I'll be back shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
Introducing the greatest taste to come out of your toaster since Samuel Bath Thomas baked his original English muffins in 1880. Thomas's new onion English muffins. Little bits of real onion blended into Thomas's original English muffin recipe create a tangy taste that makes everything fantastic, like burgers and cream cheese and cold cuts. Even butter tastes better. Thomas's new onion English muffins. The greatest new taste since 1880. Thomas's promises.
Hey, Pat, how tall do you think she is? 300 feet if she's an inch, Luigi, and a fine lady she is.
The year 1886. While most New Yorkers were enjoying their first look at the Statue of Liberty, a few were enjoying their first taste of Thomas's bread and discovering it was every bit as delicious as Thomas's English muffins. Today, there's still never been a lady to equal the lady, or a bread to equal Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Here's news from Queen Elizabeth II. Now you can sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. I'll repeat that. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly back to New York free. She reaches Europe in 5 luxurious days. You have ample time for touring because you fly back. Meals and entertainment on board are included. A whole new crowd of people are discovering Queen Elizabeth II because she's affordable. And she's fun. She has 9 bars, 4 swimming pools, 3 nightclubs, a discotheque, a gymnasium, a sauna, a casino, and 3 of the finest restaurants in the world. Sail first class grades A to H and fly home free. Sail tourist grades L to Q and S to U and fly home half fare. Flights are British Airways economy. You can stay in Europe up to 16 days. Call your travel agent or Cunard at 212-983-2510. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. Great ships of British registry since 1840.
Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Mason Adams, Mary Jane Higby, Norman Rose, Nick Pryor, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program is furnished.
So it's a good idea not to wait till the last minute to apply. If you have to double-check what to bring with you, call any Social Security office. Someone there will be glad to help you. In the Denver metro area, call 232-3650.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For a brief moment, during the darkest night, we have a glimpse of ourselves and of our world, islanded in the stream of stars, pilgrims of mortality, voyaging between horizons across the eternal seas of space and time. Yes, for a moment, for only the briefest moment.
She was kidnapped, Sergeant.
That's right.
There were people on the street. Someone would have seen something. Are you sure she didn't run away?
She was kidnapped, Sergeant.
But if she were kidnapped, you'd have received a ransom note.
Is it possible for a girl to disappear without a trace? As if the earth just swallowed her up?
Our mystery drama, Wilhelmina Wilson, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Absence, said the Roman philosopher, makes the heart grow fonder. However, an unexplained absence is bound to make the heart grow anxious. Society takes note of this fact, which is why every police department has its Bureau of Missing Persons.
My name is Truesdale, Sidney Truesdale. Yes, Mr. Truesdale.
I'm his wife, Molly Truesdale.
The lieutenant downstairs.
At the desk. He said to see you.
Is Sergeant Keller? Yes. You wish to report a missing person? Well, now that you ask.
Sid, there's no way to get around it. She's a missing person.
Who are we talking about? Our daughter. And her name?
Margaret Truesdale. But she's known professionally as Margie True.
Margie True.
Yes, it's shorter, snappier than Margaret Truesdale. Yeah, that's not important. Besides, I'm sure he never even heard of her.
Now, I need some statistics. Female, huh? Margaret or Margie Truesdale or True. Age? 23.
She'll be 23. She's 22.
Hair?
Blonde. Natural.
Height?
5'9".
Weight?
125.
Now, how long has she been missing?
How long? About 3 hours, I should think. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. At least 4 hours.
Yeah, well, that's hardly enough time to be...
What were you going to say?
It's
hardly something to be concerned about.
Yes. Now, when was she due home?
Well, the library closes at 8:30.
Yes, she'd gone there to return a book.
She always comes right back.
She should have been home 9 o'clock at the latest.
Oh, she might have gone to a movie.
Well, she would have called us.
Besides, she doesn't like to go alone.
Just because a girl, actually a young lady, just because you haven't heard from her in 4 hours, she may have met someone.
She doesn't stay up late.
She can't. She's in training.
She is missing. There's nowhere she might have gone. Nowhere she's supposed to have gone except home. And that's 4 hours ago.
Sergeant, you have to find her.
Yes. Now, I suggest you go home.
What are you trying to do? Get rid of us?
I don't think you're taking this seriously, Sergeant.
Please, Mr. and Mrs. Truesdale, your place is home by the phone in case she's trying to reach you. Now, you saw her last...
At 6:30.
And she was wearing...
the cocoa brown slacks and an eggshell blouse.
She was carrying the beige sweater.
Do you have a picture of her?
See, I told you they'd want a picture.
Thank you. Oh, she's very pretty. Your address?
613 Delaware.
And the library's at the corner of Garfield.
So somewhere in those 8 blocks...
Right. We'll start the routine.
Routine? Routine, this is our daughter.
He means the police routine, Molly.
What are you going to do? I mean right now.
Well, we'll check out the hospitals.
Oh, how could you say a thing like that?
We'll do everything we can to find your daughter. Sergeant Keller. Oh, yeah, Marty. The Truesdale girl? Yeah, what have you got? Nothing, huh? Anything from the cop on the beat? Hospitals? How about the morgue? Oh, okay. Thanks.
May I help you?
Yes, I'm a police detective. My identification.
Oh.
Were you working here at the library last night, Miss Stacy?
Oh, yes, sir.
Till when?
Oh, well, Wednesday nights we close the library at 8:30.
Do you know Miss Margaret Truesdale?
Oh, yes.
What do you know about her?
What? Is she in any trouble?
I hope not.
Well, I really don't know very much about her.
Was she in last night?
Oh, yes, she was.
And what time did she arrive?
I'm not sure. I didn't see her come in.
Do you know when she left?
Oh, yes. At exactly 7:30.
You're sure?
Oh, absolutely. Because when she said goodnight to me, I remember saying to her, I've got 1 more hour to go.
Do you know anything at all about her?
Oh, she's a very pretty girl.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, let's see. She looks to be about 19. She comes in quite often, early in the evening. She reads for a while, and then she takes out a book and leaves.
Is she ever in here with anyone?
Oh, no. She's always alone.
Does she talk to anybody?
Just to me, as far as I know.
What do you talk about?
Oh, books, mostly.
What kind of books?
Fiction. Usually short stories.
Who's her favorite author?
Oh, I would say Edgar Allan Poe. See, there's one book she'd had out for quite a while. By that, I mean she'd keep renewing it.
And what book was that?
Well, as a matter of fact, she'd returned it last night. She said she'd finally bought herself a copy and didn't need ours anymore.
What's the name of the book?
Oh, William Wilson and Other Stories by Edgar Allan Poe. Why do you ask, Sergeant?
I'm just hoping one thing may lead to another.
May? What is this all about?
Miss Stacy, it seems you're the last person I can find so far who has seen Miss Truesdale since she left here last night.
I don't understand.
She disappeared.
Oh. Well, does anyone have any ideas as to why?
I came here to see if you have any ideas.
Well, as I said, I don't really know her. She's very quiet. She's been coming in for a long time. We say hello. We say goodbye. We occasionally pass the time of day while she checks out a book.
On those occasions, what do you talk about?
Oh, nothing. That is, nothing of any significance. Maybe the weather, if it's unusually hot or cold or rainy or dry.
And that's all?
Oh, yes. just about.
Miss Stacy, try to think. Did she ever say anything else?
Not really. Nothing significant.
It could even be insignificant.
Oh, Sergeant, I wish I had some idea of what you want.
Yes, so do I. You see, at 7:30 last night, she left here, presumably to return home. It's an 8.5 block walk south along Delaware. It's a wide, well-lighted street filled with people. If there was any violence, it would have been noticed.
Well, then perhaps she didn't go home.
But where else was she bound for, and why? Was there anything unusual in her manner last night?
Oh, no. Not that I could see.
Miss Stacy, could you keep thinking and see if you come up with anything? Anything at all? Oh, Mrs. Truesdale?
Oh, it's the police sergeant. Sid, it's the sergeant.
May I come in?
Oh, have you found her?
No.
Oh, is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
Do you hear what he says, Sid? He's afraid not. Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, I guess it means they have no news yet.
I think it means a little bit more than that.
Like what?
It means they've been looking, but so far they're licked. Isn't that a fact, Sergeant?
Well, we need more information.
Well, you know her name, what she looks like, how she was dressed. What more can we tell you?
Would she have any reason for leaving home?
What are you saying?
It's obvious what he's saying, Sid. He's implying she ran off.
I'm suggesting it as a possibility.
And I'm here to go on record that it's an impossibility.
Now, why is that, Mr. Truesdale?
Now, you have no right to ask...
No, simmer down, Sid, simmer down. He's a cop. They've got a right to ask anything they please. No, Sergeant. She did not run off.
Can you be sure of it?
Why would a girl who loved her home, loved her parents, and loved her career just up and take off?
Yes. Where did she work?
At the Sunrise Athletic Club.
What sort of job did she have there?
No, she wasn't employed there. What my wife means is that she worked out there.
Oh, she was an athlete.
See, Sid? He never heard of her. You never heard of Margie True, Sergeant?
No, not until you reported her missing.
He doesn't know who she is, what she does. And we're paying your friend Morrison a pretty penny for publicity, too.
He's not my friend.
All right. She goes to the athletic club. Now, why?
She's probably the best swimmer in the world.
What do you mean, probably?
When she was about 14, she was very sick. And the doctor said the best thing for her would be to swim.
She became a champion swimmer by the time she recovered her health.
That took more than 6 years.
Anyhow, she decided she should go into the Olympics.
She's almost 23. That's maybe a little old. Actually, she started at a time when most of these kids are ready to retire. But she's got it.
And we've been working with her, setting things up.
This is the year she has to make it.
Yes. But the fact is, she's missing. Now, people disappear for one of three general reasons. First, foul play.
Oh, don't say that.
Second, for some reason of their own.
She'd have absolutely no reason to run away.
Third, this is very rare, amnesia.
That's it? Our little girl is wandering around somewhere not even knowing who she is.
I'd like to talk with some of her friends.
I'm sure they wouldn't know very much.
Could you give me some names?
Well, she wasn't really that close with too many people.
Does she have a boyfriend?
No.
You can't say it because she isn't pretty.
If she was interested, why, they'd buzz around like bees after honey.
But she's in training.
Early to bed.
No distractions.
The idea is you win the Olympics. You get the fame, the publicity.
And you go on from there.
Endorsements, TV, movies, a whole new important career.
And then you're exposed to a totally different class of men.
Tell me about her daily routine.
Well, she'd leave for the club in the morning.
Say about 9, and she'd work out till lunch.
Then she'd rest. And back again for lessons and practice till 4.
That's a pretty solid day.
And that's all she did?
Well, it's enough. We'd go out to dinner.
A show.
Or we'd stay home and watch TV.
She liked to go to the library.
She loved to read.
She was very intelligent. She could talk about things.
Like what?
Well, you know, things.
Specifically?
just things in general.
Can you remember any individual topics?
Sergeant, there's no point giving me the third degree.
Now, don't speak to the sergeant like that, Sid. Right now, he's our only hope. Well, what do people talk about? The weather, sports, the news. What's happening?
Did she seem nervous or scared lately?
What does that mean?
It means, I guess, was she maybe afraid of something?
Of what?
That's what this police officer wants to know.
Let me set you straight, Sergeant. She had nothing to be afraid of. She'd done nothing bad.
Was there anything at all unusual about her behavior?
No, nothing. She's got amnesia. I know it.
Well...
What does that well mean?
It means he's in the dark. He's up a tree, just like us.
Well, what are you standing around here for, Sergeant? Why aren't you out looking for her?
Out? Where? I need help.
We're willing to help.
You are willing, but I'm afraid you're not able.
We're doing everything we can.
You're not answering my question.
That isn't so.
You don't know who her friends are? You don't know what she thinks about?
She's a very dedicated girl.
Yes, then why did she run off?
She would never run off. She has amnesia.
Well, why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street, Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
She wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
Well, you can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant.
Well, you'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate.
Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
There is a public service announcement on the air during the evening which asks the question, do you know where your children are? That's a good question. However, a question more to the point is one that asks, do you know who your child is? I suppose some people would be afraid to find out. More information on this general subject in Act 2, shortly. You need not wander afar to seek out the stranger. He is with you, within you. What the poet is saying is, how can we hope to see the truth in others when we are unaware of what the truth is about ourselves? Who are we? What are we? And why? This has preoccupied the finest brain since the beginning of time. So if we don't completely settle it here, please don't ask for your money back.
Sergeant Keller, what can I do for you?
What do you know about Margie Truesdale? Well?
I'm not trying to evade your question, Sergeant. I'm just trying to think. What do I know about Margie? Yes, there has to be nothing.
Mr. Sparta, you're her swimming coach. She spends 8 hours a day here, or did.
I think she was, 14? Skinny, consumptive, anemic little thing. Just barely alive. Today, would you believe it?
I can't believe you know nothing about her.
Some people go through life talkers. This one's a listener.
Are you telling me she says nothing at all?
No, she talks. I even go so far as to say she chatters. But you analyze the conversation, and there's nothing there.
Still, you've known this girl for 8 years. You do have some sort of relationship.
Look out that window, Sergeant. See that swimming pool? That forms the boundaries of our relationship.
But you do talk about something.
Sure. We have long talks about diet, breath control, coordination.
Now, look, I played ball at school. I was close to my coach. I mean, there were times when we just sit around, and...
I know what you're looking for, but it's not here. Not like with the other kids, where you become more than just a coach. You're sort of an older brother, maybe a second father. You talk about what really bothers kids today. Sex, friendship, life.
But not with her.
I can't even begin to imagine.
Well, why was she training all out constantly? I mean, was it something she wanted, and were her parents putting on the pressure?
I don't know where all that tremendous dedication came from. Could have been hers. Could have been theirs.
How did she feel toward her mother and father?
Well, I never saw so much love on the part of a kid, considering the circumstances.
Oh, what circumstances?
Well, considering they weren't her real father and mother.
Now, just because two people adopt a child, that doesn't mean they're not the real parents.
Well, I didn't mean it to sound that way. He was her stepfather. And then when her mother died, Margie was still a little girl, and he married Molly. Sid and Molly raised her like their own.
What were her chances for making the Olympics?
Well, a lot goes into that. But I don't see how she can be kept out. She's ready. The trials begin in a couple of weeks. But if she's not around, she'll miss them. Also, every day she's gone, she's losing out on training.
You really can't give me anything to go on, can you?
Sorry.
Friends?
I don't think she had any.
She had to be friendly with somebody.
Oh, with everybody. That's not the same as having friends.
I can't believe there was nothing to this girl's existence except swimming. She must have had another life, one that nobody knew about.
Maybe. But where did she lead it? And when did she find the time?
Well, hello there, Sergeant.
Hi, Moms.
What are you drinking?
Oh, I'm on duty.
Lemonade.
Make it sour.
That's 60 cents, Sarge. Got to keep things on the up and up, you know.
Did you read in the papers about a girl named Margaret Truesdale?
Yeah, I never read the papers. Why should I go chasing after bad news? It'll come soon enough.
Yeah, well, this one just disappeared.
Oh, well, girls do that quite often.
Yeah. Hey, this is a photograph.
Nice. Yes, indeed. A lot of meat on those bones. And it all looks like grade A prime.
She's a swimmer. She just vanished.
Well, if I can paraphrase the French, cherchez l'homme.
No. There's no man involved.
That you know of.
That anybody knows of.
Joe, you got a certain tone in your voice.
Yeah?
Could you be falling for this chick?
I don't even know her.
The ones you don't know are the most dangerous kind.
And look, the way it is now, she just vanished from the face of the earth. No motive, no clue, nothing.
That's bad. I could get a young romantic guy like yourself all bothered and curious.
And, Mums, now you hear a lot of things in a place like this.
Oh, sure, but what I hear stays here.
Is there a rumble on this?
I haven't heard anything, Joe.
I don't think anybody grabbed her off the street, but you never can tell.
I'll listen, Joe. It's against my principles, but I'll stick my ear out. You know why? Because I'm a sucker for romance.
Cut it out, will you?
I can see you got a thing for this girl. Can't say as I blame you.
I'm only doing my job. I tell you what scares me.
Yeah?
She's a swimmer. She's reaching for the big time. She has to get known. She has to compete. Now, she's been traveling to meets in Canada and Mexico, all over.
So?
What, do I have to spell it out for you? Maybe she's been caught up in some smuggling. The pros have been known to use kids like her.
You really must have fallen in love with her.
Why do you insist that I'm in love with her?
Well, look me straight in the eye and say, no, I'm not in love with her.
Now, look, don't be silly.
Oh, that's how it is with some of you cops. You're like those knights of old, always rescuing fair maidens in distress, and naturally, you got to fall in love. What else?
All right, that's enough, Mums. If you hear anything at all concerning this girl, will you let me know?
Oh, sure. And it won't cost you a thing. Let it be my wedding present.
Oh, for crying out loud. Keller. Oh, yeah. The parents of this girl, Margaret Truesdale, what do they want, Inspector? Miracles? Inspector, they're phoning me every minute of the day and night. She just disappeared, and I know what you're going to say. Nobody just vanishes into thin air. There has to be some clue. Look, I'm doing the best I can. I got nothing to go on. I'm making bricks without straw. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just as soon as something turns up. Sure thing. Gee, what could have happened to her? Who the hell is... hello?
Sergeant Keller, I know it's very late. I mean, very early in the morning.
Yeah, it sure is.
I got your home number from your office. I said it was an emergency. You have to come over here right away.
Have you heard from Margie?
No, but I'm calling you because otherwise there's going to be a lot of trouble and embarrassment. Can you come over?
Now?
It's my wife. She has this idea, and, well, you'd better talk to her.
Sergeant, I know what happened to my daughter.
You do?
It's a wonder it didn't occur to you. After all, you're the professional, and it's so simple. She's been kidnapped.
Mrs. Truesdale, we've been through this already. There's been no note. You are not wealthy people.
But she was not kidnapped for money.
Oh?
She was kidnapped by one or another of the Iron Curtain countries. Don't you understand?
Well, no.
She's a threat. Those countries take these competitions seriously. They're doing this to keep her out of the games.
Oh.
You don't believe it.
Well, that's pretty far-fetched.
You're a police officer. You have connections with the FBI.
Yes,
And
but...
you're coordinated with the CIA.
Not that I know of.
You get to work on this immediately. Or you will force me to get in touch with my congressman and my senator.
Now, Molly, it's awfully late. Why don't you get to bed?
Sid, don't think you can fluff me off.
Oh, nobody's got that idea. The sergeant is going to notify all the necessary authorities, get all the wheels in motion.
Once the government steps in, they won't dare to harm her.
You look awfully tired.
Yes. Yes, I am. I'm very, very tired. But, Sergeant, you do believe I've given you a logical explanation?
Well, it does deserve thinking about.
And you'll start what you like to call the routine?
Get on it right away.
Well, now I can go to bed. Sid, will you show the sergeant out?
Why, sure thing, Molly.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Truesdale.
I had to call you. Otherwise, she'd be phoning the President of the United States.
Yeah, okay.
Besides, who says she has to be off base? Crazy things happen today.
Yeah, sure. Well, good night, Mr. Truesdale.
Oh, don't go.
No, it's late. My day starts early.
I know what you must think of me and my wife. You don't care for us.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, I guess we come over like stage parents. You know, the kind that push their kids toward a career.
Well, isn't that what you did?
No.
This whole training routine was her idea?
Yes.
I remember you said she decided she should go into the Olympics.
Well, she did.
Without any help from you or Mrs. Truesdale?
Oh, we approved. But the idea was hers.
Is there any chance she might have suggested it to win your approval?
No.
If she were to appear right now and say, Mom, Dad, I want to throw the whole thing over, what would you say to her?
Impossible.
Impossible for her to say that?
Well, impossible to think she'd even want to.
Yeah. All right. Oh, do you mind if I have a look at her room?
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I can find something.
Like what?
Well, I want to know this girl better. Maybe there's something in the room.
Right through here. See? Everything just as she left it.
She was very neat.
No, we haven't touched a thing. See, even the wastebasket. We haven't even emptied it. Just a crumpled piece of paper here. It's going to stay right there.
Mm-hmm.
Funny, it's probably the last thing she ever wrote, too.
What is it?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just a name.
A name? Whose?
Nobody's name that I know of.
What's the name?
Wilson. We don't even know anyone named Wilson.
Wilson.
Yeah, Wilhelmina Wilson.
Could I see that?
What for? No. All right. Here. But I want it back.
Wilhelmina Wilson. Is this your daughter's handwriting?
Of course.
She writes Wilhelmina Wilson as if it's a signature. She's written it 4 or 5 or 6 times as if she were practicing how to sign it. Why?
I can't imagine.
Wilhelmina Wilson. Have you ever heard that name in any connection?
No.
Wait a minute. Maybe I have. Where? I heard it somewhere before. Or maybe one that sounds an awful lot like it.
He's heard one that's very close to it, and so have you. It's a name that's fraught with significance, as they say, provided you know just how to look at it. Stop for a minute. Think for a minute. And it should all fall into place. And if it doesn't, we'll take care of it in Act 3. What's in a name? Asked Mr. Shakespeare. That which we call a rose, by any other name, would smell as sweet, and so forth. While we hate to differ with the immortal bard, we must quarrel with his premise. Everything is in a name. And who can say that the rose doesn't smell sweeter precisely because it's called a rose? The fact is, we're the captives of our own propaganda.
Wilhelmina Wilson. You're sure this name means nothing to you, Mr. Truesdale?
Nothing at all.
Mrs. Truesdale?
Well, I asked her. She doesn't know either.
All right. But where did I hear it? I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Sparta.
I'm glad to be of help. What can I tell you?
The name Wilhelmina Wilson, is that familiar?
Wilhelmina Wilson? For sure.
Well, who is she?
Well, she isn't anybody.
Well, she has to be somebody.
No, Wilhelmina Wilson is a rhythm.
A what?
She's Margie's rhythm. While she swims, Margie keeps saying, Wilhelmina Wilson, Wilhelmina Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
It's a simple 6-beat rhythm. Da, 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 da.
I see.
It helps. So, a lot of them set up a little chant like that.
Yeah, that's all Wilhelmina Wilson is. Huh?
Yeah. Why? What'd you think it was?
Well, here's a handsome young police officer.
Yep.
Oh, you look like you need a drink.
I do, which is why I'm not going to have one.
Well, tell old Moms. What's the problem?
I just stopped by in case you may have heard something.
About who? Oh, yeah. About your chick.
Hey, how many times do I have to tell you there's nothing there?
If there was nothing there, you'd only have to tell me once.
Well, what do you hear?
Not a whisper.
Gee, somebody has to know something.
Oh, sure.
I just can't find a handle on this case.
Oh, poor Joe. Tell me, is this the kind of girl you've been looking for all your life?
All right, Mom. She's an interesting girl.
Good. We finally got that out in the open. Now you can go to work.
I've been working without let up since the case came in.
Working? Yeah. But thinking? No.
I don't follow.
Joe, when I saw you for the first time, you know what I said to myself? I said, that one's going to be a smart cop once he settles down. You got this dame on the brain.
Look, we don't have to keep talking about that aspect of it.
But now suppose it was an old lady that was missing. Or a guy. Yeah, a guy would be even better.
Better for what?
Better to prove my point.
So far, you haven't made one.
Joe, just pretend you're not in love with her.
Who says I am? Okay, let it go.
Guys like you who are already over 30, you were always afraid of getting married.
Hey, listen now.
So you make up excuses. You get up this ideal of some dame that's just gorgeous, but out of reach, see?
Moms, I've seen all those moving pictures, too, you know.
Where do you think life gets its ideas from? The movies.
I'm going at this case the same way I tackle every other.
That's what you say. But just take a deep breath and think. Now, think about it from every angle.
I am.
Good. Now, ask yourself the question you should have asked the very first night. Am I being had?
What?
Think about it, Joe. Are you being had?
Do you have any news, Sergeant?
I may have.
What does that mean? Sid, what did he say?
Sergeant, what do you have to tell us?
I'm thinking about what you told me. It all rests on the assumption that your daughter could disappear on a crowded, well-lighted street.
Assumption? Sid, he said assumption.
I heard what he said.
I'm afraid it didn't work. The only way she could disappear was for you to arrange a place for her to go to.
No.
Now, you'd better listen to me. At first, I had the idea maybe she might have gotten into a little jam. She went to swimming meets in Canada and Mexico. Maybe she carried some pot for somebody. Maybe something a little stronger.
That's a lie.
Actually, I didn't believe it myself.
Then what are you trying to imply?
I think it's all a publicity stunt, but it's gone sour.
How dare you? Sid, call this man superior officer, whoever he is.
I'll give you his name and phone number myself, but you'd better hear the rest of it first. Now, the stakes are tremendous. I should have realized that in the beginning. The Olympics, they've become a fantastic media event. The winners get more than the old laurel wreath, even more than the gold medal.
Now, hold it a minute, Sergeant.
You have no right to accuse...
Beautiful swimmer disappears. That would be the headline, wouldn't it? Well, it could have been. But all you got was a couple of lines on page 17 and nothing to speak of on the air. The media didn't bite. Or maybe you didn't know how to promote it.
You don't understand.
She's missing.
What you needed was an experienced, inventive publicity guy. He might have pulled it off.
It isn't true.
You have to keep it alive, so you feed me little things like this Iron Curtain plot.
It could be true.
Yeah, and then you try to fob off this name at me, this Wilhelmina Wilson. Why did you pretend you didn't know what it was, Mr. Truesdale?
Well, I don't have the faintest idea.
Sid, who is Wilhelmina Wilson?
Well, didn't you think I'd check it out with Dick Sparta? I mean, you're trying to tell me you actually don't know that Wilhelmina Wilson is the name she says to herself while she swims?
I never heard of it.
Where is she?
We don't know.
She disappeared.
If you knowingly mislead the police...
We haven't.
It's the truth.
Wait. Wilhelmina Wilson. I just remembered.
Has there been any word of Marge Truesdale, Sergeant?
No, Miss Stacy. I just came by the library to ask a question. You said she liked to read a book she kept renewing. Would you tell me the name of it again?
William Wilson and Other Stories by Edgar Allan Poe.
William Wilson?
Yes.
Guess I made a mistake. Funny, I thought it was Wilhelmina Wilson.
Well, that's close. Actually, Wilhelmina is the feminine form of William.
Yes. Wilhelmina Wilson. I wonder. That story, do you suppose I could read it?
Oh, I certainly. Wait here.
Yes?
Miss Wilhelmina Wilson?
Yes?
Yes. You dyed your hair, you changed your makeup. Instead of wearing beiges and browns, I see you've gone in for blues and grays. It does give you a different look.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm a police detective, Sergeant Joe Keller. May I come in?
Why?
I want to talk to you about Margaret Truesdale.
All right. What do you want to know?
First, I'd like to know if you'll marry me.
You... What?
Well, not right away. We'd have to get to know each other better, although I know all about you already.
What do you know about me?
Yeah, start with a girl just in her teens. Father dies, her mother remarries. Will the stepfather accept her? And then the mother dies and the stepfather remarries. Will the strange new woman accept her as a daughter?
Why do you want me to relive all this?
She thinks she's a very unattractive girl.
Oh, I was. Pale and skinny, always sick.
So they bring you to a friend, Dick Sparta, a swimming coach, and you work out every day.
Yes, I did. Hour after hour.
And it changes you. It also becomes obvious to everyone that you could be a great swimmer.
Yes.
And everybody begins to count the money, taste the glory.
Yes. At first, Sid and Molly were only thinking of me. Later, the thing just overpowered them, blew their perspectives crazy. At first, I was so happy because finally I could do something to please them, repay them for all they did for me.
You were a good little obedient girl.
Yes, but after a while it became torture. Every stroke was agony. Every lap was... I don't want to say... purgatory.
I understand. But couldn't you face them? Couldn't you say, look, Mom, look, Dad,
I was scared. I was still very insecure. Besides, I told you they had changed. Now all they could talk about was how rich, how famous we would become. The fantastic things we could do.
And then you read that story, William Wilson, about a man who has another self.
Yes, another self. That was what I needed. And so inside me, I created Wilhelmina Wilson. Inside, I was Wilhelmina Wilson. Every time I swam, I would say, Wilhelmina Wilson. Oh, how I wanted to run away. Just disappear. But where could I go? How would I live? All I ever learned to do was swim.
Couldn't you study something?
Oh, not after the kind of day I put in. Matter of fact, I wanted to take a secretarial course, but Sid and Molly both jumped on me. What do you need that for? You'll never use it. You're going to be rich. You know what I did? I tried to raise money by entering contests under the name of Wilhelmina Wilson. I never won anything at all. Until...
Yeah, I know.
I bought a 50-cent lottery ticket in the name of Wilhelmina Wilson, and that did it. Can you imagine? The minute I saw that winning number, I took this apartment.
That's how I found you.
$25,000. It can give me a start.
Yeah, but where does this leave me? Your parents reported you as a missing person. I'm a police officer. I found you.
I can't go home. Do you know why? I just can't swim anymore. I can't take the pressure. I'm out of it. That's going to break their hearts.
They're broken-hearted now.
But this way, they'll still have their dreams. That I could have been the greatest swimmer in the world. No. I can't go back.
Yes, you can.
No. I'm no longer scared little Margie Truesdale. And they wouldn't understand Wilhelmina Wilson. They would never forgive her for wasting that chance of a lifetime.
Do you know who they could understand, forgive, and accept?
Who?
Mrs. Joseph Keller.
Who is she?
She would be my wife.
But I don't know you.
Don't you want to get to know me?
Well, I don't know. I suppose I could.
By that time, the Olympic trials will be over.
Oh, they'll never forgive me.
Sure they will. Once we make it very clear that you forgive them.
I would assume that after a suitable passage of time, everyone in this particular story forgave everybody else. Although why and for what is not exactly crystal clear. After all, we do our best to reach a goal, but so many times that goal isn't even our own. I'll be back shortly.
If you're looking for a sensible way you can profit instead of being squeezed by today's high interest rates, call this toll-free number right now. 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you detailed information on Dreyfus liquid assets. Find out how you can take advantage of the income-earning opportunity that Dreyfus offers with its money market fund. Consider the benefits. Your money works hard because you participate in today's rising money market, and it's always available when you need it. Plus, you get the flexibility of withdrawing cash by phone or writing checks to pay larger bills. No charge for the checks and never a penalty or sales charge. Today, you owe it to yourself to earn as much as you can on your money. So call 800-228-5000 for complete information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. Learn how you can get the lion's share of today's high interest rate from Dreyfus Liquid Assets. 800-228-5000. Toll free. 800-228-5000. Dreyfus pays for the call.
This week on the Chisholms, the journey continues as they leave the security of the wagon train behind to strike out for the promised land called California.
We're heading our own way to California.
I think we should give it careful thought. Staying with the wagon train would be safer.
You'll be traveling through mostly uncharted territory.
I'm afraid of what might happen.
Who will survive the last great American adventure? The Chisholms, starring Robert Preston and Rosemary Harris. Saturday night at 8, 7 Central on CBS Television. Robert Preston and Rosemary Harris. Saturday night at 8.
You can sing Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, but when it gets into everyone else's eyes and nose and throat, it's no musical matter. Your lung association says cigarettes are a personal health hazard, and secondhand smoke is offensive to all non-smokers.
Give us all a break. Let the Lung Association help you kick the habit, for your sake and for everyone's life and breath.
We look at the faces of some of these high-powered young performers, athletes, dancers, prodigies of one sort or another, the strained and nerve-wracked faces, and we say, they're hardly more than children. Why are they being thrown into the snake pit of money and notoriety so early? Why? Quite simply because so many of us are willing to pay and to cheer them. Yes, our heroes are getting younger and older before their time. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Joan Shea, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until...
Stories of love and sacrifice as World War II brings growth and change to...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What would you do if a child of yours suddenly, without warning, rejected everything you stood for and decided to live his own way? It has happened to you, you say. Or to someone you know. You believe the generation gap only gaps nowadays, do you? I'm afraid that the jet lag of understanding goes back hundreds of years and puzzles parents in many countries, including Russia. Our mystery drama, Sophia and the Pilgrim, was adapted from the Ivan Turgenev classic especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Gordon Heath and Jada Rowland. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You are in Russia. You are Ivan Tropolov, the census taker. This takes you far and wide, and today into the town of Tula, where you find an old friend, recently widowed. He has done very well in the importing business. 20 years have passed since you were students together at the university. But it is not the intervening years, his life or yours, that quickens your pulse. What a girl. Beautiful, intense, and strange. She becomes very important to you, Ivan Tropolov, from the moment you meet her.
Ivan, I want you to meet my eldest daughter, Sophia. Sophia, this is Ivan, whom I went to Leningrad University with.
How do you do? This is a pleasure.
Sophia takes my poor wife's place, looks after the house, takes care of her little brothers and sisters.
Yes, of course. Ivan is the census taker, Sophia. Hey, you see, my dear fellow, what you're missing? As you married when I did, but now you would also be the proud father of an 18-year-old.
Sophia didn't look much like a capable child or housekeeper. In fact, hers was the innocent face of a child. Blue eyes, full mouth, and fair hair that hung down in ringlets. She had an intense, almost astonished look, as though she had just seen something unexpected. I could not quite make her out.
How long will you be in Tula, Ivan?
A few days.
Hey, tell me, do you like census taking?
Oh, it's a terrible bore. Every town I go to is much the same. That's why I'm so delighted to find you here, boys.
Yes, you were a hellraiser, Ivan. Oh, excuse me, my dear Sophia. I'd forgotten you were still in the room with us. This man, this Ivan Trepolov, the tricks he would play. My dear, we had a French professor with an enormous head, thick black eyebrows, a croaking voice, and he used to wear a green frock coat with black buttons. His name was, what was it, Ivan?
Bulovka.
Bulovka! In that green coat, I can see him now. Do you know what Ivan here said to him, right to his face? Not Professor Bulovka, but Professor Bullfrog. Funny, huh? The class was in an uproar. Oh, you don't find it amusing, Sophia? Yes. So now you just go about, notebook in hand, from house to house, Ivan?
No, heavens no. I came from Moscow to make sure the local officials have done a proper job. I checked the birth rate, death rate, and so on. They assigned some local clerk to help me.
Then in Tula also?
I have a nice young fellow, Andrei Andreev.
I was going to say, if you are still in Tula the day after tomorrow, there is a big ball in the Hall of Nobility. And you should go. There will be some pretty girls there. And you also see our intelligentsia.
Miss Sophia, allow me to ask, will you be at the ball?
Papa intends to go, and I shall go with him.
In that case, allow me to ask for the first waltz. Sophia, the girl with the Mona Lisa look, acknowledged my request with a nod, but said nothing. Back at my hotel, I was joined for lunch by my assistant, Andrei Andreev. I was silent during the meal, my thoughts giving over to Sophia, and what an enigma she was.
I've noticed, sir, you're very quiet. I suppose for a city man it's boring here, very little for entertainment, no concerts, theaters, no sightseeing. But there is one thing, in case you should feel that way inclined.
Inclined? How inclined?
You would not, I suppose, like to behold the dead?
Dead?
As a statistic, sir, we have a man here, a simple man, cannot even read or write, but he does marvelous things. For example, if you go to him and desire to see any one of your departed friends, he can show them to you.
How does he do it?
Well, that's his secret. For though he is an uneducated man, illiterate, he has very great powers.
Is this a matter of common knowledge?
Let us say it's a common secret. There's a local ordinance against bringing back the spirit, so one must be careful. It's against the law.
Has he shown you the dead?
Yes. Yes, he has. My father. He brought him before me as if he were alive.
This is truly amazing. We have no one like that in Moscow, I can tell you that. Andrei, I should very much like to meet him.
Well, you can't go straight to him, but one can act through his mother. She's a respectable old woman, sells pickled apples on the bridge. If you wish it, sir, I shall ask her.
Oh, please do.
And gratuity, a tip, whatever you think fit, should be handed to her, his mother. I'll make her understand you're a distinguished visitor in Tula, that she has nothing to fear.
I am very interested, Andrei.
Kapovna.
Yes?
I am Ivan Trepolov. I believe Andrei Andreev spoke to you about me. I have come about your son.
Don't stand in the street shouting where anyone can hear you. Come in, come in. You see, I am a little deaf. What did you say you want?
I have come to see your son, to arrange...
My son? I have no son.
But Andrei told me that you...
A son called Andrei? Never.
A son called Vasily.
Oh, son called Vasily sometimes. You are from the police?
You don't seem to understand, Madame Kapovna. Perhaps this will help. 20 rubles.
50.
I'm glad money speaks in such a loud voice.
My hearing comes and goes. Yes, Andrei told me about you. Please, take a chair. You don't need to explain. You wish to sample the art of my son, Vasily?
I am glad I am well recommended. So when may I see him? Your son.
My son? Oh, tonight. Come a little after 7. Not to this room. You will find the front door open. And kindly walk up those stairs straight to the room above.
Thank you, Madame Kapovna. Now, if I may, I shall take my leave.
And before you come here, sir, think hard and well of your deceased friend or relative you are desirous of seeing. Keep him in your mind until my son enters the room.
Should I not tell your son who I wish to be called up? His name?
Not a word. He will find out for himself.
So, a little after 7, then?
Oh, 7:30, if it is more convenient. And bring a few more rubles. Expenses are high.
Another 10 rubles.
Speak up. I am a little deaf.
I said another 10 rubles.
Another 20, that's right. 20 rubles. Don't forget.
I took leave of the old woman and returned to my hotel. I was sure they were going to make a fool of me. I sat myself in the hotel dining room, ordered a bottle of Lafitte, and was enjoying it when who should I see walking in the door but my university friend, Boris.
Ivan, may I join you? I have only a little time. The town council meets tonight. I generally stop here for a bite to eat when I'm in town.
Certainly.
What are you doing later this evening, old friend?
Why do you ask?
The council meeting won't take but an hour, and I thought you might join me at home for a nightcap.
Oh, I'd like to, Boris, but as a matter of fact, I have already made arrangements to go somewhere.
You know people in Tula?
Well, have you heard of a man who can call forth the dead?
Ivan, come now. You, a sophisticated man from Moscow?
Only for amusement. I'm curious, that's all.
My dear old friend, I advise you don't bother. No, I wouldn't waste my time.
To tell you the truth, I thought I'd test the chap by trying to get him to materialize old Bulovka.
Our old Bulovka? The bullfrog? Nah, he'll never bring old Bulovka back.
If he does, well, I shall have to admit he's a sorcerer indeed. Goodness, will you look at the hour? I shan't have time for dessert. You'll forgive me, Boris, if I run.
But we shall see you at the ball, huh? Sophia, I can tell you, she would be very disappointed.
Was I imagining it? Why was Boris so insistent I see him tonight, tomorrow? Frankly, can you blame me for thinking he appeared to be pushing his daughter at me? But why? I allowed myself half an hour to walk to Madame Kapovna's.
Monsieur Kapovna.
Yes? My goodness, it's you, Sophia.
Come into my carriage for a moment.
Certainly. Well, it is a pleasure indeed. Are you taking an evening ride in your carriage?
Monsieur Kapovna, I know this must seem most peculiar to you, a perfect stranger. But can you help me? No one must know.
You place me in an embarrassing position. I mean, the coachman in front.
What must he think?
Oh, don't concern yourself with him. He is quite deaf.
But, Sophia, I don't wish to do anything behind your father's back.
Oh, my father must not know. Oh, please understand. I must come to a decision right away. And I have no one to turn to but you.
My dear child, don't be upset. Whatever I can do, of course I shall. Is this something you must decide this very minute? Tonight?
Soon. Very soon. Why do you ask?
I had made arrangements for the evening. A certain man from your village. Well, to put it briefly, they say he can materialize anyone you wish.
You are going to meet Vasily Karpovna this evening?
In a few minutes.
May I come with you?
I don't know, Sophia. When I talked with his mother this afternoon, they are only expecting me.
Oh, she is not his mother. That old crow. She merely makes the arrangements.
The business arrangements.
There is no business. Everything is a donation. Vasily is a holy man.
You know him, I gather.
No. I have never met him. But I know about all the marvelous things Vasily does. Oh, it is fate that you should be going there tonight. I have always wanted to meet him. In fact, but I will tell you about that later. When does he expect you?
7:30. And it is almost that now.
I will have the coach take us there.
I don't know. Are you sure?
Please. Oh, please.
Well, if you put it that way, come along by all means.
One thing I must know, Monsieur Topolov. Do you believe?
Believe? That he can make the dead appear?
Do you believe? It is essential.
Well, I have never seen him before. Yes, Sophia. I believe.
Here is a strange turn of events. Here you are, Ivan Topolov, a government census taker who happens upon the town where an old friend, Boris, lives. Boris is a widower. His daughter, of 18, is beautiful, and yet is troubled. So much so that she seeks you out, Ivan, in the streets of Tula to ask your help. Let's hope we shall learn more when I return shortly with Act 2. It is 7:30. Ivan Topolov and 18-year-old Sophia have arrived in front of the ramshackle wooden house. Its shutters barred, its front door open. The girl seems not frightened at all. Ivan, who had thought the evening a joke, is suddenly apprehensive.
Sophia and I mounted the rickety steps, opened the door on the landing, and there, in a bare room, were 3 chairs. We both sat down. A tallow candle was set in the windowsill, throwing a dim light into the room. We waited.
Are you concentrating?
Concentrating?
On who you wish him to bring to life?
Oh, of course I am.
Oh, it is fate that has brought me here with you. You do believe in the inevitability of fate, don't you?
I don't know, my dear child. I cannot honestly tell you I ever thought I could control my own fate. How could I tell this young lady that, although I was a little nervous, frankly, the entire evening, which seemed to have such meaning for her, was only a lark to me. A light-hearted way to pass a dull evening in a small town. We waited for 10 minutes. 15.
He's here. Look. Standing in the door.
I didn't hear him. Gracious. He's staring at us. No. At me. I wish there were more light. That is quite a big beard he has, isn't it?
Oh, he is beautiful. Beautiful.
I'm getting a peculiar feeling. I find I can't look at him. I don't know, but I actually feel afraid.
I'm not afraid at all. Monsieur, are you concentrating hard on who you wish brought from the dead?
Yes, I am. Is he still there?
He is standing very close in front of us. I know he is a holy man. I feel it.
I think we should go.
Go now, he hasn't begun.
I don't like the whole atmosphere.
You can't go now, please.
It's all nonsense.
Please, Monsieur Ivan.
I can't get up. I can't get myself out of this chair. What is this? The candle's gone out. No, it's my eyes. They're closing. I can't keep them open. Sophia, are you still here?
My eyes are closed also. He has put his hand on my head. Oh.
No! It's not possible. Bulkova has come into the room. He is here. It's him. His black eyebrows, that nose.
You see him?
The green coat with the black buttons. Go away! Unbelievable. But it was true. This Vasily had been able to make me see the very man I thought impossible to materialize. I was quite shaken. Sophia took me by the hand and led me to her carriage. Neither of us spoke a word. She was kind enough to drop me off at my hotel, and I went to the desk to ask for my key.
Mr. Tripolov?
Oh, it's you, Andrei. Why are you here so late?
Pure curiosity. Sir, you saw him?
You waited until this hour to hear about my adventure?
I admit it.
Oh, there's not much to tell. Andrei! That man. No, get away. The one who has just come in the hotel door. Do you know him?
Oh, yes, he was here earlier. I heard him asking for you at the desk.
Andrei, I don't wish to talk to him. I shall go up to my room. It was Boris, Sophia's father. I managed to get into the lift and into my room without being observed. The day of the ball at the Hall of Nobility, Boris sent a message reminding me of the engagement I had made with his daughter. At 10 o'clock that evening, I was standing by her side in the middle of the ballroom waiting for the orchestra to strike up the first waltz. Shall we dance, Sophia?
Did you tell him?
Tell who what?
I know my father wants to know about the other evening.
As a matter of fact, I haven't seen your father since. You don't wish me to?
No. Please.
Would you allow me to say, Sophia, you are very becoming in your white gown.
Thank you, Mr. Ivan.
And that turquoise cross you are wearing. Lovely.
A gift from a girlfriend.
Oh? Is she here tonight?
No. She is one of them.
Oh?
She has gone away. She gave it to me as a parting gift.
What did you think of the other night?
Oh, I haven't stopped thinking about it. Oh, if you only knew. That saintly man is everything everyone has said.
Did you see what he made me see?
Oh, no, but I could tell. The vision was in your eyes.
There could be other explanations. Scientific.
For you, perhaps.
You dance very well, Sophia. Did you learn that in France?
Monsieur Ivan, I know you wish to talk about Vasily the mystic. I also am not so certain you believe in him. So you don't have to make small talk.
My dear little Sophia, I am more than twice as old as you, and I have seen much of the world. There is such a thing as magnetism. One man's will brought under the influence of another man.
But Vasily's will is more than human. It is the will of the Creator. Oh, I don't know why I thought you would be different from my father. More understanding, perhaps. But I see not. You are just the same.
did not dance again with Sophia. She had disappeared. I chatted for a bit with old Boris. He insisted on taking me over to the punch bowl and for the best part of an hour would not leave my side.
My dear Ivan, do they pay you well, these government officials?
I have only myself to take care of. My parents have died. You know I'm not married.
Oh, yes, I know that.
So I have a little house outside of Moscow. Satisfactory.
I would like you to consider coming in with me into the importing business. Ever since my wife passed away, she used to work with me side by side. I have no one, and it is lonely.
My dear Boris.
Don't say no. Say you will consider. I saw the way my Sophia looked at you while you were dancing. You will admit a beautiful, charming girl, huh? None more beautiful.
Boris, you must be joking. I'm the same age as you. She could be my daughter.
Are you saying Sophia is not attractive to you?
I don't say no. I don't say yes. I don't understand. You haven't seen me in 20 years.
Ivan, let me be frank with you. I am frightened. Forget what I said about marriage. If you could either obtain a leave of absence from your post or give it up entirely, if you could remain here in Tula for, say, 6 months.
You must tell me why.
As I said, I am frightened. The night before last, the town council met and decided to run that fellow who brings back the dead out of town. The police went there this morning. He had gone. They questioned an old lady who said he may have gone to Moscow.
So you're well rid of him?
2 of my dearest friends in Tula, they both consulted this man. And 3 days later, their eldest daughter disappeared and have not been heard from since.
But what has one to do with the other?
Both men told me they had described their experience of seeing the dead to their daughters.
I still can't see how...
Dear Ivan, I plead with you. If you could stay in Tula and only occasionally see my Sophia, come over to the house as a friend, perhaps even as a business associate, it might distract her.
I don't know what to say. I am expected back in Moscow. I have responsibilities.
Don't say no. Say you will think about it tonight.
Really, Boris, I think this is a matter for the authorities, the police. If it is true this Vasily is influencing young ladies to run away, I don't see what can be done.
How can I sit back and do nothing when I fear this danger to my Sophia?
Believe me, if I knew how to help you, Boris, I would. I was being torn in two. On the one hand, if this extraordinary Vasily was the cause of these girls leaving home, or if nothing else, making them realize how dull life in this town was, what could stop their escape? I did not wish to become enmeshed in their problem. What good could I do? I decided to leave for Moscow by the earliest morning train and had Andrei Andreev accompany me to the station.
I had no idea your census work was done.
It isn't, Andrei. They shall have to complete the report without me.
I don't understand. Were you recalled to Moscow?
No, I must leave. It's a personal matter.
I don't wish to pry, but I will be asked what happened.
They will send somebody else to Moscow if it's necessary. Now, I think we had better hurry and get my bags onto the platform. That's my train, isn't it?
I will help you.
Andrei, thank you again for all your assistance. I can manage the bags, thank you.
All aboard! All aboard! Goodbye, Ivan.
That girl getting onto the train. Sophia! Sophia! Into the last car.
All aboard! Get on, Ivan, get on. The train is moving.
Strange tale, isn't it? The twists, the turns, the crossroads to which life can take you. For suddenly, after so many years, find a man with whom you went to college to meet his daughter, a girl with a childlike face and an impenetrable soul. But there is much more to this narrative of Ivan Turgenev's, as you will discover when you join me upon my return shortly. You, Ivan Tropolov, suspect that the beautiful daughter of your school friend is running away. She is on this very train that is taking you back to Moscow. Although you are reluctant to become involved in other people's problems, if Sophia is on this train, you must find her and dissuade her from anything foolish.
I remembered our last dance and the words she had said to me. I am disappointed in you, she had said. I thought you would be more understanding than my father. But you are not. You are just the same. I walked along the train corridors, through coach after coach, looking into each compartment, into each seat to find her. When I did, I would prove to Sophia I could be understanding. Sophia.
Hello?
I see there is a place beside you. Will you allow me to sit down?
By all means.
Sophia, I shall come right to the point. Can you be truthful with me?
I am not sure I can trust you with the truth.
You think me untrustworthy because I could not believe in miracles?
You could, you know. Where I am going, I shall be born again.
So you are running away.
Not running from, Monsieur Ivan, but running to.
Ticket, please. Ticket.
Oh, I didn't have time to purchase a ticket at the station.
Where are you going?
She's going to Moscow with me. Here is my ticket. How much for her fare?
5 rubles. Single fare to Moscow, monsieur.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. Tickets, please. All tickets, please.
Why did you do that?
Perhaps to save you a little money. Perhaps to show you I can be trusted. Why are you going to Moscow?
Because you bought me a ticket.
Sophia.
To find a teacher. A leader. A spiritual leader.
You are giving up your father, your brothers and sisters for a spiritual life. Oh, Sophia. And that was that. Sophia and her father disappeared out of my life. I went from census collector to supervisor in the 2 years that passed. Oh, yes, occasionally I thought about Sophia, and I suppose because I am still not married, wondered what became of her. But fate plays tricks, and one evening, while traveling, a sudden storm forced me to spend the night at a posting station inn. May I have lodging for the night?
You must be wet through and through. Do go sit by the fire, sir. I shall bring you some cloth.
Our axle sunk into the mud 3 times. My poor driver.
Take off your boots, sir.
If I can. I'm exhausted.
Here you are, sir. Drink it all down. It will raise the spirits and lower the fever. If you will excuse me, I shall go prepare your room.
Thank you. And could you bring me a samovar? What is your name?
Akulina. At your service, your lord.
I was given a room with a broken-down sofa, a sloping floor, and torn paper on the walls, but at least I was indoors and drying out. I sat, looking out the window at the rain, thinking to myself, would it not be better to have some government job that kept me in one place? And I must have dozed off because I awoke with a start.
Akulina, the blessings of God to you and all within your house. Where is your husband?
Oh, dear me, holy children. Stepanovich is visiting his ailing sister.
God be with him, and God bless you and this day.
Sit, holy pilgrim, here by the fire.
Akulina, where are you going?
I have to bring a samovar to a guest. I shall be back. Holy Pilgrim. Your Lordship, I have brought you your tea.
Thank you. Put the samovar here by the window.
Oh, in rags and plastic. Merciful God, merciful God.
Who is that?
That, Your Honor, is a blessed holy man. We know him as the Holy Pilgrim.
I pray for our suffering, the blessing of God.
I must go, sir. I do not wish to miss one word of his blessed presence.
The pilgrim was sitting with his back to me. In front of him knelt a frail-looking woman whose face I could not see. She was trying to pull the boots from the madman.
Aquilina, have you any oil? The pilgrim has a wound on his foot.
A Magdalene. A Magdalene. I will fetch you some oil.
My dear little follower, what care I for wounds on the foot? I am to walk the highways and byways and preach denial, so I must deny myself also the comfort.
But, Holy Pilgrim, your foot is bleeding.
Here's some oil I have spooned from a lamp.
Ah, my sweet child, my dear daughter, I am so tired.
Thank you, Aquilina, for the oil.
Oh, for that saintly man, anything.
Do you have some hay, Aquilina? Vasily likes to sleep on hay.
Oh, to be sure there is. Come this way.
I see a man standing by the fire. God asks me to bless him. Bless you, my son. Bless you.
Thank you.
God will arise. Remember that. God will arise.
The pilgrim was Vasily, who for 70 rubles had once shown me my dead French professor. I slept later than usual that night, and the next morning it was still raining. But I had to be on my way. I stood at the door waiting for the boy to make the horses and carriage ready, and the old innkeeper, Aquilina, came up behind me.
Did Your Honor observe the young lady who was tending to our pilgrim?
Not really. Her face was hidden in her shawl.
She is a young lady of an important family in Tula.
What?
It's the truth I am telling you. Before you arose this morning, some merchants arrived from Tula. They saw her fetching water from the well, and they recognized her.
Is the pilgrim still here?
He has gone to meditate in the fields.
And the young lady?
She is still drying out their clothes in the kitchen.
Thank you. I shall go have a word with her. Sophia.
Who are you? That is not my name.
It was your name. Sophia, do you not remember me? Ivan Trepolov.
My name is...
Don't cry. If you don't wish me to call you Sophia, I shall not. Oh, my dear girl. 2 years. 2 years.
No. I have found the light. And that is all that matters.
I say to myself, it can't be you. In such a dress. In such company.
Whoever you are.
You know who I am.
Part of my childhood, perhaps.
But why? Why?
Do not leave your garden unweeded. Do not step over a sick dog in the road, unmindful. Do what your heart tells you you must.
You are sinner. Your skin is burned.
Do not talk of exteriors. You cannot see the happiness in my soul.
The child in you, where is she now? There is hardness there.
No good will come of your talking this way. Vasily will return from the fields, and I shall go with him.
I shall plead with him to let you go.
I do not want to leave him. He is the reason for my existence.
The rain is plenty. Ah, good little follower, you are drying our clothes. God have mercy on all of us. I shall sit here and remember the sun and the moon and the stars.
No, Vasily. Do not sit. There is danger here. We must go.
Danger?
We must go now. There are others who await your good word.
So be it, my good girl. We shall go. Help me fasten my cloak.
Yes. Please hurry.
Oh, you are leaving so soon? But the rain is coming down harder. Oh, Your Holiness, I beg you to wait.
Come along, Vasily. We must hurry.
Yes. The blessings of God upon this town. Sophia!
Why did they leave so hurriedly like that? Oh, well, we must be thankful for the blessings bestowed on us and not wish for more.
My dear Ivan, what you tell me, I don't know what to say. What can I do?
She thinks she has found the way to peace with this madman, but I think she is lost.
Oh, my Sophia. To throw up everything, everyone, her family, friends, break with all the comforts of life. For what?
Oh, it is hard for us to understand.
How did it happen? Do you know the two other daughters who left Tula a few weeks before Sophia? Do you know they were found floating in the Volga? At least my Sophia is alive.
She is strong.
Why didn't you stop her?
I didn't have the right. I don't blame her. I could never blame anyone for sacrificing everything for what they thought the truth.
Not to choose that path.
We were dancing the waltz, she and I, and in such an earnest voice, little Sophia talked of sacrifice, self-humiliation, she called it. She wanted to lie down, be trodden underfoot, trampled on. She wanted a leader, a guide, and she found him. But, my God, what a guide. A month later, I heard her father had found her and brought her home. But like a wild bird in captivity, she sang no more, spoke not a word, and died. I console myself sometimes in the thought that dear, impetuous, strong-willed Sophia, in her own way, lived an entire lifetime.
And in those words, the author, Ivan Turgenev, closes the book, ends the lifetime of Sophia. As for Vasily the Pilgrim, Turgenev says, that man is probably on his crazy wanderings still. The iron health of such people is truly marvelous. I'll be back shortly with a few more words about Turgenev. Where did you ever get the idea that the young and what they wish to do with their lives is a problem unique to today? Ivan Turgenev wrote about Sophia and the Pilgrim in 1881, almost 100 years ago. So powerful were his stories that some of them even influenced the Tsar to liberate the serfs. But for all the mystery and magic, Ivan Turgenev always wrote of hope. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Jada Rowland, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the exciting world of your own imagination. The law says, thou shalt not kill. And that's the law most of us openly acknowledge. Yet, there are other laws and drives that stir primitive, long-forgotten urges, instincts, laws that raise murder from the worst of sins to the most satisfying of deeds.
Hey, please, let me go.
Oh, no. I've got you now, Jim.
You have no reason to kill me. We're friends.
It's nothing personal, Jim.
Why? Why do you want to kill me?
A hawk kills a rabbit. Why? Because he has to. It's the law of nature.
Frank, you're crazy. Put away that knife.
I'm a natural man, Jim. I'm only obeying the law of nature.
Kill her!
Our mystery drama, The Diary of a Madman, is based on the story by Guy de Maupassant and was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. Homicide is illegal, immoral, and a mortal sin. We condemn and punish the murderer. And yet, from time to time, doesn't an entire nation rise up in righteous anger and slaughter another nation? And so, there are those who, naturally enough, ponder the question. If it's noble to kill for one's country at wholesale, why is it base to kill for oneself at retail? These are the thoughts that occupy the mind of a tall, well-dressed, dignified gentleman. He's walking down a deserted street very late one night in the early summer, some 25 years ago. As he passes a darkened doorway, he hears a gasp.
Oh, what a relief.
I beg your pardon.
Oh.
Is something the matter, miss?
Yeah. Oh, it's only you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I don't believe we know each other, Miss...
Wilson. Darlene Wilson. Oh, my glad it's you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, you see, I took this job at Benji's Diner. My first night at the job. You know the place?
No, I can't say that I do.
We'll never go there. Oh, what a bunch of creeps. Anyhow, somebody said this street was a shortcut to the bus stop. And I was walking down the street and I heard these footsteps coming up right behind me. Well, wouldn't you be scared if you was me?
Well, I suppose.
Oh, I got so scared. I tried to hide in this doorway. Oh, and it turned out to be you.
Well, I'm sorry I frightened you.
Oh, forget it. You're just the kind of person somebody would like to see on a lonely, deserted street late at night.
Really? Why?
Well, you're so well dressed.
Is that all?
Well, look. Is it okay if I walk with you as far as the boulevard? I guess it's pretty safe there.
Yes, of course.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Please do.
I really shouldn't ask strangers such questions, but what's a person like you doing in a neighborhood like this, anyhow?
I was looking for somebody.
Down here?
Yes.
What kind of person will you be looking for in this part of town? I mean, it's none of my business.
Well, in a sense, it is your business.
It is? How?
Because, I happen to be looking for a person like you.
What? What did you say?
Person like you.
What are you talking about?
You see, I have a certain urgent need.
Now, listen here, mister. If I was that kind of a girl,
No, Darlene. It's obvious you are not that kind of girl.
Well, then, What do you want from me?
I want your life, Darlene.
What are you saying? No, please, get out of my way.
Oh, no, Darlene.
Let go of me. Let go.
No, I can't, Darlene.
You can't kill me. I never did anything to you.
No, of course not.
I don't even know you.
There's nothing personal in this,
Please,
Darlene.
I'm scared. Please leave me alone.
Now, please, don't struggle. I won't hurt you. It'll be over very quickly.
I don't want to die. Don't please. Why did you do that? Help me, please. Somebody, help me. Some maniac.
I'm not a maniac, Darlene. To kill is to obey the law of nature. Nature commands all of us to kill. June 29th. I've done it again. And again. It was so easy and exciting. She struggled desperately. I could feel the wild beating of her heart, the hysterical pounding of pulses. And then the climax of the drama. A single thrust of the blade. And once again, no one will ever know. Who could possibly suspect me? The knife. I carefully cleaned and hid it in my desk. There was blood on my lapel. I scrubbed every trace of it away.
Morning, Frank.
Good morning, dear. Everything smells so good.
You mean you've regained your appetite?
Well, I don't know. I'm starved.
Oh, that's wonderful. I've been so worried about you lately, Frank.
What did the poet say, dearest? Come fill the cup. Well, fill my cup and my plate with doubles of everything.
What's come over you?
Well, I feel like a brand new man today.
How was the banquet last night?
Oh, the usual political nonsense.
Anyone want you to run for the Senate?
Well, as they say, the feelers were out.
Do we want to live in Washington?
Oh, darling, that was a bore. I made an excuse and left early.
Oh? Where'd you go?
Oh, out for a stroll.
One of your long walks?
Clears the mind.
Doris took your coat to the cleaners. The lapels were all wet.
Yes, I tripped and fell to the pavement.
Oh, you didn't hurt yourself?
No. I landed on some grease or paint or something. I tried to wash it off when I got home.
Well, you didn't have to bother. Doris said it looked like blood.
Oh, it sounds ominous. Anything in the paper?
Oh, the usual mess. Plus a nasty little murder.
Oh?
A young girl who worked in a diner, killed on her way home from work.
Oh, killed, huh? Why? How?
How? Stabbed to death on a deserted street.
Oh, what a terrible thing. She was hardly more than a child.
How would you know that?
Well, you said a young girl.
She was just 18.
Oh, but why?
Oh, I think it'll turn out to be a lover's quarrel.
Really?
They picked up her boyfriend. Seems the two of them had been quarreling.
About what?
Oh, use of the car. Her parents say she was angry because he took it, but he claims it's as much his as hers.
Well, what do they have on the boy?
Well, he's got blood stains on his jacket.
Oh, well, that doesn't look good.
No. He claims he was out riding around. No. Into a fight.
Oh, with whom?
Well, that's the problem. He'd been drinking and can't remember where or with whom. Oh, why do we talk about these things at home, Frank? Isn't it about these bad enough you have to live with them?
June 30th. Although I'm completely above suspicion, I can't afford to be careless. Not that anyone in his wildest dreams would ever suspect. Still, I should be more careful about my clothes. Last time, there were also bloodstains. And yesterday, I'd forgotten to lock my desk drawer. Of course, Estelle never bothers. But still, no one should ever read this diary.
I didn't do it. They're lying. They're all lying.
Order.
Order! Order, I'll clear this court. The defendant will rise and face the bench.
Your Honor,
Don't you call me Your Honor, young man. By your conduct, you show no respect for the law or for this court.
Judge Wallace, I didn't kill her. Why would I kill her? Why? I loved her.
Young man, you're being given a fair trial. You have every opportunity to prove your innocence.
Judge, please. None of them believe me.
What are you saying?
Everybody thinks I'm guilty. I can tell. But I was cruising around and I got into a fight. I got the bloodstains that way. I got no alibi, but I didn't do it.
You'll have to be seated. And we'll proceed in an orderly fashion. Will the attorney for the people continue his cross-examination? Aren't you going to finish your steak, Estelle?
You mean you still have room for more?
I'm always this way when I'm trying a case.
Well, it must take a great deal out of you.
Yes, especially this one.
Why this one?
Oh, I don't know.
Frank, that boy's innocent.
Estelle, that's for the jury to decide.
No, not completely. It's for you to decide. I think you've decided.
How can you say that?
By the way you're handling it. Please, Frank, you may not be aware of it, but...
Aware of what?
Well, you're favoring the prosecutor.
Now, that's ridiculous.
Well, then, it has to be my imagination.
I don't understand why we're even talking about this. We never discuss my case.
It's just that.
Estelle, you're actually pale. What is it?
I'm convinced that boy is innocent.
Well, if he is innocent, he'll be acquitted.
But you know that isn't true. The innocent don't always go free, and the guilty aren't always punished.
Estelle, I've never seen you like this before.
I know, and I just can't account for it. But I have this conviction. That boy is absolutely innocent.
Darlene, there's evidence.
I don't care about evidence.
Now, that's irrational.
Well, what can I do? I know. Don't ask me how. I just know. That boy is innocent.
Well, then there's every chance the jury will agree with you.
No, Frank. That's what makes it so terrible. I don't think the jury will agree with me.
I had killed before. But this was the first time somebody was going to pay for it. So it was doubly exciting. I had not only killed her, but in a very real sense, I would also be killing him. He was doomed. I could tell. They didn't like the boy. I could read the verdict in their faces. And so I went out of my way to give them the kind of charge that would be as favorable to the defendant as I could make it, because I knew that nothing could save him. They stayed out a whole day, all night, and the better part of the next morning. There was never any doubt in my mind. Peter Simmons, you have been found guilty. Have you anything to say?
I was brought up to believe in God and to believe in justice. And I can tell you there's going to be justice one day. Not today, but one day. And the person who killed Darlene will never be forgiven.
Thanks for picking me up, dear.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I could come to court today, but I couldn't stay away. Did you have to hang him?
Darling, it was out of my hands.
Mm-hmm.
The jury wants him executed. There was no recommendation for mercy.
Do you think he's guilty?
We don't think about these things, darling. We hold a trial and hear the evidence, and the jury decides. Therefore, he's guilty.
Well, I still say he didn't do it.
I'm sorry.
I heard your summation. You were obviously on his side.
November 27th. All of his appeals ran out. He was executed last night. I understand he died very well. But it isn't as if I killed him with my own hands. And it's been a long time. A very long time since I obeyed the law of nature. I'm growing restless.
Oh, honey, I took so much trouble with that chicken. You haven't even touched her.
I'm sorry, dear.
Oh, you're out of sorts tonight. Actually, honey, you haven't been yourself all week. You've been working too hard.
I have a headache.
Oh, well, why don't you lie down?
No. I think I'll take a walk.
Well, it looks drizzly out.
Well, that's just the kind of weather I like.
Well, when you decide on one of your walks, there's nothing I can say to stop you. Put on your rubbers and wear a raincoat.
Yes, of course, dear.
I don't want to have to worry about you.
Walking may be good for some people, but it can be extremely hazardous for others, especially for someone who might just happen to run into Frank Wallace. As Frank walks calmly through the rain-soaked streets, he sees a short, slight figure just up the block. And once again, there is the quickened pulse, the rapid heartbeat, the flushed face, and Frank's fingers tighten around the knife in his pocket. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. Franklin K. Wallace is a distinguished judge. He's a credit to the community and an ornament to his profession. So what is he doing out late at night on a dark street in a drizzle and fog with a knife in his pocket, moving swiftly toward a man who is walking just ahead of him?
What? Hey, well, I'll be. It's Judge Wallace. Evening, Judge.
Oh, it's,
Jim Downer. Don't you recognize me?
Yes, of course. How are you, Downer?
Well, I tell you, I'm having a problem.
Oh?
She says to me, Jim, you're chasing around. And it's true. I am. And she says, Jim, you've squandered not just your money, but mine. And it's true, I have. And she says, Jim, if you don't quit, I'll leave you or I'll kill you. Either one, maybe both. I don't know. Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Judge?
Just walking.
Oh, you don't kid old Jim. Nobody picks a night like this to go just walking. Something's up, huh, Judge?
Well, nothing you'd want to write about in the newspaper, darn it.
You know, Judge, I need a story in the worst way. I'm up against a deadline. I don't even have tomorrow's column. How about an idea?
Well, how about, murder?
Murder?
Murder.
Oh, no. No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Oh, because it's kind of offbeat, you know? Average person isn't concerned with murder. He doesn't think about killing.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Downett. Killing is the law of nature. Every living being has the mission to kill.
Well, Judge, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Oh, yes, everyone wants to kill. Animals kill ceaselessly every day in order to live. Birds constantly must kill.
Well, yeah, but we're not exactly talking about animals.
Or we cause to be killed for our benefit.
Well, it's kind of a gruesome topic.
No, killing is almost the same as creating. To make and to destroy. These concepts are the history of the universe.
Well, Judge, it's been great running into you, but I have some people down the line.
To kill is the law.
All right, if you say so,
Because
Judge.
nature loves eternal youth. The more she destroys, the more she renews herself.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that for a minute. Okay, I'll see you.
Now, just a second.
Huh? What is it?
I want to show you something. Here, look.
Judge, what are you doing with a knife? Judge, let go of me. Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy. We kill animals, but that's not enough to satisfy.
Now, wait a minute.
Long ago, the basic need was met by human sacrifice. But now, each man must...
Help!
Quiet.
I always treated you fairly, Judge. I always wrote good things about
There's
you.
nothing personal in this. Please understand that. It has to be done. Don't struggle, Jim. It'll be over very quickly. Was he dead? I thought I heard someone coming. His scream may have been heard by someone, the police maybe. If he wasn't dead, I was doomed. But I didn't have time to make sure. I had to get out of there because I knew I had blood on my coat. I had to get out of there, and I had to get rid of that coat.
Frank, where's your coat?
Estelle, I don't think you're going to believe me, but I gave it away.
You what?
Yes, you know the legend of the rich man who gives his coat to a beggar. Well, I ran into some poor derelict, and I just gave him...
Frank, what a generous thing to do.
Well, not really. The coat was getting old, and I was getting tired of it.
And I never really liked it.
Oh?
Let me tell you the latest news.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Downard, the political columnist on the Herald.
Yes? What about him?
Well, he was found stabbed on the street.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
Is he dead?
He's in a coma.
Oh.
He was unconscious when the police picked him up. Evidently, he'd been attacked. He'd been screaming for help.
Well, will he recover?
Well, the police are convinced he'll be able to identify his attacker, but, well, he has to regain consciousness.
Yes. Estelle.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to go to the hospital. I'd like to see him.
Oh, I didn't know you were that close.
Well, Jim was, he said he wanted to do a biography on me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But you never said anything.
Well, it was just in the talk stages.
But they probably wouldn't permit visitors.
Well, the least I can do is go there and ask if he needs blood.
Oh, Frank. That's wonderful.
The doctor said, sure, he needs blood. And they took a pint of mine, which I thought was only fitting and proper. And then I asked if I could see Jim. And the doctor said Jim was still in a coma, but I could pop inside for a second. There was a cop stationed outside the door. He saluted me, and I walked into the room. He was lying very still. There were all kinds of tubes attached to various parts of his body. As I leaned over to look at him, he slowly opened his eyes. And I knew he was going to live and destroy me, unless I could do something. I could hear the doctor out in the hall. He was exchanging greetings with a policeman. Quickly, I pulled gently at one of the tubes in his arm. I didn't know what that might do, but it was all I had time for.
Do you want some warm milk, honey?
No, I'll just go to bed. Any news about Jim Downard?
Sorry to have to tell you this, Frank, but came over the radio a few minutes ago. Jim Downard is dead.
Oh.
They said he never really had a chance.
January 20th. I had discovered something else. In addition to the thrill of killing, there is also the exhilaration that is felt by the victim. Nature is kind. She also gives the one who is doomed a feeling of the drama. I know, because for several hours last night, I could have been a victim. Had Jim Downard lived, well, it taught me a lesson. I should raise the stakes. I shouldn't be so invulnerable. After all, if I am absolutely 100% safe, where is the thrill?
Morning, darling.
Oh, I see you've prepared a big breakfast.
You know, it seems to me that every time there's been a murder, you eat a big breakfast the following morning.
Oh? How do you account for that?
Well, how do you account for this? Police have suspect in Downard murder.
Have they?
It's remarkable. It only happened late last night, and they have their man a few hours later.
Darling, he's not exactly their man. He's just a suspect.
Well, they don't say, but they hint pretty strongly that the evidence against him is rather heavy.
Well, now, that's for a jury to decide.
I don't know, Frank. I don't think he did it.
Oh, no. Here we go again.
Well, it's just a feeling.
Darling, he'll have his day in court.
Well, that doesn't necessarily prove anything.
Estelle, are you attacking our system of justice?
Did that poor kid, what's his name, Peter Simmons, did he get justice?
Well, he got a fair trial.
Huh. Well, I still believe he's innocent, for all the good that does him now. And I believe this man is innocent, too.
Estelle, you don't know what the evidence
Well,
is.
it's just a feeling, and it just won't go away.
Oh, you're being silly.
Maybe. I just wish that you weren't involved.
Well, I have to be involved. It's my job. February 23rd. The man's name is Tom Lewis, 30 years old. He has a previous record. He did time for robbery and again for assault. I don't think his chances are too good. He doesn't have a very good story either.
Well, I was just walking along down the street, see, and I thought I heard somebody yell for help. So I wasn't going to get mixed up in it, see, but it was foggy. And I couldn't see, And I guess I must have tripped over him. I could see he was dead, or good as dead. And there was blood. There was blood all over him. And that's how it got over me. And the money, well, all right, I figured as long as he's dead anyhow, he might have a couple of bucks on him, so I reached into his pocket.
Your Honor, we should like the jury to examine this $50 bill.
I not deny.
Bill.
Listen.
Order.
But somebody else had already knocked him off.
The accused will remain seated and orderly.
Well, I'm being framed.
Mr. Lewis, I will not warn you again. The court cannot tolerate these outbursts.
But I didn't kill him.
February 25. I see now each of my murders has been a masterpiece. I feel like an artist. With this difference, I cannot accept credit for my work. Well, perhaps the day will come when a man will be honored for a superlative job, such as I can do. Meanwhile, I'm not exactly being cheated. No one else wants to take credit for my work either. That's a consolation. Estelle?
Yes, Frank?
Well, now, what are you doing sitting here in the dark?
Is it dark? I hadn't noticed.
What, did you fall asleep?
No.
Well, let me turn on the light. There. That's better. Well, what a day. Did you hear about it on the news?
No.
The boy. He isn't doing his case much good with all those outbursts. Would you like to go somewhere for dinner?
I don't feel like eating out.
Oh, well, that's all right. I just assumed.
The truth is, I don't feel like eating at all.
What's wrong?
That's a good question. How can I answer it?
Estelle.
I don't have the faintest idea of what to say or what to think.
About what?
About everything.
Darling, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
But there's really nothing I have to tell you. You're the one who has to tell me.
I always tell you everything.
I was paying the bills today.
Oh, well, that's enough to get anybody down.
And, I ran out of blank checks.
Oh?
I remembered...
Yes?
That you always have an extra book of checks in your desk drawer.
Oh.
But you always keep it locked.
Yes, that's right, I do.
I thought, maybe this time, you might have left it open.
Estelle, I never go through your things. We always respected each other's privacy.
But the drawer just happened to be open. And I found this little book.
And, did you read it?
Yes. Yes, Frank, I read it. Every single word of it.
Did you tell anyone about it?
No, Frank. I've told no one.
Well, that's good. That's very good to know.
Frank.
How would you like to poke innocently through your husband's desk and come up with a diary like the one you've been listening to? Well, you could say she's twice foolish. First, to find the diary, and second, to let him know it.
We'll let you know what happens when I return shortly with that.
Might have left.
Over the years, there's been a series of particularly brutal murders. You are the wife of a distinguished jurist who has presided over most of the trials and sent the supposedly guilty to death. Now, you find a diary in which your husband claims that he is the killer.
Frank, what are you going to do?
What do you mean, what am I going to do?
Well, you killed those people. This boy, this one who's on trial now for the murder of Jim Downard, he's innocent.
No, dear, he's guilty.
But I just read your confession. And Peter Simmons, who was hanged for killing his sweetheart. Well, you admit you killed her.
Darling, please, sit down. You're becoming hysterical.
That's right, I am. I have every right to become...
Estelle, please, will you listen?
But to what?
To the truth.
I've just read the truth.
Darling, listen. For many years, I wanted to write a book.
What?
Now, will you please just listen? You don't have to say anything until I'm finished. I have been fascinated by the criminal mind. And so after a particularly brutal, apparently senseless murder is committed, I try to place myself in the mind of the killer. What does he think?
The way you put it, murder is obedience to a natural law.
That's poetic license, dear.
What do you mean?
We kill, not for gain. Or we think we do. We think we kill for money or for passion, but the truth is, these are just pretexts. Now, we kill because of an ancient urge. And when the urge becomes strong enough, we take advantage of any pretext that comes up.
But I'm not aware of this urge.
And neither am I, dear. It's been refined and civilized out of us, but there are lower types. You see, the Tom Lewises,
but
the Pete
why?
Simmons. Why what?
I don't know.
Estelle, do you believe that I killed these people?
Well, there it was in your own handwriting.
Oh, Estelle, could you actually believe me capable of murder?
I don't know. It was such a shock, and I was so frightened.
Darling, we've been married 20 years. Don't you know me there is to know about murder?
Thought I did. And then I happened to remember certain things.
Like what?
Well, one of those. Each time there's been one. What murders? You just happened to be out walking.
Well, there is such a thing as coincidence.
And when that girl was killed, well, you did have stains on your coat.
Oh, darling. Would you hang me on circumstantial evidence?
Well, you hung Peter Simmons on circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is tightening the noose around Tom Lewis's neck every day.
Do you seriously believe?
No. I believe you.
Well, that's better.
I believe you because I have no alternative.
February 27. How could I have been so stupid? Why did I leave that drawer unlocked? I'm sure there are psychologists who would say that I want to be caught, but that's ridiculous. Does she believe me? Does she? Or do I have to kill her? Kill Estelle? No, that would be testing the law, the natural law. Can you kill a loved one? Because I do love Estelle. That would be the highest obedience to the law, to kill the one you love.
Very well, Mr. Lewis. You expect this court to believe that you just stumbled across Mr. Downard's body in the dark?
It's the truth.
He had already been attacked by someone else.
Yes.
He was still alive.
I think so.
You insist you heard him cry for help.
That's right. Someone had just attacked him, see? And he's the one who killed him.
Yeah, but we don't know that he cried for help. All we have is your word for it.
But it happened, I tell you, and...
Yes? What? What did you want to say?
Mr. Lewis, you must answer the prosecutor's question. What happened?
Yes, well, it was foggy. But you see, just as I got there, I saw somebody.
You saw somebody?
Right. I could see somebody running away.
And could you describe that somebody?
He was tall. Very tall.
There's no mention of this somebody in any of your previous statements?
Well, that's because I was nervous. See, I couldn't think, but now...
Yes?
Well, now, as I go over it again and again in my mind, I remember. There was somebody, see, a tall guy. And he was running away. I mean, I can even remember his footsteps. His footsteps.
And so now you expect us to believe that the murder was committed by a certain mysterious somebody.
I expect you to believe the truth.
I think we already know the truth.
You heard about today's testimony, Estelle?
Yes.
He claims that a tall, mysterious stranger was running away from the scene.
Yes, I know about it.
I was out walking that night. And I'm tall. Exceptionally tall.
Yes.
And if you want to add it, I came home without my coat. Now, why would I do that? To get rid of it. And why would I want to get rid of my coat? Because of the stains, naturally.
Oh, please, Frank.
How are we going to live with this, Estelle? You suspect me of being a killer.
I never
You
said
don't
it.
have to say. I can tell by your face, by the tone of your voice, you suspect me.
I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Well, you think I'm a killer. Shouldn't you want to stop me?
How? Even if I believe it, who would believe me?
I'm sorry, Estelle. I'm sorry for both of us. I should have never written a book like that. You should never have read it. I don't know what kind of life we can have together. You'll never know the truth.
But I will, Frank, I will. I found a way to determine the truth.
How? How could you?
The truth is in your diary. I read your diary very closely. I found a way. I found a way.
Who are you?
That's not important, Tom Lewis.
How'd you get in here?
It wasn't easy.
Now, what do you want?
I want to save you.
Yeah, why?
Listen, I pulled a lot of wires to get into this prison. I'm the only chance you've got.
Who are you kidding? I got no chance at all. Unless you can work Miracle. How are you at Miracle, lady?
Just pull yourself together. You have a job to do.
Now, look, lady, I don't know who you are, what you want, but it ain't going to work.
You have absolutely nothing to lose. Now, just tell me, was there or was there not a tall man who ran away as you approached?
Yeah, I told the prosecutor.
Now, you just didn't make that up in the desperate hope someone might believe it.
Lady, I don't have to lie. I got nothing to lose. There was someone.
Tall?
Yeah, tall guy.
And that's all you could say about him?
Well, he was tall and kind of athletic looking, you know. Good build. He moved fast.
I see.
Hey, lady. Hey, what's the matter? Come on, what are you crying about?
Oh, nothing. Oh. Now, do you want to be cleared of the murder charge?
Huh. Just like that, huh?
Well, almost.
Why should I be clear?
Because tomorrow, you'll stand up in court and admit you killed Jim Downard.
Oh, great. And that's going to clear me?
Yes.
Oh, lady, why don't you leave me alone? I got a tough one now.
Do as I tell you.
You mean you want me to just jump up and holler, I killed him?
Yes, and then you go on, and this is what else you'll tell them.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard all the testimony, seen all the evidence, and now it's up to you to decide whether the accused, Tom Lewis, is guilty as charged of the crime of murder.
They don't have to decide.
There will be order in this court. Order.
I mean, what's to decide? I'm guilty. Hey, here we say.
Order. The prisoner will be seated.
I'm guilty. You see? I don't know what those clowns on the jury think. I killed him. I killed Jim Downard. I killed him. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. Sure, I killed him. What's wrong with that? Everybody kills sooner or later. We're all killers, you see. I killed him because I couldn't help myself.
I said be seated.
Didn't you ever want to kill somebody, Judge, huh? Didn't you?
I'll have you removed from this court.
What do I care? I killed him. I also killed that woman last year, you know? That Darlene, right? Darlene, what's her name? I killed her. Her boyfriend swung for it.
You did not.
I did. I did. I can still feel the wild beating of her heart, you see. The hysterical pounding of her pulse. And then you stab. You stab the knife.
You didn't kill her.
I killed her. And I killed Tom Downard. You can take that away from me. Don't anybody try to take it away from me.
Silent!
I won't be silent. I killed because I had to. I had to obey the law. The natural law. Nature commanded me to kill.
That's a lie. You're a cheap little what would you know about nature's laws? What would an ignorant hoodlum like you know about nature's law? What an illiterate clod like you know about the dark hidden places in the human soul? What would you know about bloody imperatives of the race?
I know. I killed both of them.
You're a liar. You didn't kill anybody. I did. I killed Darlene Wilson and I killed Jim Downard, and I can prove it.
Frank.
Now you know, Giselle. Now you know I did it. They weren't cheap little crimes of passion. They were obedience to the elemental law. You know that's the truth, Estelle. Show them the book. Show everybody the book.
Well, they were all set to throw the book at ex-Judge Frank Wallace, but, of course, the plea was insanity. And if it proves anything at all, it demonstrates that no one should try to steal credit from a true artist. No one else should ever try to pose as the author of his works, even if those works are concerned with murder. I'll be back shortly. You've heard him say, murder will out. It's supposed to mean that murder cannot be hidden. The fact will eventually emerge. However, the tale you just heard adds a chilling dimension to that statement. It can now mean that murder may slumber deep inside each of us, that one day it may find its way out. No, that won't do. Better enjoy murder vicariously with us. That way, you'll never be tempted or driven. Our cast included Larry Haynes, E.V. Juster, Robert Dryden, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Haim Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your own imagination. I would like to offer a few observations on the vagaries of the animal called man. Take the popular saying, seeing is believing. What idiot first said that? And how many idiots repeat since? Do you believe in love? Tell me the color of it. Do you believe in truth, goodness, mercy? What shapes do they come in? No, my friends. Seeing is not believing. Only believing is believing. And we'll prove it to you in the story that follows. Our mystery drama, The Ghost at the Gate, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Beatrice Straight. With how
how much ease believe we what we wish? An English playwright named Dryden wrote that in the year 1679. Brilliant man, Mr. Dryden. But wait, listen to this. Men freely believe that which they desire. Someone else seems to have had the same idea. And he wasn't a 17th century English playwright. He was a Roman emperor named Julius Caesar, proving once again that no man in any age has a monopoly on wisdom. Now, let's get on with our story.
Come in, Dorothea.
Your chocolate, Mrs. Emery.
Oh, good.
Shall I light the fire in the fireplace?
Yes, please. I think it's chilly enough for... Oh, Dorothea.
Ma'am?
You forgot the other cup again.
I did.
I told you to always bring 2 cups.
Oh, it seems so silly.
I'll decide what's silly.
When there's just you to drink it.
I've explained that to you, Dorothea, more than once. I like to drink 2 cups of chocolate before retiring, and I don't like that icky sediment in the bottom of the cup.
I'll try, Mrs. Emery. Now, if that's all... Or do you want me to go downstairs and fetch up another cup?
Oh, no. Go to bed.
Oh. Good night, Mrs. Emery.
Good night, Dorothea. All right now, darling. Chocolate's all poured. Fire's lighted. Charles, everything's ready. Now, come on, darling, or the chocolate will get cold.
Don't want any chocolate.
Oh, Charles, you love chocolate. You've always loved chocolate.
Tastes like mud.
But it's very good chocolate. You know what good chocolate Dorothea makes. Now, come on, Charles. Don't make me wait.
You want me?
Want you? Oh, Charles, how can you ever ask such a thing? Why, I go through the whole day thinking of you. All afternoon at the community chest, I think about you. Why, darling, it's torture for me listening to those other women whose husbands are with them in the conventional way. I want to scream at them, but I have my Charles, you silly females. Every night he comes to my bedroom, and he's tall and handsome and brilliant and romantic and adorable and manly, and we sit and talk together, and he...
All right, Alice. That's enough.
There you are. Oh, Charles.
Missed me?
Oh, darling, the days are so terrible. I can't think of anything but this moment when we're together. But you know that, my dear. I tell you every single night.
I need to hear it, Alice. We who have more or less left this world can't come back unless we are wanted by someone who is still here. Wanted a lot. Otherwise, we can't make the trip, as it were. We can't even purchase a ticket, so to speak, unless we have a destination that is vibrant with love and need and desire.
But I love you and I need you. I desire you. You should know that, Charles.
Well, it doesn't hurt to hear it.
Here's your chocolate. Try it.
I don't want it.
Oh, Charles.
The longer we're away from this earth, Alice, the less we rely on our senses. The senses, in a manner of speaking, start to fade. Mashed potatoes begin to taste like cold cream. Coffee tastes like iodine. And this chocolate tastes like mud. They tell me this is quite normal.
Charles, when you say they tell you this and they tell you that, you mean...
I mean them, of course. All those.
The ones up there?
It isn't up there, Alice. And it isn't down there, either.
Well, where is it?
It's simply there. Meaning not here. Heavens, I thought you knew that.
Are there a lot of them?
Of course there are a lot of them. It's all so vast, so endless, and so damnably peaceful.
I know what it is to be lonely, Charles. This big house, I couldn't bear to move out of it after you weren't here all the time, because I couldn't leave the place where you and I had spent so many happy years together.
Why don't you ask someone to move in with you?
Move in? Why, I never thought.
Such a large house.
You could have separate quarters. You wouldn't be forever bumping into each other.
But who would want to move in? Who would I want to move in?
Oh, some old good friend?
Well, like who, Charles?
Oh, someone like Connie, maybe. Connie Lawrence.
Connie Lawrence? Well, I've certainly known her long enough. We were roommates at school. What do you think she'd want to?
She'll jump at the chance, would be my guess.
She still lives in that tiny one-room apartment. I know she's saving for a retirement. And with the pay school teachers get in this town. Charles, I'll call her tomorrow. She gets home from school at 3. Come in, Dorothea.
Your breakfast, Mrs. Emery.
Thank you.
You don't want 2 cups in the morning, do you?
Oh, no. No. Coffee doesn't leave that icky stuff the way chocolate does. Actually, I think I won't have chocolate at night anymore, Dorothea. I feel like trying something else. But 2 cups, just the same, don't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't go just yet, Dorothy. I want to talk to you about something. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Dorothea, do you find the work too hard in this big house?
No, ma'am.
Well, we used to have a houseman and an upstairs maid and a cook.
Oh, I've no complaints, Mrs. Emery, if you don't.
Oh, I don't.
This is the only job I've ever had. I've worked here for 22 years. I was so fond of both you and Mr. Emery right from the start, and I still am of you. And, well, goodness knows I practically worship this house. It's so beautiful. I love taking care of it, and I love living in it.
Do you still have that little room on the 3rd floor in the back?
Oh, I love that little room, Mrs. Emery. I can look out and see the garden.
I was thinking, why couldn't we give you all the other rooms as well? The rooms the other servants used to have.
All of them?
Well, why couldn't we knock out the partition between your room and what used to be the cook's room?
I'd have 2 windows.
And make one of the other rooms into a really big dressing room.
Oh.
And maybe put in some kind of a kitchen for you with a hot plate and a refrigerator.
Oh, Mrs. Emery, I never thought I never imagined in my wildest dreams.
No. It's all settled.
Oh.
I'm going to stay right here in bed all morning and make plans.
I don't know how to thank you, Mrs. Emery.
Don't try. It's my pleasure.
I just hope I deserve all the...
Oh, before I forget, Dorothea.
Oh, yes.
Last night while I was drinking your lovely chocolate, an idea came to me. You and I are rattling around in this big house.
Oh, we certainly are.
And I was wondering, well, how would it be if we invited Miss Lawrence to stay with us? Miss Constance Lawrence? Do you remember her?
Isn't she the one who teaches school? Used to come to dinner once in a while. And after she'd help Mr. Emery with the double-cross stick?
That's Connie.
Oh.
I thought we could open up the 2 big rooms on this floor in the back. In that way, she and I would have separate quarters and not be, bumping into each other all the time. Of course, I imagine she'd expect to take care of her own room.
Oh, I wouldn't mind. What's 2 more rooms?
You wouldn't mind cooking for her?
Oh, what's 1 more person to cook for? Nothing.
Oh. Well, then, it's all settled.
My goodness. The house will be kind of lively again. Almost like before. Not quite, of course, but... Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Dorothea. It will be more lively.
Will you? Then I'll scratch your head for you. Oh, dear. You're just going to have to wait. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hello?
Connie, this is Alice Emery.
Alice, how are you? Long time no see.
Well, I don't get out a great deal.
Maybe we could have dinner some evening. Would you like to come here?
Well, I thought you might like to come here.
Well, if you'd rather. Heaven knows your dinners are better than mine.
Connie, I want you to come here for good. I mean to live.
To live? To live with you?
Why not? We've known each other practically all our lives, and I've got this huge house. I've got Dorothea to look after us. You could have your own quarters overlooking the garden. We live quite independently since I'm in the front, and you're at school till 3, and by the time you get home, I'll be at the community chest. We'll just meet for dinner. Maybe have a little nip together first. Oh, Connie, say you will.
Oh, Alice, I don't know. I've lived here for so long.
That tiny little place? High time you got out of it.
But I'm used to it. And then there's Goldie. You know, my canary.
Bring Goldie with you. We'll find a nice sunny window.
Alice, it's all very tempting, but I don't know.
Think about having 2 big rooms and vegetables out of the garden and being waited on. And Connie, think of the money you'll save.
Well, yes, but all the same.
You've just got to say yes, Connie. Take the afternoon to think about it and call me back.
I will, Alice. I'll call you soon.
Fine. Bye.
Bye, Alice. Oh, dear. It all sounds so luxurious. 2 rooms and fresh vegetables. And someone to cook for me. But I can't leave this little place. I can't give up my afternoons. Why, I couldn't live without my afternoons. I know this place is small and dark and furniture is dingy and the bathroom is old-fashioned. But we've never minded, have we, dearest? Have we?
It's a very small place, Connie.
But if I move into Alice's house, I might lose you forever. You might never come to visit me again, and all my lovely afternoons would be really over.
You're not to worry, Connie.
You mean we can go on as we always have?
Only we'll have more room.
Well, if you say so.
Trust me, Connie.
Oh, I do trust you, Charlie. Haven't I always trusted you? All these years.
His flesh may be weak, but the spirit of Charles, or Charlie, is very, very willing. Also very inventive and very persuasive. Ah, well, there's nothing like the love of a good woman, unless it's the love of 2 good women. We'll come back in a bit for Act 2.
This is WR New York, an RKO General Station.
Now we come back to our story. We seem to have uncovered a triangle here. Connie, Alice, and Charles, or Charlie, as Connie calls him. And the apex of the triangle is naturally, if you will pardon my chauvinism, the man. Listen now to the second act of The Ghost at the Gate.
What a lovely dinner that was, Alice.
Was it, Connie? It was the wine that made everything taste so good. Whatever gave you the idea of bringing home a bottle of wine?
Alice, it's the first anniversary of me moving in here. Don't you realize? I've been here a month.
Well, for heaven's sakes. Why, it seems like a week. Or it seems like you've always lived here. I don't know which.
It has worked out, hasn't it?
Has it ever worked out?
I was so afraid it wouldn't.
You know what? It's meeting just for dinner that's done it. Leading separate lives except for dinner. Connie, let's have wine every night. This wine. What kind is it?
I can't quite make out what the label says. Oh, it's in French.
Oh, so never mind.
It's got a picture of a house on it.
If it's French, it's a chateau.
I didn't know that. You're very clever, Alice.
Save the label, and I'll order a case of it.
Must be really nice to have money.
I've always found it to be nice.
I guess money is about the nicest thing in the world.
Money isn't.
Love is. Oh, yes. First comes love.
Friends come second, then money.
How about friends who have money?
Oh, Connie, you're very witty tonight.
So are you, Alice. Witty and profound.
Seriously, though, Connie, you have been happy here, haven't you?
Oh, Alice, my beautiful room, the marvelous food. Having Dorothea to make my bed and clean up, it's heavenly. You're stuck with me.
Oh, I am so glad, Connie. You can't imagine how glad. Is there any more of that wine?
More than half a bottle.
Oh, good. Let's...
Mrs. Emery?
What? Oh, Dorothea. What is it?
It's after 9 o'clock, Mrs. Emery.
You don't say.
I was wondering, should I bring your clear consomme upstairs to you?
What clear consomme?
Well, Mrs. Emery, we talked about it last night. Remember when you decided to give up the chocolate, and then we tried apple juice and prune juice and lemonade, and last night you said clear consomme because it has a nice aroma?
Well, I did say that, didn't I?
Uh-huh.
What time did you say it was?
9:15.
My goodness.
What's the matter, Alice?
It's past time. Past my bedtime.
You want the consomme?
Oh, to heck with the consomme. I'll take the wine. You don't mind, do you, Connie?
Why, no, Alice.
Oh, let me have your glass, too, all right?
Sure, Alice.
I've got my glass, Connie. Forgive me for eating and running.
Alice, it's your house.
I simply didn't realize the time. 9:15. Heavens.
She'd better not drink any more of that wine. She's not used to it.
Neither am I. Only tonight we were celebrating my being here a month.
Mm.
Why did you want 2 glasses, Dorothea?
Oh, she always wants 2. 2 cups, 2 bowls, 2 glasses. One of her little ways.
But tonight she took my glass. Do you suppose she wants me to join her?
I wouldn't know, Miss Lawrence.
Maybe. Maybe she's always expected me to join her after dinner, only she didn't want to suggest it. When I moved in here, we agreed that we'd lead absolutely independent lives, not get in each other's way. We've been very careful about that, going to our separate rooms after dinner. Maybe all this time she was hoping I'd stop by her room on my way to my room, and I never noticed Dorothea. That must be it.
I wouldn't really know.
I never guessed. Oh, how self-centered, how insensitive. I'll never forgive myself. I'm going up there right now and apologize.
Can I clear the table now?
Do whatever you like. She's got to forgive me. That's all there is to it. Dear, sweet, generous Alice. She'll understand. She'll know I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. Alice, may I come in?
Come on, darling, have some wine.
Alice?
Connie and I had it for dinner, and we just loved it. Try it, Charles.
Charles?
Not at all bad. Nice bouquet.
Charlie! Charlie!
Where did you come from, Connie?
You never told me. How could you, Charlie?
Charlie?
Just give me a moment and I'll explain everything. But I need a moment to think. Then I'll explain.
What did you think of Charlie's explanation?
I've heard it all before. How he needs lots of love to make the trip from there to here.
He always needed a lot of love, even when he was just here.
Well, he got a lot.
Did he really spend all those afternoons with you? I mean, before he left here and went there?
5 afternoons a week. Alice, you hate me.
I should.
I know, but do you?
I guess I do when it comes right down to it.
I'll move out. I'll move back to my one room.
But I don't want you to move out. Oh, we were having such a good time. Remember how we were laughing and carrying on at dinner? I haven't laughed like that in years and years.
Could have been the wine.
There's half a bottle left. Should we?
Let's. You don't think we'll turn into a couple of alcoholics, do you?
Not on half a bottle of wine.
Like what wine?
Well, here's to... To what? Here's to Charles.
To Charlie.
I feel as if I've just buried him.
Said goodbye forever?
Did he really come to see you 5 afternoons a week, Connie?
At 3 o'clock. You see, my school and his bank let out at the same time. It was practically inevitable.
Charlie was a no-good man.
He still is. Only now he's a
no-good ghost.
Oh, Alice.
There's enough wine left for a glass apiece.
Fill her up.
Hold out your glass.
All that guff about needing to be loved and wanted or he couldn't make the trip.
Remember what we were saying at dinner, Connie, about love being the most important thing?
I've always believed that.
And friends being the second most important thing?
Especially friends like you, Alice.
And like you, Connie.
I feel closer to you right now than I've ever felt to anybody. My mother, my father, my canary.
We've been through a lot, Connie. Just in the last half hour. And yet we're still friends. Isn't that amazing?
Truly remarkable.
It must mean something. Something very profound.
Like what?
Like there are times in a person's life when love isn't the most important thing. Friends are.
A friend is.
Yes. Stupid ghost.
Silly, pompous ghost.
You believe in ghosts?
Certainly not.
Neither do I. Never have.
Except Charlie, of course.
Why should Charlie be an exception?
He is for you, too, Alice. You know he is.
Tell me something. Why do you believe in him?
Because...
Why?
I want to.
That's why I believe in him, too.
Is that wrong?
Not wrong, but you've got to stop, and I've got to stop. We can't have him visiting you in the back of the house from 3 to 6, and then coming to see me in the front of the house from 9 to 12.
Now that we know, it wouldn't be nice.
Well, we couldn't be friends anymore.
Oh, Alice.
But if we don't believe in him, if we don't desire him, then he'll have to go back there and stay there. He won't be able to come here anymore.
He can't make the trip.
Connie, can you do it?
Stop wanting him?
Yes.
Of course I can. Why, I'm having a wonderful time. I don't need him.
Neither do I.
We'll be better off without him.
We'll be free, Connie.
Liberated women.
Let's drink to that.
Right you are. Bottoms up.
Ah, what courage lies in the bottom of a glass. Courage for the shy, the lonely, the frightened, the frustrated, and for the 2 elderly ladies determined to forget a ghost. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Alice and Connie are bravely resolved to forget the man both had loved so long. But what of him? Poor, lonely, unloved ghost. Doomed to live on forever in the there. Banished forever from the here. What of him?
Connie. Connie. Speak to me, Connie.
That's my sweet Goldie. That's my lovely bird. Happy to see me, sweetheart?
Connie, I know you're here.
I'm here, Charlie, but you're not.
I am so.
I don't believe in you anymore.
You do, too.
And I don't love you or want you. So there.
Connie, you are being very cruel.
I expect I am.
If you don't believe me, why are you talking to me?
Don't try to confuse things, Charlie.
Answer my question. Why are you talking to me if you don't believe in me?
Goldie, tell that ghost to go away.
How did it go today, Connie?
Oh, he was was around. I could hear him.
What did he want?
The usual. Be loved, to be wanted. I told him no more of that.
You had a conversation with him?
Not much of a one.
You haven't stopped believing.
Have you stopped, Alice?
I think so.
You haven't. If you'd stopped, you wouldn't say, I think so. You'd know.
Oh, Connie, how can I know?
Mrs. Emery,
What is it, Dorothea?
do you want clear consomme in your room tonight or what?
Nothing.
Not anything?
Not a thing.
Oh, well, all right. I had it all ready, but...
That ought to show him, don't you think, Connie?
Alice. It's Charles. It's Charles, Alice. What delicious surprise do you have for me tonight? Orange crush? Pomegranate juice?
Not a blessed thing, Charles.
Ah, you spoke.
I didn't mean to.
But you did. How beautiful to hear your voice.
Oh, don't tell me that old malarkey, Charles.
Malarkey? I never thought I'd hear my wife use a word like that.
I'm not your wife. I'm your widow. And I'm using a lot of words I never used before.
Alice, say you love me still. I can't make the trip unless you love me.
I loved you for 35 years.
Alice, I'm facing eternity. What's 35 years?
Maybe not much there where you are. But it's a long time here. Now I'm going to turn off the light and go to sleep. I was talking to him before I could stop myself.
It was the same with me.
But he couldn't complete the trip because I wouldn't say I loved him.
Same here.
And I really don't think I do love him, Connie. I think I just got into the habit.
Me too.
What does he want to hang around for?
I can't imagine. Must be so beautiful there where he is. Why should he want to come here?
He says it's very peaceful there.
Sounds heavenly.
Not much like here.
Alice, that's why he keeps coming back. He can't stand the peacefulness. He isn't having any fun.
I bet you're right.
No worries, no troubles, no arguments, no problems.
He can't stand it.
That's the way he was when he was here. That's why he took up with me. Why else would he want to have a clandestine affair in the afternoon with a middle-aged school teacher when he had a wonderful wife like you?
He was bored.
He wanted a little excitement.
He still wants it. Funny. I always thought people changed when they left this terrible world. I guess they don't.
I hope I change.
I'd hate to go on the same way for eternity.
Being petty and jealous and suspicious. Oh, no.
Well, how can it be so peaceful there if everyone's the same as they were here?
Maybe. Maybe the others don't stay the same. Maybe they accept all that eternal peace and enjoy it.
In the meantime, Connie, while we're still here, we have a problem that must be dealt with. Let's face it, neither of us has stopped believing in Charles completely.
Alice, I don't know if I'll ever be able to stop completely. Maybe there'll always be some little corner of my mind that goes on believing that Charlie is here.
It's the same with me. And as long as we both have that last little shred of belief, he will be here, wandering around the house making bleating noises.
But we won't answer it.
We've got to be strong. Use firm measures.
Like what?
Like rejecting him utterly.
How do we do that?
I have 2 rooms in the front of the house. 2 big rooms with a big bath between. Would you consider taking one of them?
Why,
That would be what I call rejecting him utterly. He'd never try to visit one of us if the other one was there.
Could I bring Goldie?
Of course you can bring Goldie. I'll get a canary, too, of the opposite sex.
You'll hear some real singing then, all right.
Let's skip dessert. Let's go upstairs now and look at the room, and you can decide what furniture you want to keep and which you want to get rid of.
It's all terribly exciting. Oh, Alice, I don't want to be dead for a long time.
There. The desk between the windows. And the chair here. We'll take out the love seat. And that'll leave room for the bed. What do you think, Connie?
I think it's perfect.
Now...
Alice.
Listen to him.
He sounds miserable.
I expect he is. You really dye your hair, Connie?
Do it myself. Want me to? I'll show you how.
I wonder why I ever let myself go gray.
You look lovely. Sort of a pale ash blonde.
Pale ash blonde. I like the sound of that.
Connie. Connie. Where are you, my darling?
Poor old thing.
Don't you give in.
Oh, I won't. I won't.
Be strong.
Oh, I will. I swear.
Connie.
Now, you said blue for the walls. Now, what shade of blue? Aquamarine, turquoise, robin's egg?
Turquoise.
Good. And we'll put white crisscross curtains at the windows.
With turquoise tie-backs.
Right. And we'll get a turquoise and white spread for the bed.
Beautiful. Could I possibly have a white rug?
A white shag rug. Why not?
Alice. Connie. Somebody.
Do you mean to sit there and tell me you didn't even take one peek at your new room?
I wanted to wait till you got home from community chess.
Well, right after dinner, we'll look at it together. What if the color is wrong?
The painter showed me a sample. Pure turquoise.
We'll eat fast. I can't wait to see it.
Dorothy had the bed moved in.
Oh, Connie. I hope we'll get along as well as we've been getting along after you move in.
We will. We will. And Charlie will go back there and settle down.
He'll be much better off.
He'll thank us.
If I know Charles, he won't.
Well, if you don't know him, I don't know who does.
Unless it's you.
You know, you're right there.
Connie, I had a thought. What if I went to the community chest in the morning instead of the afternoon? That way, when you get through school, we could do things like go to the movies.
Oh, Alice, for fun!
And you know what else? Weekends, we could take a train into the city and see a play.
Or a concert.
Or go to a museum.
Oh, Alice! All those things I've been wanting to do, only I didn't want to do them alone.
And you know what else?
You mean there's more?
Well, you have that 2 months off in the summer. We could go to Europe.
Europe?
I'll pay, of course. Now, don't argue. I'm your rich friend, so I'll pay.
Alice, say it again. We're doing the right thing by Charlie, aren't we?
Charles must stop being a ghost and settle down.
And be happy. He will be happy, won't he?
Charles will be happy there in whatever way they are happy there. Just as we will be happy here. I dare say the ways are different, but to each his own. Isn't that the expression?
Oh, Alice, you do have a way of making everything sound simple.
It is simple. If you stare the facts in the face and don't waver.
I hope we're not being selfish.
We're being realistic, that's all. Sometimes realistic and selfish look like the same thing, but they're not. Finished your coffee?
Uh-huh.
Then guess what we're going to do?
Go look at my new room.
Yes, only wait a minute. Dorothea!
I simply can't wait to see it.
Yes, Mrs. Emery.
You know that case of French wine I ordered? Did it come? The one with the picture of the chateau on the label.
It came last week.
Well, will you uncork a bottle and bring it upstairs to my suite? To our suite.
Oh, Alice.
And 2 glasses.
Yes, Mrs. Emery.
Connie, you and I are going to drink to a brand new life. 3 new lives. Yours, mine, and his. Come along. Come in, Dorothea.
Oh, good. The wine's arrived.
Just set it down here, Dorothea.
Yes, ma'am.
Dorothea, Miss Lawrence and I have decided to go to Europe for 2 months this summer.
Oh.
So you'll have a good long vacation instead of your usual 2 weeks. Full salary, of course. You're free to go where you like, or you can stay here.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Emery. I don't know where I'd go exactly.
Well, suit yourselves. Pour the wine, Connie.
Will that be all for this evening?
That'll be all.
Then I'll say good night to you both.
Good night.
Sleep well, Dorothea. Thank you. 2 whole months. They'll be gone 2 whole months. What'll I do with myself?
Dorothea?
Where would I go?
Dorothea?
What would I do if I stayed here in an empty house?
Dorothea, can't you hear me?
I'd be all by myself.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
If there were just somebody...
There is. There is. If you'd only listen.
Somebody like him.
There is me, Dorothea. Oh, Dorothea, hear me.
But he's gone.
Believe in me.
Never to return.
Love me. Want me.
And I loved him so.
Dorothea, listen.
And I still do. Oh, I love him still.
Dorothea, look at me.
Why, Mr. Emery.
I thought you'd never notice.
Have you been here long?
Not too long.
I'm so surprised. I thought I'd never see you again. Ever.
Well, now you do.
But it's like a miracle had been performed.
A lot of good hard work is more like it.
I've never forgotten you.
Really?
Well, I know it was just that one weekend when Mrs. Emery went to her 25th college reunion, but I've never forgotten.
That was quite some time ago.
I was younger then, of course.
You haven't changed, Dorothea. Not an iota.
Oh?
Still fresh, and plump, and adorable.
Oh, you mean that?
I've never met anything so much in my life. Or since. Dorothea, could you love me?
But I do love you, Mr. Emery.
You do?
I've never loved anyone else. Not since that weekend. You came up to my room on the 3rd floor, don't you remember?
That tiny little room. Yes, I do remember.
Oh, you're going to be around for a while?
For a long while, Dorothea. Practically indefinitely.
Will you be here this summer?
This summer and this fall and all next winter and next year. For as long as you want me, Dorothea.
Oh.
Come on. Let's go up to the 3rd floor.
Mr. Emery, could I ask you something first?
Anything, Dorothea. Anything.
Do you mind if I call you Chuck?
Of course I don't mind.
Then come on, Chuck. Follow me.
I'm right behind you, Dottie. Right behind you.
So, Charles continues his mad pursuit of life after death. And I, for one, wish him the best of luck. And the best of luck to Connie and Alice with their new hairdos and their new pantsuits. Good luck to them all. Good luck to all of us. It's what we need the most. I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Beatrice Straight, Paula Truman, Joan Loring, and John Barragray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
owner protection we know of.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another hour with the great forces of the unknown. Those majestic forces that move around above and beneath us, pushing and pulling at our lives, our bodies, our brains. Forces no less powerful because we know them not. And here's a thought. How much of their power actually derives from their mystery? Were we to fathom them, explode their secrets, would they then become as comprehensible as, say, the centrifugal force in the spin dryer at the laundromat? Well, the day is far off when we can be that knowledgeable. So, in the meantime, listen.
How will you do it? A gun? Do you have a gun? No. Well, then that's no good. A knife? Could you get near him? Near enough to use a knife? Do you have the strength? No. Well, so that's no good.
But he has to die so that I can live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the mass of Saint-Césaire.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Doctrine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sineoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
If you're handy, or even if you're not, you know that a good part of getting the job done right is having the proper tools. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Store. They'd be the first to agree with that. So to help you acquire the tools you need, they keep their prices low. For instance, get an 8-inch adjustable crescent wrench for just $3.99. Men who know, professional mechanics and tradesmen, ask for the Crescent brand by name. Just $3.99 at True Value Hardware Stores. A tape measure? The Lufkin Measure-Lock tape measure locks open, glides back at the touch of a button. The 12-foot size is just $3.49. Or how about a Weller soldering iron kit? It's a handy tool for a variety of hobbies and chores. The complete kit has an iron, 3-tip soldering wire, and is just $3.49. Weller soldering iron kits, Lufkin tape measures, and Crescent wrenches, they may be just what you need to get the job done right. And they're sensibly priced at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home.
Careful, they say, what you ask for, lest it be given to you. Who of us knows what to ask for? Who can see far enough into the future to know what gift will delight and which destroy? Better simply to accept whatever comes, with gratitude, whenever possible. Listen with me now to the somber story called The Secret Doctrine.
You can begin now, Louise.
Now, Father Giles?
The others have gone. You said your confession would take some time, so let's begin.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Go on, Louise, and speak up. Don't mumble.
In thought, word, and deed. Oh, Father, I can't find the words to tell you.
Remember, I sit in the confessional box not only as your priest, but as God's own surrogate.
Father, you know Peter Sorrell.
Sorrell?
Yes. The American movie star.
Oh, I don't know any American movie stars. Oh, you mean the actor who came here to make a film about the Saint Vincent de Paul? Yes. It caused quite a stir in the village. And then something happened. What was it?
Father, Peter Sorrell died.
Oh, did he die? I hadn't heard.
This morning.
Oh, God take his soul. What was his illness?
He was not ill, Father. He simply died. He slipped away.
But he was not an old man. What did the doctor say?
Just what I told you. That he was not ill. That he simply grew weaker and weaker until death took him. I know what he died of, Father Giles.
You know?
He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Do you know what you're saying? The Mass of Saint-Césaire has not been said in Gascony for hundreds of years. Most priests have never heard it. Oh, no good priest would even say it. I think you would best tell me all about it, Louise.
Yes, Father. I was in love with Peter Sorrell.
In love? Well, you never knew him. He only came here a month ago.
I've seen all his films. Each one many times. When one of them came to Dax, I'd walk the 20 miles to see it. And if it was there for 2 days, I'd roam the streets all night to see it again and again, as many times as it was shown.
You call this being in love? How old are you, Louise?
I'm 38, Father.
Have you ever loved a boy, a man?
No, Father. I've been in love with Peter Sorrell since I was 18. I've written to him in Hollywood every week for 20 years. And once he answered me. And he sent me his picture. And when I heard that he was coming here, I saw the hand of God.
Take care you don't blaspheme, Louise.
That is how it seemed to me, Father Giles.
Go on.
The company he worked for had rented the big house on the hill for him. And the first day he was here, I took him some of my onion soup.
Well. What have we here?
I brought you some onion soup, Mr. Sorrell. If you'd care to accept it.
I'd care like crazy.
I've seen all your films, Mr. Sorrell. I love them all.
You've got a big heart.
And the next day I took him a bottle of wine. It's called sand wine, Mr. Sorrell. A local product.
Like you. You're a local product.
It's very good. Really, it is.
So are you. What's your name?
And the next day, I took him a bottle of brandy. It's Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell. It's the best brandy in France.
I'll just bet it is.
There's a dish I know how to make with this brandy. Roast capon.
And you're going to make it for me, aren't you, Louise? That is your name, isn't it? Louise?
The The next day I went to his house, but this time he wasn't alone. There was a man with him, a young American gentleman.
I shouldn't have let you talk me into this picture, Gabe.
Me talk you into it?
Who cares about saints anymore?
Well, there's got to be a reaction from all that demon stuff eventually.
Pardon me, Mr. Sorrell. The capon is...
Louise, meet my agent, Gabe Hauser.
How are you, Louise?
Mr. Hauser, I'll keep the capon warm until you're ready.
Please.
Yes, when you're ready, call me.
Who is that?
A fan. One of my millions of fans.
What's for dinner tonight, Louise?
Gascony pork and cabbage in a special sauce.
Why can't we eat like that on the set, huh, Peter?
Because Louise isn't on the set.
Oh, if only I could be.
Hey, we could fix her up with a walk-on or something, couldn't we?
You could.
Hey, she could be one of the Sisters of Charity. Why not?
Louise, the star has spoken.
So then, Father, I could be with him during the day, and not just in the evenings. I was in heaven.
You have strange concepts of theological matters, Louise. But go on.
Oh, the atmosphere of that place, all the fuss and the laughter and the excitement, it all went to my head. And I forgot that I only wanted to serve him. I wanted to love him, to belong to him, and to have him belong to me.
You poor woman.
I watched him every moment. My eyes were fastened on his face, my ears strained to catch every word that fell from his lips.
There is nothing so grand as a good priest. It hurts me to see God's work in unloving hands.
Cut! That's a print. Okay, let's break.
I didn't think anyone noticed how I stared at him, followed him about, waited for him after the day's work. But one day as I watched him...
And the city hospital. 2 to a bed. Some lying on the floor.
You're crying, Louise.
Poor.
He's doing the scene with the cardinal.
Oh, it's not a sad scene. It's not even a good scene.
Oh, it's a very good scene.
Terrible.
It's a wonderful scene. Everything he does is wonderful. It was Noemi, Father. You know her, the woman who came here from the Basque country last year. She got herself a job, an extra like me, and so I saw a lot of her after that.
My father. I degraded my father. I scourged my father.
Why, you want him for your very own.
Not the way you mean, Noemi.
Oh, yes. Precisely the way I mean. What other way is there?
Oh, my Savior. I need to confess.
Cut! Bring it! Right for lunch.
Noemi was always there, Father. I couldn't send her away. She belonged there as much as I did, after all.
Why in the world should I lie down when those poor people are calling for me?
Why, you want him, Louise. It shows on your face.
See them lying.
It's hopeless.
Tommy, can you get your hands on some locks of his hair, cuttings from his fingernails, his toenails?
Why? Why should I?
Why, they will give you power over him.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, believe it's true. His hair, his fingernails, his toenails. If you want him, get them and bring them to me.
Need me?
Cut! Break that. Insertions on the set, please.
I didn't believe her, Father, not really. But my desire had become so great, I thought I should go mad. I had no trouble finding bits of his hair. I picked up all I needed from the floor of the makeup room. But the cuttings from his fingernails and his toenails, that was more difficult. Then one evening at his house...
DePaul was the first social worker in history. You know that, Gabe? I mean, he organized social services.
Would you like some more Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell?
Oh, you still here, Louise? You can go home whenever you feel like it. You don't have to stick around.
I've been listening. And watching.
A great dinner, Louise.
I noticed you bite your nails, Mr. Sorrell, when you talk.
Oh, yeah. A childhood habit.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's what my mother always said.
If you'd let me cut your nails properly...
My mother always said that, too.
I have a scissors right here with me.
My mother also always had the scissors right there with her.
So while they talked, I cut his fingernails. And I saved them all, even the little bits of cuticle, in my kerchief. And when I had finished...
Louise, you're a saint.
Oh, if I'm a saint, Mr. Sorrell, I should wash your feet.
Wash my feet?
I say now...
They get awfully dirty walking around the set in those old sandals. And all the saints, even the Pope, he washes the feet of a sinner once a year to show humility.
I'm your sinner, is that it?
Let her, Peter, if she wants to.
Well, you really want to?
And to cut your toenails.
Well, what can I say? It's the best offer I've had since I came to France.
And so I did, Father. And when I left that night, I had all the cuttings in my kerchief, and I took them to Noemi, who waited for me in the woods.
Take this, Louise.
What is that?
It's a little bag made from the skin of a toad, which my own daughter impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the old abbey. Oh, we put all your precious cuttings into it. Now, pull the drawstrings tight. That's it, and hang it around your neck, under your dress. Yes, just like that.
How do you know that it will work?
I know.
It seems so wrong. It's going against God, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of Eliphaz Levi and the secret doctrine?
No.
Well, Eliphaz Levi was his pen name. He wrote many books on the subject of magic. Magic exists. Always has existed all over the world.
But I'm afraid of it, Noemi.
Oh, give in to your fear, and you'll lose the thing you most desire. Conquer your fear, and the secret doctrine will bring you Peter Sorrell.
How do I know?
Magic is everywhere, unseen, unheard, but it is working all the time. You need only the spiritual energy to make it work for you.
But do I have energy like that? I don't think I do.
Oh, never mind. I do. Now, kneel down. No, do not bow your head. Raise your face to the sky. Send up a prayer from your loins to Aether, god of chaos and the dark.
Well, the secret doctrine has been kept from me, I must say. All my life I have struggled from problem to problem, quandary to quandary, with only my limited intelligence to assist me. And all the time, was there a secret doctrine that might have solved things magically? If so, I'm a little late finding it out. We'll be back shortly for Act 2.
Look, let's put an end to all this gloomy-sounding stuff you've been getting so much of lately. Income tax is behind us, spring is here, Aaron's hit number 715, and there's even reason for hope with the gasoline thing. It's in this new spirit that I'd like to talk to you about buying a new car. It's a small car, one you can judge sanely, and not just in terms of how many miles per gallon it gives you. The car is a Buick Apollo. Like any self-respecting small car, it is economical. It's got a 6-cylinder engine and a 21-gallon gas tank, which combine to give Apollo good gas economy and great range. But Apollo can also seat 6 passengers, and it has the kind of smoothness, quietness, and interior comforts that you'd expect of a Buick. Okay, you're looking for a car, and you think it should be small. Well, Buick has the car, Apollo. But don't buy it because it's small. Buy it because it's a Buick.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more.
California, one has 6 different kinds of spaghetti. Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above.
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selection from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
So when you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The only magic I have ever known was long, long ago, when I expelled a loud and angry scream, and food instantly appeared. Talk about rubbing a lamp. Talk about wearing a bag of discarded nails and hair about your neck. Well, we shall see if they can match my infant cry.
Some sort of magic was working, Father Giles, because when I got to my feet after that strange prayer to the God of Chaos, there in the woods with the toadskin bag still hanging around my neck, I felt that I was a beautiful woman. Can you imagine that, Father?
Yes.
The next day was my last, so far as the film was concerned. I hated to step out of the Sister of Charity habit and get back into my own clothes. But my spirits rose to the sky when Peter stopped me and said...
This was your last day, wasn't it, Louise?
Yes, my last day.
Well, it won't be the same around here without you. We'll miss you.
Will you? Will you miss me?
I'll miss you the most. But I'll see you at the house, won't I? You're not going to desert me now, are you?
Never. I'd never do that.
Well, you'd better not, Louise.
I met Noemi late that night in the woods, and I told her what Peter had said and what I had said.
You see? The magic is beginning to take hold.
I couldn't go to the set the next day. What reason would I have? So I spent the day in his house cooking a shoulder of lamb for him in the Gascon style. You know how long that takes, Father.
Louise!
In the kitchen.
That smells so good.
It's something special I'm cooking for you.
Louise, what have I done to deserve you? You're the greatest thing that's happened to me since... You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Let's put it that way.
I told Noemi that night that time was growing short, that in 2 days Peter surely would be leaving France. And I told her I must go with him.
Now, listen, Louise. This is what you must do. When he comes home, you must be waiting for him on his bed, all naked and perfumed, and he will love you.
I had loved him, Father, for so many years. And now every dream, every desire would come true. I was lying on his bed, as Noemi had told me I should be, with my hair all freshly washed and perfumed, as my body was. And I heard the front door close. And I heard his feet on the stairs.
Louise?
I couldn't answer. I waited for the bedroom door to open. And it did.
What a... Louise, is that you? What in the name of heaven?
I've been waiting for you.
Are you crazy?
Peter, listen to me. I want you to love me. You do love me. I've seen the love growing in your eyes. I've heard it in your voice. Take me now. And tell me that you love me. And that we will go to America together, to your home, where I will love you and look after you.
Louise, now listen to me.
See, look, over there, I brought all my clothes. I feel that I'm reaching the end of a long, long journey. I've loved you so long.
Louise, let me talk to you.
Oh, yes. Talk to me.
Louise, if I've made you think that I'm anything more than just very fond of you, I'm sorry, Louise. I'm very, very sorry. If I've made you think I love you, well, I'm sorry. What more can I say?
But you do love me. You've loved me for 3 whole days.
3 days?
And I've loved you for years and years. But you've only loved me for 3 days, so of course it seems new to you. I understand.
Now, Louise, what 3 days are you talking about?
The last 3 days, of course. Ever since I started wearing this.
What's that?
It's a bag made from the skin of a toad. A toad impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the Abbey.
What's in that bag, Louise?
Why, part of you. Bits of your hair, bits of your fingernails, your toenails, little particles of you.
What kind of a game are you running on me, Louise?
It's no game. It's real.
Real hell. All the time you were hanging around here. You were cooking and cleaning and washing and all that. You were hanging around the set, waiting on me, telling me I'm such a great actor, begging to cut my fingernails, my toenails. You were conning me. You were running some kind of a tricky, sneaky game on me.
It was no game.
Now, look, lady, you get your clothes on fast. You hear me? You get out of here. You want some money?
No.
I'll give you money. You've earned it. But if you ever try to play any of these crazy tricks on me again, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to have you put away. Now, you get out of here.
I did get out, Father Giles, but I can't remember how. The next thing I remember is running through the woods, calling for Noemi. And then I remember falling down on the ground and the blackness coming down over me.
My poor Louise.
Noemi found me a little later. I don't know how much later.
What happened, Louise?
Nothing happened, Noemi. He doesn't love me. He never did. I think you'd better take back the little toadskin bag, Noemi.
Oh.
It didn't work.
But did you do everything I told you?
Yes, I did. I washed my hair and perfumed my body, and I lay on his bed. But when he came home, he didn't want me. I tried to tell him about the secret doctrine, but he didn't want to listen.
You told him?
I tried to. After all, I don't know much about it, only what you've told me, and I didn't understand all of that. But he didn't want to hear about it.
Oh, the man is a monster!
Yes, he is a monster.
You poor woman.
No, don't you feel sorry for me either, Father Giles. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me.
But don't you see? You let your desires take hold of you, Louise. You let them dictate your actions. You lost control.
Oh, yes, I did that.
You became blind to the realities of the matter.
Yes, I did that, too. I fell in love with a man when he was only a walking shadow on a screen. I hurt no one. I would never have hurt him if he hadn't come to France to make another of his foolish motion pictures.
Louise, would it make you feel better, my child, if I were to tell you that you are not the first to give your heart to an unknown man who's only making his living by performing in public?
I suppose that is true, Father.
Does it make you feel a little better?
But I don't feel badly, Father.
You don't?
Not about him. Not about trying to give myself to him and his telling me he didn't want me. I felt badly about it at the time. Very badly, I suppose.
Of course you did.
But by the time Noemi found me in the woods, I felt quite differently.
Just how did you feel?
Very calm, very clear, very right.
Right? About what? Clear about what?
About what I must do.
And what was that?
I kill him, of course.
But you have said that it was all your own doing. that no one else should be blamed.
Quite so. But I had to kill him in me. Don't you see what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Father, he was part of me. He'd been part of me for many, many years. There was more of him in me than there was of myself. Oh, you must understand.
I'm trying, Louise.
I knew how wrong I'd been to love him. Yes, to lust after him. To have obscene thoughts about him there in the dark of the theater. I knew these were sins. They were bad sins. And now I was willing to take upon myself the last sin of all. To kill him. Don't you understand it?
I don't believe I do.
How strange. Noemi understood.
You say Noemi understood? What you have just told me?
Yes, Father. There, that night in the forest, I told her how I must commit this most grievous sin.
How will you do it?
A gun?
Do you have a gun?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
A knife?
Could you get near enough to him to use a knife? Are you strong enough?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
But he must die, so that I may live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And all the scorned women from the beginning of time must have at least looked around to see if there was a gun or a knife nearby. Sometimes there was, and the story had an unhappy ending, and a messy one. But what if those poor scorned women had known of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, a black and malevolent ritual of which you will learn more shortly when I bring you Act 3.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Miss Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miss got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
I was having dinner in Old Town Village last week, and as we were leaving, we noticed that the waterbed store was open. Well, we went in. You know, I'd never really looked at waterbeds because I always thought they were for the kids, and if I ever got on one, I'd probably get seasick. But it was different. The salesman there got us to lie down on a bed and told us why we'd sleep better on a hydro-rest waterbed system. He also took the time to tell us about frame construction, mattress durability, and the safety features incorporated into each of their systems. We got home and read the literature and decided that a hydro-rest system makes good sense. We're going to buy a waterbed from Dallas's oldest and largest waterbed company, Waterbed Systems International. They have 3 locations, 3323 Oak Lawn, Old Town Village, and a brand new store in Town East Mall. I tried hydro-rest. I was impressed.
We promised you further details of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, that horrid leftover from the Dark Ages. And so we shall. We always keep our word. Let us pick up our story where we left off.
with Louise and Noemi talking in hushed tones beneath the moon in the dark woods of Gascony.
He has to die so that I can live.
He will die tomorrow morning. He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
How can anyone die of a mass?
Oh, the Mass of Saint-Césaire is the Mass of revenge. The peasants of Gascony have known this for centuries.
I must ask Father Giles.
Oh, no, you will not breathe a word of this to Father Giles.
But if he would perform the Mass...
He wouldn't dream of it. He probably doesn't even know it. Ah, but I know a priest who knows it and who will perform it. My daughter lives with him. Come, Louise.
We went to the deserted abbey where the priest lived. No one told me his name. I never asked.
You are the one who orders this Mass.
Yes?
For whom shall I say the Mass?
For Peter Sorel.
Who will be my clerk?
Oh, my daughter will be your clerk, Father.
Who will bring the water for the Mass?
I shall bring it, Father.
Do you know a place where the Mass can be held?
Ah, by the ruins of the church, where the gypsies live, Father.
I listened as though nothing they said had anything to do with me, Father Giles. I scarcely knew when they'd finished speaking. I only knew that after a while, Noemi took me by the hand and led me away.
Come, Louise, come. We must get the water for the Mass.
Shouldn't there be wine, Noemi?
For the Mass of Saint-Césaire, there is no wine. There is only water. And the priest does not consecrate it. He drinks it. And it must be water from a well into which the body of an unbaptized infant has been thrown. Come now, Louise, come.
Before 11 o'clock, we were at the ruined church. A dreadful place, Father, where bats lived, and toads, and owls. And through the darkness came the priest, Noemi's daughter by his side. And he stood by the ruins of the old altar.
Ever and ever, for reign and live you, and also on you, redemption shall be.
Noemi, what does he say?
It is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
But I don't understand it.
It is the Mass for the dead. He is reciting it backwards.
I watched in horrid fascination, Father. I confess that I was fascinated by it. I was like a bird watching a snake. What is he doing now, Noemi?
He is making the sign of the cross.
No, he's not. He's not making.
He is making the sign of the cross with his left foot.
What?
In the dirt. This is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
I couldn't bear to look, Father Giles. I couldn't. And yet I couldn't bear not to look. The awful Mass had started at 11, and now it was drawing to a close as the hour of midnight struck. And then the Mass was suddenly over. And the priest and his clerk, Noemi's daughter, stole away into the darkness without a word to us.
It is over, Louise, and Peter Sorel has begun to die.
I'm not sure I believed her, Father Giles. I wasn't capable of belief or disbelief or of any thought at all or of any feeling whatsoever. I only felt tired. So tired I doubted I could move. But I pulled myself to my feet and I said, I must go to him, Noemi. I must go to Peter Sorel. And I went, Father. I went into town to the house on the hill. And I waited there till the sun had been up for an hour. And then I went to the door and knocked.
Oh, Louise, I suppose you want to see Peter.
Is he here?
Yes, he's here. But he's very ill. The doctor's with him. And no one knows what's the matter with him.
But I knew, Father Giles. He was dying of the massive Saint-Césaire.
Oh, Louise.
I went to the door every hour, Father. Once, I was told that they'd sent for his doctor from the States. But if that doctor arrived, he came too late. For at 10 o'clock, when I knocked at the door...
Louise. He's dead, Louise. He died a few minutes ago. No one knows why or how or what it was he died of.
I see.
I know you were very fond of him.
I was. Very fond. Very fond. I went home. I took off my clothes, and I lay down on my bed. The little toadskin bag was still around my neck. I took it off. I kissed it. I put it under the pillow, and then I put my head on the pillow and went fast asleep. I slept soundly, with no dreams at all of any kind. And when I awoke, it was noon. Such a beautiful day. And I started to come here to make my confession. On the way, I met Peter Sorrell's friend once more.
He died, Louise, of nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
He was perfectly well. Talking of going home in the morning. Then, about midnight, he said he was tired. He thought he'd go to bed. But he could hardly climb the stairs to his room. I had to help him. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He said he felt as though he was slipping away. Wasn't that a strange thing for him to say? That he was slipping away?
I murmured something, that it was strange indeed, though of course I knew it wasn't. He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, Father. And now I've told you everything.
And what do you expect me to do, Louise?
To give me my penance, Father. I know it will be severe. I expect that. I want it to be severe. I know what a grave sin I have committed.
Do you, Louise?
To wish for a man's death, Father. To bring it about. What greater sin could there be?
To wish for a man's death. It is a sin in thought. But it can be forgiven. And you are not the first to have committed it. Your wish did not kill him. Men do not die so easily.
It was the Mass of Saint-Césaire that killed him.
God knows, and he alone. But you conspired in the performance of a gruesome Mass, a relic from the Dark Ages. You took part in it. And what is most awful, you ordered it. And for this desecration of a holy ritual, there is no penance that would suffice.
But without a penance, how can I obtain absolution? How can I obtain pardon?
I cannot pardon you, Louise. I do not know a curate who can, nor a bishop, nor an archbishop.
Father, what am I to do?
My child, it is possible. I promise you nothing you understand. But it is possible. Were you to go to Rome, if the Pope were to see fit...
To Rome? To the Holy Father?
Only he has the right to grant pardon for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Sir, can you tell me, sir, May I ask you?
Yes, Senora. Can I help you?
Please. Is this the Vatican?
This is Vatican City, yes.
Is this the square of St. Peter?
Yes. Straight ahead is St. Peter's Gate.
Oh, I am here.
You've never been here before?
Oh, I have come to see the Pope.
His Holiness is quite busy, Senora.
I come here to make my confession.
Let me take you to a priest.
No. It must be His Holiness. No one else.
Are your sins so great?
My sin is so great. Yes.
Well, I'm only a student here, Senora, but I'll be glad to take you to a priest.
No priest can help me. No bishop. No archbishop.
But a priest might be able to arrange things so that you could see His Holiness, and not right away, of course. It would take time.
I have time. It has already taken me a long time just to come this far.
How long has it taken you?
1,000 days.
Where did you come from?
France. A little town in Gascony.
But that could take you almost 3 years? Oh, you must have stopped off at different places.
Each night to sleep and pray.
You mean you walked all the way? An old woman like you?
Do I look like an old woman? I have just turned 40.
Oh, forgive me, but you look much older than that.
It doesn't really matter now.
Come. Let me help you to your feet.
No. I shall stay on my knees until I see the Pope. I shall end my journey as I began it.
Are you telling me that you have come 1,000 miles on your knees? But why?
It is my penance for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
1,000 miles, 1,000 days, on her knees. What awful retribution we expect of ourselves. What endurance we can find within us to carry out our goal. And what is the priceless goal we seek? The goal that so obstinately eludes us after thousands upon thousands of miles and as many days. Why, I think it is nothing more and nothing less than peace of mind. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I told you it would be a somber story, did I not? And so it was. Well, exploring the unknown is not all fun and frolic. But the unknown must be explored in the wild hope that one day it will become known. I wonder, though, when it is as familiar to us as, say, the combustion engine, will it stop being fascinating and become boring? What then will we do for fun? What will happen to this program? Merciful heavens, what will I do for a job? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mildred Clinton, Bill Johnston, Robert Dryden, and Nick Pryor. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Since time immemorial, stories have begun with the classic phrase, once upon a time. Then, to the avid and eager listener would come a history of love, hate, adventure, mystery, horror, or whatever emotion the teller wanted to convey. But history, like all words, is not necessarily what we think it means. Its basic definition is a narrative of events connected with a real or imaginary object, person, or career. Note that it does not confine it to the past. So, here is a history of the future, the kind that begins, supposing if...
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Our mystery drama, Enemy from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll do that shortly with Act One. It is the year 2029. President Winston Alexander is midway through his second term in office, a commanding figure on the world stage, who has brought a revitalized America to a new surge of leadership. The unfortunate breakdown of arms limitation talks have more than ever isolated the two superpowers. And with nuclear proliferation a fact, the only hope of the world is that the two superpowers are at last nearing a major accord that will mean peace. This is where we stand on this fateful night at exactly 3 a.m., February 25th, 2029.
This is Central Command. Triple red alert. Repeat. This is CENTCOM. Triple red alert. Attention all units. Highest priority. This is alert AAA. This is a triple red alert. An unidentified flying object has pierced the DMZ and has now landed on the front lawn of the White House.
Mr. President. Mr. President!
What's the matter, Andy? Why are you knocking so frantically at Father's door?
I don't know, Ginny. We may be under attack. Now, stick with me until I check on your father. I'd better try the door. Mr. President, Good Lord, no.
His mother is dead. Oh, where is he, Andy? Where is Daddy? Daddy! Daddy! The window is wide open. That thing is still there.
Ginny, come back.
They must have taken
Ginny, don't show yourself to the enemy. Get down. Get down.
What for? They're not paying any attention to us.
That is some kind of warcraft out there. They might fire on you.
I don't care what they do to me. They've got my father. Who stopped them, Andy? Stop them somehow.
Ginny, by now, every piece of equipment in the U.S. has been alerted to stop whatever the heck that thing is. That nobody wants to see the president kidnapped. But we can't bring any firepower to bear on him without risking your father's life.
What are you and the rest of you little soldiers going to do?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. There are contingency plans for things like this.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not a member of CENTCOM, but there must be something that...
Attention, please. Attention. There is no cause for alarm. We come in peace. This is Commander Barg aboard the spaceship. We are a communications vessel from the matrix of the mothership Nicholas 7. We seek information only and have borrowed your President Alexander in order to get it. He is quite safe. When we have completed our talk, they will be returned unharmed.
I don't believe him, Andy. I didn't mean let Daddy say something.
To reassure you, we will let President Alexander talk to you now. I realize this is very unusual. For everyone's best interest, I ask you to call off all alerts and to take no action for the next 24 hours. I am assured by my unexpected host that I am in no personal danger, nor is anyone else. I am being taken to meet Commander Vard's superiors for some as yet unrevealed reasons. I have agreed to a truce for 24 hours. If I am not returned by then, I ask Congress to put the nation on full war footing for its defense.
Colonel Harris, Miss Alexander.
Oh, just a sec. Oh, come in, Andy. Any news?
No, not yet.
Oh, do I have to be cooped up here like this?
Ginny, do I even have to answer that? You know what it's like out there? Panicsville.
Oh, what do you think it's like in here? Inside me? Oh, hold me, Andy.
Yeah, I I got you, Slugger. Oh. Now, hang in.
What's happening to us, Auntie? To the whole world? Who are they?
I don't know, Jenny. Nobody knows yet.
Where are they taking Dad and why?
Don't you think I'd give my eye teeth to be able to answer those questions?
Oh, never mind you. What about all those fancy tracking systems, a big sophisticated strategic command, or whatever you call them? Didn't they follow that saucer thing or whatever it was?
Yeah, from the second after it lifted off, the darn thing just disappeared.
Where? How?
Darling, I'm a lucky little boy in the Air Force who ended up a president's aide-de-camp and I hope pretty soon his son-in-law, but I am not a scientist.
Oh, don't try to waffle, Andy. You must have some idea. How could this spacecraft slip all our defenses?
Well, first off, it has some kind of radar negator. Otherwise, it never could have gotten here. And second, who knows what this craft is vectored on? It could be traveling on a Mobius curve that took it upside down into some other space continuum or through a galactic time window. All I know is we can't pick it up electronically, by laser, satellite spectroscope, nothing. It's just gone.
Oh, and Dad with it? Gone.
No, Gina, he's all right.
What makes you so sure?
You heard the man.
What man?
Well, whatever he was, Varg, the spaceship's commander. He promised he'd return your father after they talked to him.
What are they... Whoever they are, what do they talk to him about?
Search me.
Oh, don't give the big stone face to me, Andy Harris. You've got to have some idea of what's going on.
I swear to you, Ginny, I do not have one clue.
And if they don't return Dad within 24 hours, then what?
All right. I guess we go on full wartime footing.
Against what?
Well, that's the big question, Ginny. Bad enough that we have to take a step into the last unthinkable war, but to have to make that step without knowing the enemy is kind of mind-boggling.
Did you even know that they are the enemy?
Yeah, I think President Alexander answered that one for us in the speech we heard. He was the one that set up the time limit. And the way I read it, he wasn't running all that scared. I think he was laying it on the other guys that they weren't dealing for much strength.
You really honestly believe that, Andy?
I don't know what I believe. And neither does anyone else. This is the one contingency nobody ever figured to make plans for.
Welcome, Rob. You were successful, I fear.
I am always successful.
It's nice to know someone has a good opinion of you.
Someday I will make you sorry for your contempt for me.
It isn't contempt, Bob. You're beneath that.
Do not give yourself airs, Zeta, because you are half borrowed from the life stream. These modules are just as good as you.
I don't intend to argue with you. Have you brought our hostage?
He is just beyond the door.
Can we get on with the business at hand before the Supreme One questions the delay?
Oh, one of these days, Zeta. Open. You may come in, Mr. President. Thank you. It is Dr. Zeta. You will be in her control now. May I ask why I've been brought here, wherever I am?
My instructions do not permit me to do so.
Then I demand to be taken before this Supreme One. What is it you want of me?
My desires are simple and quite practical, Mr. President. I am a doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yes.
May I ask your name?
Zeta.
That's all? Dr. Zeta?
Won't that serve? It's only identification, after all.
Why am I here?
As far as it concerns me, for a basic series of tests. Medical.
I'm not applying to be a citizen of whatever state you represent.
You have joined Mr. Seven as a passenger. It is routine for you to be quarantined until we can determine that you are properly immunized.
There isn't time for that. I thought I had made it quite clear to your Commander Varg that if I am not returned to Earth, or am not in contact with it within 24 hours, a state of war will exist between us and your country, whatever it's called.
We have no country.
I beg your pardon?
We are survivors. Limited to the travelers on this spaceship. Oh, this is a large cosmos in itself. We are not inconsequential, but we are a culture in search of a home.
I don't understand exactly why I have been... Well, why mince words? Why I have been kidnapped. What function can I serve for you?
I am not quite sure of that myself. It is something you will have to discuss with the Supreme One after I had finished my test. Give me your arm, please.
What for?
I wish to take a blood sample.
If you don't get me in to see your precious Supreme One, Dr. Zeta, you will have a bath of blood. My country, for its own protection, will throw all our might against you and blow you and your mother ship out of the sky.
Not while you are hostage.
Oh, yes. I would disappear with you. I am, after all, not insensible.
You mean you would permit your people to destroy you?
I would expect them to if you were the enemy. Are you?
First of all, I must carry out my test. And then, I will seek an audience with the Supreme One and tell him you wish to appear before him. I bow in reverence before you, O my father.
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the earth's creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Fortunately, since we are in another time continuum, they cannot find us unless we choose to show ourselves. His threat and his demands are useless.
He wants also to know why we have taken him and what it is you want of him.
I want you to adapt him. Wash his brain clean so that we can send him back to fulfill our purpose.
I don't think I can do that, Father. He is too strong.
Then you must change him. Make him completely one of us.
I don't know if that is possible.
All things are possible. Did you not become completely one of us?
Yes.
So then shall he.
But I can't do that without killing his... It is hard for me to describe to you, Omen, my father, because we are different.
It is you who are different. Do not fill me with old anger. Are you still prattling about the non-existent, what you call the soul? Did we not stamp that out of you?
Yes, Father.
Then, should we hesitate to destroy it in a stranger? I am not interested in President Winston Alexander, the Earthling, except as he shall serve our needs. However you achieve the result, I want him fully conditioned to carry out those needs and our commands.
Now remember, this is a story of supposing if. Supposing there was a mothership from some unimaginable planet, coursing in space, looking for a new land to colonize. And supposing if they singled out Earth and felt that was their promised land, how much of it would they lay claim to? Or would they simply follow the pattern of colonialism and take it all? I shall return shortly with Act 2. States of America, since its birth, has traditionally been a haven for all displaced persons who seek a new chance at life. By and large, with few exceptions, no country has welcomed the alien more generously. But alien in a science-oriented society is no longer a simple description of someone who may differ in minor ways, such as color, creed, or politics. Tomorrow's alien may come from a background so foreign that there is no hope a world can be shared. You have been long, Dr. Zeta. What news do you bring?
I am afraid not what you want to hear, President Alexander.
You mean I am not to see your Supreme One?
He has commissioned me to be his ambassador.
Well, under other circumstances, I couldn't be more charmed. Perhaps even under these. What do we have to discuss?
Mr. Alexander, if that is the correct term to apply to you.
It is perfectly correct. Except somehow between us,
Yes.
Well, I don't know what made me say that. Some strange tug underneath everything makes me want to deny any formality between us.
I must tell you, Mr. Alexander, you are wasting your time. I am not a woman as you conceive of women.
Are you so sure?
Yes. You must understand about us aboard this ship. We are only humanoids. You cannot judge us by your standards.
Humanoids?
Robots, if you prefer the word. Although it is not exact. Let me explain. The mother ship on which we are now traveling was named after the planet that was our home, Nicholas 7, in the Adumbrian galaxy. Some generations ago, a supernova in our galaxy exploded, and in the Holocaust that swept across our planet, almost all of my ancestors were destroyed. Those that were left found in that environment that was left, the human body, as you would call it, could not be sustained.
You mean there was no atmosphere? No air to breathe? What?
Oh, there was atmosphere. Poisoned by radiation. And that forced us to adapt.
To adapt in what way?
Since the human body was eroded, we had to provide an envelope in which to sustain life. We developed what was essentially a machine, an engine wrapped in the simulacrum, the semblance of the human. And we powered it with the mind, the individual souls of those left alive.
Well, if you were so successful, why didn't you develop and recolonize your planet?
Because, unfortunately, our atmosphere was not stable. And in the time following the Holocaust, we were left with no air to breathe and no way to adapt our robots to some other form of energy. The strongest of us set out on this ship to seek a home in another planet.
And you have brought me here to discuss introducing you and your shipmates into our culture?
Oh, no, Mr. President. There is nothing to discuss. It is my function to prepare you so that you will make it possible for us to take over your planet.
How?
It would be hard for me to explain. In storage, against the necessity for constant replacement, we have robots ready to be activated. You see this machine here.
Machine?
Perhaps you did not recognize it as such. 2 rooms behind glass doors. In one, they are already placing your robot.
My robot?
He does not look much like you yet. But the electrodes they are attaching to him will be synchronized with the electrodes we attach to you. And when we are finished, he will be, in every physical sense, a simulacrum of you, a duplicate of you.
And what happens to me?
You become a husk to be discarded.
What?
An outmoded model, unable to function in the atmosphere of our new world.
What new world?
The one that will exist in the dust of radiation and the end of Earth. The world that all of us from Nicholas 7 are going to build with your help.
I will not be party to anything like this.
You have no choice. Bob, feed him. All right, Bob. Put him in the transformer.
Afternoon, Jenny.
Afternoon, Andy. I've been dying till you got here. What's new?
Not a thing.
No news of Dad?
None.
Oh, no. What else is happening?
What isn't? We've tried to keep it as secret as possible, but there are always leaks.
What is it?
Oh, thank heavens the country doesn't know about it yet, and the press is chapped, but the diplomatic wires are burning.
What do they say?
Well, they don't say anything, baby. They just ask. Naveed has been on the hotline off and on all day with President Brusco.
What's his reaction?
What's in it for them, first off? Then diplomatic regret. They probably figure if we're going to be under attack from outside in space, it might be time for a little more cooperation.
But we don't know yet that they are under attack.
Baby, a pirate ship turns up on the White House lawn, and in spite of the greatest security set up in this old globe, they just take our president away like he was off for Disneyland? Hey, everybody's running scared because they don't know what's next.
What is next, Andy?
I wish I knew. Or, come to think of it, maybe I don't. It's too scary even to estimate.
Maybe we don't know what we're up against.
This is President Alexander aboard a shuttle spacecraft returning me as promised to the White House at the pre-agreed time. I have been well treated and am in the best of health. No one need have any concern about me. I have just completed preliminary discussions with a friendly power from outer space, which will have dramatic and earth-shaking consequences for the safety of America and the whole world. I am aware that all our armed forces have been alerted. I ask them as President and Commander-in-Chief to extend safe conduct to the spaceship and allow it to land me and then depart in full safety.
What is it, Andy? I can hear it, but I can't see it.
You, me, and everybody else, Jenny. I'll lay odds even radar and Transcom haven't got a fix on it.
But it can't be just invisible.
Well, it could be. Probably sets up some sort of magnetic field which locks it out of all our senses, including just plain old eyesight.
But it sounds louder and louder. You can tell it's approaching.
10 to 1, it doesn't have to. They just want to warn us they're on the way. Yeah, you better keep to one side of the window, Jenny.
There it is. See it, Andy?
Where?
By the monument. It's spinning in like a frisbee.
At least that's all it was.
Oh, you don't think anything's going to go wrong, don't you?
Sure had better not. Since that thing showed up in the first place, I got a hunch nothing's going right. Virginia. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, such a nice...
It was quite an adventure. What are you doing? Still up?
Is there anyone who's been aware of what's going on in the last 24 hours? That sleep's been out of the question.
Well, I hope the knowledge hasn't been too general.
Oh, I wouldn't know. But Andy says not. He thinks you've been able to keep the lid on.
I hope so.
Oh, you're okay, aren't you, Daddy?
As you can see.
Oh, but what went on? Why did they take you? Who are they?
No. One question at a time. Incidentally, let me close this door.
Tell me, who are they? What happened?
First of all, they are friends.
Friends?
I shudder to think of what might be about to happen to our world if they hadn't warned me.
Warned me what?
A monstrous plot to destroy America. An unholy alliance to take over and rule the world, if there is any left of it.
What do you mean?
It's too complex to explain to you, Virginia. There is a secret alliance between a group of mineral-rich nations and our main enemy, which is called the Consortium.
The Consortium?
They are poised to unleash a massive strike against us, which would wipe us out before we had a chance to reply. Now that plot has been uncovered. We have an opportunity to treat with them, or at least with our knowledge, to instigate a preventive strike. Thanks to our friends from outer space, we have a chance to buy some time, or force enough, to hammer out a new agreement. If not, we must move first. That's the decision that I have to make. And unfortunately, it must be made alone.
Oh, poor Dad. Like you always say, if you only could have shared it with Boots.
Boots?
Mom, what you used to call her.
Oh, yes. But what does that have to do with anything? This is a decision of fate.
Who is it? Sixth audience?
Commander Varg, oh Supreme One.
You are to be commended, Varg, for your loyalty and bravery to our state.
Oh, thank you, Supreme One.
I have a little time left. My light is growing dim. You shall be my successor, and I will have you bound in union to my daughter. In her burns the only flame which can guarantee us immortality. You must guard it first of all things.
You sent for me, great father.
I asked you about the Earthling. Varg has delivered him back to his planet. Has this module, this simulacrum, been properly vested with our ideas and desires?
Yes, father.
Then we control this robot completely?
Yes, father.
And the real, what is his name, Alexander, has been eliminated? I didn't hear your answer, daughter.
The real Alexander has ceased to be a threat.
Who is it?
Andy, it's me, Tim.
Hold it. I'll be right there. What is it, Jimmy? What are you doing wandering around at 5 in the morning?
Andy, I'm scared. Can I come in? I don't know how to say this. What you say. You're the only one I can say it to.
Say what? Come on, baby, spill it.
Andy, the man they got back in the spacecraft.
Uh-huh.
It's not my dad. It's not President Winston Alexander. There's just no way that is my father.
As President of the United States, Winston Alexander holds the fate of the world in less than one hand. In cold fact, in the finger that may press the button to unleash atomic warfare to end the world. But has Winston Alexander been replaced by a robot activated by a power in space who has everything to gain from the end of Earth and nothing to lose? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Young Chicago. While America sleeps safer in this year of 2029, secure that her kidnapped president has been returned safe and sound, his daughter is the only one to question what we know to be the truth. That the man who sits at one end of the hotline is a robot from outer space, controlled and operated at the whim of the leader of a spacecraft desperate to find a home for his cargo of automatons. Only President Alexander's daughter faintly glimpses the truth. Can her instinct be enough to stop disaster?
What are you talking about, Jimmy?
I tell you, he is not my father.
You mean they brainwashed him or something?
I don't know what I mean, Andy. It's just, I don't know, little things. He is not my father.
What little things?
Oh, I don't know. Like, he called me Virginia. That's funny. That's strange. Dad never called me anything but Jane. And he doesn't... I don't know how to describe it. It just doesn't feel right.
Jimmy, we've all been through the ringer and been pretty shook. Now, you're just jumping at shadows.
I'm not. Duke.
Huh?
Duke. That was Dad's name for my mother. Dad could never forget it.
Jimmy, your mother's been dead for 15 years.
You don't forget things like that. Dad wouldn't. He can't forget his own name for her that he loved to call her.
If it isn't your father, who is it?
I don't know. Andy, do you think I'm losing my mind? Because there's something about him that scares me. It scares me right down to my heels.
Wake up, Mr. President Alexander. Wake up. It's a long name. You must find something more suitable. What did your wife call you?
What did you say?
Did your wife have a name for you?
My wife? Ruth? Ruth? She called me Wink.
Wink?
Yes, short for Winston. Well, it's a silly name, but I liked it. Wink?
I like it too. Wink.
Well, where am I?
Where I brought you. To my bed.
To your bed? I can't stay here.
You must. Where else can I hide you?
Hide me? Well, why must I be hidden?
Because I should have destroyed you once I made your other self.
What other self?
The one we sent back to Earth. The one we programmed to destroy all the people on Earth. So we Mixtarfians may have a home again.
To destroy all the people on Earth? How? What?
You asked me. You were the ones who made the seed of your own destruction. But the bombs do not obliterate. the radiation will disintegrate. When there are no living left, we robots can make it home.
Nuclear war? That's unthinkable. Look, I know President Bruskov. He's a man of sanity. He could not start such a war.
It is not he who will stop it.
Who then?
Yourself.
What? Me?
In the image I have created of you and sent back to take your place.
Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to remember that machine, that scanner, and a robot that you were molding so that it would look like me. But you couldn't have.
I already have. He is sleeping at this moment in your bed on Earth. When he rises tomorrow, he will still believe what he has been programmed to believe. That his friend, President Bruskov, and a number of leaders from the Third World have betrayed him and are prepared to start an atomic war against America. Convinced he has no other option, he will initiate the war instead. In the resulting Holocaust, what survivors are left, we will exterminate, so that your Earth will be fit for us to occupy.
Well, then what purpose am I being saved for?
When we met, you felt the same urge I did. A long-forgotten urge for me. I am not like most Microvians. My mother was alive, the last of the humans on our planet. You are the first living man I have ever known.
What?
I want you.
You want me? You want me for what? As a luck charm? As a house pet? Look, I have got to stop what you say is going to happen.
There is no way.
There has to be. Radar, listen to me. Now, you say that your mother was human, and you are her child. So you must have some feelings. If you have any love for me.
Love.
Well, what made you keep me alive?
I don't know. I wanted to know, to feel, to understand why I felt these things in me I never think. It's what I feel for you, love.
I doubt that. Love doesn't ask or demand. Love gives.
You want me to give you something?
Yes. Give me my freedom to go back and to save my world.
Dog, what are you doing here?
I've been listening to you plan treason against domain in our ship.
But I ran a screen so no one could listen.
As commander of the ship, I have my own communications. No one can shut them down.
What is it you want?
Him.
Why?
To eliminate him, as you should have done.
Leave him alone.
Give me the Earthman to destroy. And give yourself to me. And I will keep your treachery my secret.
No.
And in no mood to argue, I will destroy him now.
Don't. I warn you.
How can you stop me?
Like this.
No. How can you mold me to be armed with me?
You fool. I am a doctor. If I can create the simulacrum of life, do you think I would not have the power to destroy it?
But we are deathless.
Only the human spirit is that. A robot dies forever with the body.
But you can get another body to it.
Never. It's time that all of us went down to destruction.
Good Lord, he's just disintegrating. It's not a body at all. It's just a mass of wires and circuits and transistors. Is that what's sitting in place of me at this very minute?
And programmed to blow up your world as you know it.
I've got to get back and stop it.
You can't stop it. Only I can do that.
Then you have got to.
I don't have to do anything. But this I can do out of free will. You said that loving was giving. I only hope we are in time.
We've got to get back to the White House, Andy.
I know. I have the duty in an hour. Tonight, I have the black box.
The phone?
Yeah, the trigger. Once the code words are spoken into it, that's the end of it all.
Oh, no. No, Andy. He's not planning to do it.
I don't know, honey. This has been a day to remember. Or forget.
Ever since he came back from wherever the space mix took him, he's been obsessed by this plot, he said. They proved to him that the other side is set to push the button. I want to tell you, the cabinet meeting was a shambles.
He is not my father. But whatever he is not the president.
That's why I had to get you away from there to talk to you for a moment. Crazy as it is, somewhere along in this afternoon, watching him, I knew you were right. The guy in the White House is not our president.
Could you convince any of the cabinet members or the VP of that?
Nah, just a lowly lieutenant colonel and the president's special aide. I'm still on the outside looking in.
So what can you do?
Try to keep cool. Nothing's happened yet. And nothing is going to happen.
But you just said...
Yeah, but I was on the outside looking in. That's true. Except for one thing. Tonight, I have the special duty. Remember?
The black box.
Right. If he tries to use it, Jimmy, I'm going to stop him. Are we going to announce this arrival?
There is no need. I have the radar data on. They can penetrate your DMZ and have landed before they can activate a screen.
Still, to avoid the risk of upsetting an already uneasy situation.
Wait. How much more would it upset if you were to announce yourself as President Alexander returning when your whole world believes you are already there?
Yes, I suppose you're right. But what do we do when we land? There will be ground forces.
Helpless against the force field I maintain, and the one I shall throw around you.
And then what happens?
We find the simulacrum, and I destroy him as I did Varg.
And then?
Then, all is as it was before we invaded your world. I will return to the mothership, and Earth will be safe.
But you could stay, Zeta. You could stay and...
Nothing. There is nothing for us. And I must return to take command of the Nicholas 7 and drive it forever out of your orbit.
But where will you go?
Where we should have gone long ago, when we ceased to be anything but automatons. To course into the empty void of space, till fuel or air runs out. And we will be no more. In the end, the ship will break up. We will all disintegrate like rock and disappear into atomic dust.
I won't let that happen to you.
There is no way we can stop it, and no time to discuss it further. We are about to land.
Close the door, Colonel.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Only
what?
Ginny wanted to talk to you for a moment.
Well, Ginny will have to wait. I have no time to talk to her now. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Bring the box over to the desk and open it.
Yes, sir. Why did you, want me to open it, sir?
Because I'm going to have to use it.
Use it, Mr. President?
The forces of evil have bound themselves together in an unholy alliance to wipe the America we know from the face of the earth. We have no choice but to take preemptive action. Open a box and give me the phone.
No, sir.
What? If you disobey my orders, I'll have you shot.
Yes, sir, but not much chance of that, since I'm the only one that's armed at the moment.
You think for one moment that outmoded weapon that you're pointing at me could... What's that?
I'll open the window and... It's the spaceship.
What's it doing here? Let me see. The door is opening. Zeta! What are you doing here?
Eliminating you. So, that is the end of it. And us, right?
No. Don't go.
I must. But I gave you something to... I gave you back your world.
What can I say?
Only for perhaps me and mine. We're a disease that had to be stamped out. And will be. You will never see or hear of us again. But at least once drink, I did. I found out what love is all about. I would rather have lived it, but it is also worth dying for.
full story when it was told at last, with the evidence of the disintegrating robot that had been the simulacrum of our president, had sober and far-reaching effects. Out of it came the great accord of July 4th, 2029, when the nations of all the earth reached full agreement to scrap all arms and rebuild a brave new world. At least that would have been the outcome of the story. But remember, we began with supposing it. I'll be back shortly. The nights are lonelier than ever now for President Winston Alexander since his daughter Ginny married full Colonel Andrew Harris. They live in Georgetown, not too far away. But far away are his thoughts. Far away beyond the stars, with a woman named Zeta, who learned about the miracle of love just in time, but still too late. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Solid facts, only hearsay and conjecture about Henry VIII's second wife, Anne Boleyn. Was she a scheming Cyrus, a witch, a wanton who intrigued her way to Henry's side? Or a much-maligned, courageous woman whose inability to produce a male heir for England was the sole cause of her destruction?
King Henry, would you look at this list of names?
Norris, Brereton, Weston. Well, are there more? Where did you get this list, Norfolk?
From Lord Cromwell.
And what do they signify?
It is with horror that I answer you, Your Majesty. These are men who have intimately known Anne Boleyn.
Oh, when she was Anne Boleyn, or when she was my wife, the Queen?
When she was the Queen, Your Majesty.
Our mystery drama, Murder by Decree, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr. and stars Marion Selby. We have changed some historical names and kept others to protect both the guilty and the innocent. I shall return shortly with that one. We take you to a time when primogeniture was on the mind of most sovereigns. The custom was that the eldest son shall inherit the crown, or in exceptional cases, the eldest daughter. And when he wasn't in the tilt yard, jousting, it certainly was on the mind of Henry VIII. It is January 1536, and his second wife, Anne Boleyn, is about to give birth, she hopes, to a son. Her old and valued lady-in-waiting, Lady Rosalind, enters the royal bedchamber.
Good morning, Your Majesty. It is cold without, but the sun is shining. You are up and fully dressed. Good day to you, Rosalind. Perhaps my child will be born on a sunny day. I hope. Oh, I hope. It was a difficult night, Your Majesty. All of England prays for the child of Anne Boleyn. It will have much meaning for the court. And for me? To endure so many miscarriages. If I fail again, what will Henry say? What will he feel? Disappointed, but no more than you. Oh, Rosalind, you accept so much. But how can I explain my fears? Henry becomes more and more anxious with each passing day. That's why I arose early this morning. I wanted to talk to him, to assure him that all was well. But he had already left for the jousting. Men tilting one another from their horses. Oh, it worries me. I wish he wouldn't. Men are like children when they put on armor and climb on horses.
But he's jousting with men half his age, who've trained for long hours. It's really much too dangerous for a king. He's 45. How long may he expect to live?
He acts like 20.
But he's not. At the most, he'll live to 55. His father, Henry VII, died at 52. Henry VI, 50. Why hasten death with that silly sport? Oh, and Henry V died at 35.
It was the battle against the French that killed him.
And it will be the battle against swordsmen quicker than Henry. Half his weight.
Your Majesty shows much concern.
Oh, I love that man. I love him dearly with all my heart. And I regard those tournaments of men on horseback with lances as all stupid sport, proving nothing, risking everything. You know those lances can catch you anywhere, and one can take a terrible fall and be crushed inside one's armor.
My dear, the king does not believe the Lord will permit any harm to come to him.
Yes, but supposing at the moment Henry is charging his adversary, but the Lord happens to be looking the other way.
And that's not possible.
The impossible happens always in England. The Pope excommunicating Henry for divorcing Catherine. Why, in the eyes of Rome, I'm not even married to Henry. Do you think our Lord approves of such goings-on? What I'm saying is, if Henry is killed before my child is born...
And you are a widow without having become a wife.
Or at least a mother. If Henry dies first, I'd be set aside. And his daughter by Catherine would inherit the throne. Not I. But she...
A woman has never been king in our history.
Well, there's always a first time. I can see England ruled by a queen in the future. Why not? Oh,
my lady, I think it is time.
No, it's just a twinge. But could it be the start of labor? Pray for me. Pray for me and my child, Rosalind. And pray he's a boy.
I'll go to the chapel this afternoon.
Perhaps I should go with you and say prayers for Henry's safety.
Is enough. You've run 8 courses and unseated every opponent.
No, Norfolk, not yet. One more course. That will make it an even 9. And 9 is my lucky number. Oh, that's us. I see my man. He's about to charge.
Henry, your highness, I beg you. I know the man. It's the Black Knight.
Oh, is he? Oh, good. Let go of my reins, Norfolk. Let go, I say.
Help me! The king has been thrown from his horse. He's not moving.
His helmet's been knocked off. He's staying wide.
Well, I'm really seeing him by the shoulders. You follow me, and we'll have him out of the course.
I have him.
Slowly now, slowly. There. Why did I let him run this course one more time?
Why did you, your grace?
Henry insisted. He said 9 was his lucky number. Lady Rosalind.
Oh, Your Grace. You startled me.
Oh, I am sorry. I learned you and the Queen were at afternoon prayer. Where is she?
Inside the chapel, still at prayer. I've just come out to make certain the carriage was ready to take us back to the palace.
How is she? Yes. How is she?
Sometimes in great pain because of the coming baby. But she's been very careful to avoid any strain that might have, as in the past, produced the other miscarriages.
I cannot decide what would be the best place to give her the news.
Oh, the king.
Yes. Certainly I cannot tell her as we stand here on the steps of the chapel. Perhaps I should wait until she has returned to her chambers. May I ride back to Hampton with you?
Oh, no. She would suspect something immediately. The king has been hurt.
Indeed.
Oh, my lord. Mortally?
Seriously.
You cannot tell her here. You simply cannot. Anne is in such a nervous state. She could not cope with the distressing news. She's been like that since her last miscarriage. She won't weep. She won't cry. She bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The news of Henry's accident had better wait.
I cannot. I must tell her. I've been ordered to. And I must return to him. He's still flat on his back. Henry needs...
Norfolk, is that you? What did you just say?
Your Majesty.
Oh, Thomas, Norfolk. Get up off your knees. It makes me feel ridiculous. What is it? What were you just saying about Henry? Why are you here? Oh, it's not true. No, it's not. Tell me it's not so. He's been hurt. Rosalind, help me. Please.
Your Majesty. Today he ran 8 courses. Won them all. But you see, during the 9th, he was tilted from his horse. He is all right now. Please believe me. The doctors have all looked at him and he's resting comfortably.
Your Grace, support her. Let's see if we can bring her over to the bench behind the hedge. Come along, lady, come along. Hold on to me.
I knew I should have waited. It was cruel to tell her so much at this time. Why did I?
Oh, I'm better now. I can disregard these pains if I can know the truth. The moment you said Henry been hurt, Thomas, I just felt a wrench in my body that I never felt before.
Henry sent me here especially, Anne, to reassure you.
How badly is he hurt?
My lady, I told you he is all right now.
But what happened? I want the truth and all of it.
His Majesty had completed 8 jousts, and one each tilted his adversaries to the ground and sprawled. But in the 9th, he himself was unseated, and he fell heavily to the ground. We carried him to the royal tent, removed his armor. Need I continue?
Oh, yes, please go on.
I had all the doctors at Henry's side within moments, and it took them some 2 hours before he could be brought back to consciousness.
Your Majesty, please, Anne, please stop that. Now, stop that this minute.
She's hysterical. Shall I fetch some more?
No, it does no good, Your Grace. When she's in this state, nothing can be done to bring her out of it until finally the shock wears off. Anne, my dearest Anne, it's all right. Henry is not in danger anymore. He is resting and well.
Rosalind speaks the truth. I must leave you now and return to him.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Oh, Rosalind, may we go home? I feel very, very ill.
Rosalind, grieve not. Tis the Lord's will.
Your Grace, how could he be so cruel to her?
When did labor begin?
Yesterday, after you left us at the chapel.
Was the infant actually born?
Yes, born dead.
The 4th try. It is cruel. I hope she will have the courage to try again.
If she is permitted to.
Permitted? What does that mean?
Aren't you aware of the youngest lady-in-waiting here?
Oh, Jane Seymour. The king isn't serious about her, is he? I thought it was a mild flirtation during Anne's pregnancy.
No, it's more than that.
Has she been told yet about the boy?
The midwives have just gone to a chamber to tell her. I must go in to be with her.
Please, give her my deepest regret.
Of course I shall, Your Grace.
Norfolk, are you in the Queen's antechamber?
Yes, Your Majesty.
What is that screaming all about?
The Queen, Your Majesty.
Not again.
The midwives are with her now.
It's over with, is it?
A son, Your Majesty. Born dead.
Dead, eh? Useless.
I know how deeply you feel this loss.
Yes, well, you're quite mistaken. I don't feel a thing.
Are you going in to see her?
Yes, when it suits me. Not before.
May I venture a suggestion, Henry?
Yes, venture away, Thomas. There's nothing gained whether we venture or not.
I was talking to the French doctor at the court of Francis I.
Yes, indeed.
He's been aware, of course, of the Queen's many miscarriages. And it is his learned opinion that if your Royal Highness could,
Well, could what?
This is a little difficult to put into words.
Oh, Thomas rubbish. But Thomas Norfolk, the highest voice in Britain, the greatest admiral, well, a man who defied Wolsey and spoke up for my divorce from Catherine? Oh, no. Nothing is too difficult for you to say.
Henry, if you could refrain from exerting your marital rights with the Queen for 6 months after a miscarriage or a deceased baby, the next child would be born and live.
Yes, well, now, the weeping and wailing seems to have subsided in there, so I shall enter the Queen's bedchamber.
Will you be kind to her, Henry?
I will be patient. I will not remonstrate. But as for kindness, may I suggest when next you attend chapel, ask the Lord himself, is he being kind to me?
Handing the reins of a kingdom from father to son was as crucial to all of Europe as it was to England. So long as men believe in the divine right of kings, the end of a royal line was the greatest tragedy that could befall any country. I shall return shortly with Act 2. This is the saddest day in the life of Anne Boleyn. Once again, she has been unable to give birth to a child that lives. See her face, tear-stained upon the pillow, embroidered with the crest of the falcon, a bird whose wings are clipped even as those of Anne, the second, but not the last wife of Henry VIII.
You may leave us, Lady Rosalind. The King and I wish to be alone.
Yes, indeed. The Queen and I seem fated to remain alone. Somewhere in this castle, someone is giving birth. I hear the cry of delivery as I mount the stairs. One of the ladies in waiting, perhaps, or the wife of a groom, a scullery maid. But not the wife of a king. Lady Rosalind, you may leave us all alone.
If there is anything you desire, I am outside the door, my lady.
Then please do not listen.
I have no need to listen, Your Majesty. I understand your grief and would not intrude upon it. Henry, I haven't seen you since the tournament. You suffered a terrible fall, I was told.
I ordered Norfolk to tell you it was nothing. My leg caught in a stirrup and I became unbalanced.
But, my love, I was so worried. You have no idea.
Well, I'm sorry if the news troubled you. Norfolk told me immediately he left you went into labor.
I suffered a great deal. For how long, I don't know, a day, a week. I don't know why the baby was so hard to deliver.
Yes, indeed.
I had lucid moments, then I'd fall asleep, and then the baby and you all came together in my thoughts. I'd see you lying on the jousting field or in the tilt yard with no one to help you.
Oh, come now. It was not that bad.
2 hours, unconscious. Not that bad. What would I have done if it had been your last breath?
Return to what you were. Anne Boleyn, daughter of Sir Thomas, gentleman of the bedchamber. Well, not every woman can remain a queen.
But I am a queen.
While I live.
Your voice is so peevish, Henry.
No, it is indeed. I waited years for a son. Is it too much to ask that the Tudors be allowed to reign?
And is that all I am? A breeder of Tudors?
And an unsuccessful one, yes.
What happened to us, Henry? What happened to the love we shared?
Well, we still share, my dear. We still do.
No, I don't mean at public functions. I hear about you and others.
Well, I like women. I have never denied it.
Oh, it's hard for me to talk to you when you're like this. But a child, a boy, That would bring our love to life?
That soothsaying and the soothsayers have been wrong half a dozen times.
But I'm as sorry as you
Well,
are.
I am sorry too, yes. I am disappointed, yes. And I am angry, yes. All about me, other kings are preparing their sons to do battle against the day when England has no male heir. I swear to you, Anne, that day will never come. If I have to wed and bed every woman in this land.
I am told you have already begun.
And I have never stopped you, she-devil. Well, I see clearly that the Lord does not wish to give me a male heir by you.
You make me say things, Henry, that were better left unsaid. I lie here in shame and disillusioned, unrealized hope, and my heart breaks, knowing that you love another.
I have no more to say.
But I shall get well soon, and the next time there will be a boy.
And how many next times is a king supposed to endure?
Well, it was not all my fault.
Oh, indeed, yes, indeed. Well, whose fault was it then this time?
It was when Miss Norfolk came to tell me of your accident, that you lay hardly breathing for 2 hours. It turned my insides upside down, and my little boy with it.
Oh, yes, I see. So that's the fault of my justice.
I couldn't bear the thought of you injured. I ached with pain. I cried out. I had to be restrained. It could not have been the easiest of time for our son within me.
Well, I'll grant you that. But it is the last time a son of mine will occupy that space. You shall have no more boys by me.
Are you going away again?
Yes, to Westminster. I will speak to you again when you have recovered. Women, Norfolk. You know what Anne had the nerve to say to me?
Henry, calm yourself.
To put it mildly, le majesté, huh? I made that woman, and I can break her. I was forced to marry her.
You'd have me believe that?
Yes, her sorcery bewitched me, but it's all over. Over and done with.
It's because of young Jane Seymour, isn't it?
Well, might be. She's a charming creature. I won't be punished if I marry her, I can assure you of that.
Your Majesty, who has punished you? Who dare?
For a wise man, you talk like a fool. A man is denied a son. Is that not the Lord's displeasure and anger? Well, I shall marry a third time and please him and myself.
To be realistic, Henry, do you think a second divorce is possible?
It had better be. I shall consult Cromwell. He did very well the first time. I've got responsibilities. I must marry a woman who can produce a son.
Oh, Rosalind, I feel 1,000 times stronger. How long has it been since we began these morning walks? A month. 6 weeks. Well, I've regained my strength. And thanks to you, I've stopped feeling sorry for myself. What's that? Shining up there in the path? Oh, it's only a locket. Don't put it away. Let me see it. Well, it belongs to the Duchess of Norfolk, I'm certain. Thomas's wife. Oh, this is beautifully made. But I've never seen her wear it. Oh, it's completely covered in these seed pearls. It's exquisite. I'll see she gets it back, Your Majesty. I'm dying to see what's inside. Now, got it open. Rosalind, this locket does not belong to the Duchess. Whose is it? Please don't ask me. You have seen it on the neck of one of my ladies-in-waiting. No, I haven't. Who? Tell me. I don't know, Your Majesty. Have you noticed, Rosalind, that when you wish to keep something from me, you call me Your Majesty? And all other times, I'm just plain Anne. This locket belongs to Jane Seymour, doesn't it? Jane Seymour? You heard me well. Jane Seymour, my youngest lady-in-waiting. Anne, I beg you, don't let it upset you. It doesn't. Not in the slightest. I have known for some time that Henry's roving eye has settled upon little Miss Seymour. Oh, it's rich, isn't it? My dear. Rich, really rich. my dear, please. Oh, he sees her wherever I am. Oh, yes. Hampton Court, St. James, Westminster. And there's nothing I can do about it. At least when she's in my service, I know her whereabouts. If I let her go, Henry will see her in secret elsewhere. Oh, what a laughing stock I must be for the court. Well, take the bauble. Give it to the girl. I wish her every unhappiness with it. And I shall speak to Thomas Norfolk about this. He has great influence with Henry. Perhaps he can make him realize how unhappy these events are making you. I hope I haven't come here, Your Grace, at an inopportune time.
Rosalind, you're too old a friend for it to be